close to this damn thing again. This is weird. I hate this clicker with a passion. It's the bulkiest clicker ever. It's like a pager. It's like a pager. It's huge. That's a clicker. It's my clicker. That's your clicker. My clicker's better. Where are we here? Awesome. Cool. Everyone hear me? I should probably just be freestyling in the audience because there's not that many people I actually need to reach. But yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to listen to me ramble on a little bit about something that I'm quite passionate about and something I think is very important, and that is cross-platform development and building your game for portability. A lot of things that I want to cover in the talk today, so I'm going to jump right into it. But quickly, first things first, those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Luke. I've been a programmer in the game industry for 20 plus years now. At least I used to be. I don't really program too much anymore. And currently I run a game development studio that specializes in co-development and porting. So what do I mean by portability, right? Hopefully you didn't come here expecting a talk about how to bring your game to what is arguably the most important and best handheld video game system of all time. Although that would be kind of a cool talk to do one day, but not today. I should make a pretty good workshop. No. Portability, I think most people start off by thinking about what are the different kinds of hardware platforms that your game can run on, right? There's dozens and dozens of different hardware, all these different consoles, different generations of the consoles, mobile phones, desktop computers, more phones, more computers. VR is something that's finally kind of come to the fore regarding game development. We're finally in a place where VR platforms are actually good outlets for games, and games can be quite profitable on VR. Lots of different VR platforms. And yes, of course, there's the stalwarts of things like Tizen and Ouya. So hopefully there's actually not many Ouya devs here today, because that probably wouldn't be a good thing. So that's kind of where our starting base is for portability. But you have to also remember that these platforms also have within themselves different kinds of hardware configurations, different variations that need to be considered that can change how your game is actually experienced by players. This was the kind of thing that PC developers and mobile phone developers used to kind of be things that they need to worry about. But nowadays, it's not just that, because consoles now have different iterations of hardware that you need to actually worry about and take into consideration, right? Tablets. Building a game for a tablet is different than building a game for a mobile phone. It might have the same chipset, same processor, a lot of the same architecture, but it's going to provide a different experience for players, for end users, right? The VR platforms, they have new versions of hardware, new iterations that you need to cater for as well, while still not losing the user base of having the original or support for the original version of the hardware that's out there. And of course, like I said, PCs, lots of different configurations. You need to worry about gaming laptops, gaming machines, potato laptops, as well as the ever popular home appliance if you want to be able to compete with Doom. So I think we've covered everything there is to cover about different platforms, right? Well, not really. These platforms aren't just about the hardware. Okay? You need to also consider the software side of things. You need to understand that your delivery platforms, your storefronts, they also have specific cross-platform functionality that you might need to actually build in cross-platform or multi-platform support for, even if it's something just as simple as DRM checks. So the usual suspects on the desktops, stuff like Steam and Epic Games, right? These guys have their own libraries, own SDKs that you need to plug in to make your game feel at home on those platforms. Subscription services. These are things that have kind of come out of nowhere in the last few years. They've got a lot of popularity, and there's a lot of money to be involved there, right? And they have, again, their own architecture, their own things that you need to plug into as a developer. Lots of other storefronts that are around that you're going to want to maybe support depending on your game. And some of these guys don't actually exist anymore. So that's something that you also need to be mindful of, that you might build support for something. You might be on a certain platform. It might die. Now, further to this, no, we're not done yet. These platforms, quite a few of them have certain specific minimum requirements that might need to be supported if you want to be allowed to reach these platforms, right? Stuff like a minimum number or very specific languages that you need to support. Minimum frame rates you need to adhere to. Not just from a user experience perspective, but stuff like VR, you won't be allowed to release on some platforms if your frame rate isn't good enough. Specific minimum operating system versions that you need to make sure that your game supports and runs on. Custom logo sequences to make sure that there's specific platform logos in there, specific input devices you need to support. Maximum patch size is something that no one ever considers or thinks about. There is at least one platform out there that has a total number of megabytes that you are allowed to use in the lifetime of your product to update the product with. Something you need to be mindful of. Got ahead of myself. Sorry. Click, unclick. Yeah, and to top it all off, not all of these platforms actually have ready-made support for the kinds of, or for certain kinds of systems that you might be taking for granted, things that you might be building your game around or feel are integral to your game. Stuff like leaderboards, matchmaking services, achievements, user-generated content systems. These are things that not every platform supports inherently or natively. And if you've built your game around, needing to have matchmaking or leaderboards, you're going to need to decide, on some platforms, do you drop that support? Do you write your own support for it? Or do you use a third-party solution? If you do use a third-party solution on a specific platform, do you use it just for that platform? Or do you then say, well, let's take this third-party solution and bring it back to the other platforms we support for a consistent experience? And lots of different things to consider there. So the point of this last 10-minute ramble was that, yes, cross-platform development is complicated. And there's a lot to worry about there. Oop. So getting back to my actual original question. What do I mean by portability? In my mind, how I answer that question is a portable game is a game that takes these complications into consideration, but not only that, it does it ahead of time. You don't want to leave the porting, or at least the planning, the thought process of how your game is going to be ported until your game has already been built. And that's pretty much the traditional method of doing things, but that's not what you want to do. So this is what you're all here for, hot tips, so I can tell you how to do your work. So the number one hot tip guaranteed to help you prepare your game for portability that apparently I don't want you to know. That's me, I'm a porting partner. Is just care. That's it, that's all you need to do. That's the big thing. The most important thing that you can do is care that whether you're planning to or not, your game is going to end up on multiple platforms. At some point it's going to. The ecosystem that we build games in nowadays, it's a multi-platform system. There's no longer platform exclusive. Even stuff like things that are AAA console games, AAA PC games, they end up on mobile phones. Mobile phone games end up on consoles or PC. It's just, there's too much money invested in games that if you want to actually maximize your user base and thereby maximize revenue, you're going to end up on multiple platforms. So that's it. I think we're done here today. Covered everything we need to know. No, just kidding, of course. Of course, just kidding. You're not getting off that easy. A lot more for me to berate you on today. So, why should I care? That's someone else's job to worry about porting my game for me, right? I just build the game. I make all the fun decisions and do all the fun things. Well, you need to care for love. Because like it or not, as the developer of your game, if you have any sort of emotional investment or attachment in your game, you're going to be involved in the porting process. Your game is going to need some kind of reductions, or it's going to be, possibly take some kind of enhancements for the certain platforms that you're going to end up on. Your game is going to change as it reaches certain platforms. And you, as a creative developer, are going to want to make sure that the end result is what you want players to see. What's, adheres to your vision, right? But, the real reason is money, of course, right? More platforms that your game is on, the more money that it's going to make. And while hopefully, we're all here because we love making games, we could probably all have jobs that paid more money that were easier if we weren't working in games. If our games don't make money, we don't get to make more games. Right? Games have to make money in order for it to be an industry, in order for it to be jobs for us, right? So, the basic part of this is the harder it is for your game to port, the more it's going to cost. That's just, simple math, right? And that money is going to come out of your pocket at some point in time. Either you're on the hook for paying for those costs directly, or your publisher is going to pay for it, and that's going to come out of your pocket anyways, because it's going to come out of their recoup. That's just how it is, right? But thinking a bit further than that, it's not just about the bare bones cost, right? Once you sign a publishing deal, your publisher is going to be dictating your release schedule. They're going to dictate how and when and where your game is released. They might decide it's in the best interest of your game to do a platform exclusive launch with a specific platform, right? And it might be a platform you've never considered developing your game for. Or they might decide that you should actually sim ship your game across a half dozen platforms at once. So now, in order for your game to actually get released, in order for it to start generating revenue, which means that you actually start seeing money from the sale of your game, you might need to be waiting a whole lot longer than you initially thought, because now your game needs to be ported, and it needs to get to platforms that you never considered. And now there's a whole bunch of problems that need to be solved before that happens. So ultimately, yeah, the longer it takes to port your game, the longer it's going to take for you to actually realize revenue from your game. All right, so hopefully now maybe I've convinced some of you that this is something that is possibly maybe worth considering. So when should you actually start doing it? Well, I got bad news for you. You're already too late. You're probably working on games right now, and you haven't even considered anything of what I've said. It's something that is an afterthought for you. Ultimately, like I alluded to before, the porting plan, considering how your game gets ported, should actually, in a perfect world, form part of your pre-production plan. It should be that important. It shouldn't be something that is slapped on at the end. But you're in luck, because the next best time is right now. Go home from Africa Games Week next week. Think about the games that you're working on. Think about how your game, whether it's from a visual aspect, user experience aspect, whatnot, how that game would look, feel, play, be experienced by players on as many platforms as you can think about. One thing I think I've found over the years a lot of developers don't take the time to do is actually understand other platforms and play games on other platforms. They're PC players, they make PC games, all they think about is PC. They don't know how they don't console. What is a mobile phone? I would never play a game on a mobile phone. You're, to put it bluntly, being irresponsible as a developer. It's like part of your job is, as a developer, doesn't matter if you're a designer, you're an artist, you're a programmer, you need to be aware at least. You don't need to be, a master player on these other platforms, but you need to understand how these platforms work, because your game is going to be there at some point in time. So put some thought into this. You don't need to spend weeks and weeks and weeks. Spend a bit of time, and you know what's going to happen? You're going to start having a bunch of new questions, and new problems are going to come up that you never thought about before. And you don't need to solve them. You just need to be that they're aware, because those will help inform your decisions going forward. Okay, so hopefully I've scared you all a little bit now. All right, so who should be involved in this process? Who's the ones, who on my team do I need to get involved in here? Just get some programmers together, because programmers are the ones who port games, right? Well, no, not really. Everyone on your team has some part to play. Porting is not just the responsibility of the programming team. Right? Programmers, traditionally they do the porting. They're the ones that do handle the heavy lifting of all the tech. That's, there's no dispute there. They are going to have the most amount of work to do when it comes to porting your game for you. But making your game run on different platforms is not the same as porting your game to different platforms. Right? That's a very important distinction to make. Just because your game can run on other platforms, just because you've done a little bit of work and now it runs on a phone or now it runs wherever, doesn't mean that your game has now been ported to that platform. And this is where everyone else comes in, right? The designers on your team, they need to understand how their vision, the vision of the game, might be compromised or even enhanced by other platforms than the lead one in terms of what those platforms might have to offer. Same thing goes for the art and audio team. They're building all these wonderful assets for your game. And other platforms that your game might end up on, same thing. There could be more options open to them to make better assets. There might be more restrictions for them. Does this mean that they need to make multiple versions of their assets? Well, if you haven't thought about porting, then yeah, down the road someone's going to. And that's going to take a lot more time and cost a lot more money. A little bit of thought up front, maybe they're able to make one set of assets that actually works across the board. The UI and UX team. This is probably, for me, the most important one and the most underthought one here. This is ultimately how players experience your game. It's that interface between game and player. And every platform, whether it's the inputs, whether it's the screen that your game is going to be played on, that changes drastically how the game can be played. And this is something that needs, probably out of all of the aspects of pre-production when it comes to porting, it's your UI and UX needs to be really thought about how that's going to transition across platforms. QA team, they should be involved in this process because, yeah, they need to plan for all the various requirements. This is probably more in the console vein of things, but not just consoles have requirements that need to be adhered to in order to release your game. So your QA team needs to be around so they can probably understand the other platforms, develop test solutions, test cases, to make sure that your game is as good as it can be across all platforms. And of course, I've just now gone and told you that you have a whole bunch more work to do than you thought you did, so the production team. Someone needs to be involved in planning that all that work actually gets done. So yeah, everyone has a part to play here. It's not just for the tech people, not just for programmers. So, okay, hopefully I've done my job now. You're all interested in this and take me seriously. The big question is, how do I actually do this? Well, you're in luck. Because all modern game engines nowadays should have this well-placed button. Just need to push it. Does all the work for you. If you're not sure where it is, it's usually right next to the Add Online Multiplayer button. That's what we're told, at least, right? By our fan bases. Fortunately, it's not that easy. And it's not the kind of thing that I'm clearly going to be able to cover in one talk, let alone a day, how to port games. And obviously, every game is different. Every platform is different. So what I did want to do is I want to spend the rest of the time of my talk going over a few specific things that over the years I've come across as being things that developers don't tend to think of that are really should be started earlier on in the process. Just to give you some examples of stuff that you can hopefully take forward. And obviously, if there's anything that I'm not covering that you think would be of interest to you in your specific project, come find me afterwards. I'm happy to talk about it further. Or I'll put my email up at the end as well. You can send me an email. Happy to chat. So First guy here, your launch flow of the game. That's kind of, that startup sequence where logos are shown, that kind of thing. I had a video here, but I'm having technical difficulties, so I'm going to jump past it. It was just an example of one that we have used on one of our games in the past. And, or is it going to work? No? It's just going to fade away. All right, cool. Right, so, yes, that is, catching up here. You're going to see something like your middleware logo is going to come up, and then a publishing logo, and maybe some kind of platform-specific message, developer logo, all those kinds of things with fades in, out, animations, that kind of jazz. So the thing is that every platform that you release your game on might require a different set of logos or sequence of logos, different timing, different messages. Like some consoles have very specific messages you need to show on them, like as part of the requirements for that platform. You might have different middleware partners on some platforms, or the licensing agreements that you have with your middleware partners might say that, oh, in this platform you need to show our logo, this platform you don't. You could have different publishers for different platforms. You might sign a publishing agreement for certain platforms, but that publisher doesn't publish mobile games, and you have a different agreement with a different publisher for the mobile version of your game. These are all things that need to be, or ideally need to be configured to be customizable per platform. And what I find is that the entire, the launch flow is the first thing. It's their first interactive experience that usually not too interactive, but experience that the user has with your game. And they kind of often get built as an afterthought and kind of cobbled together by developers and just kind of thrown on top of existing code that initializes all of the game logic. And they're not done in any kind of modular fashion, right? And they're very easy to build that way. They just need a little bit of thought. There's not a whole lot that needs to happen there. So what you kind of want to do, and how I suggest you look at doing this, is to take any and all logic for these startup flows, get them into an initial scene. I'm using scene in the Unity sense here. It should be, a minimal amount of code, programming, scripting, whatever you want to call it. It should just do the bare bones, interactions of, whatever animations might need to be played or assets that need to be loaded, but it should only be touching assets that need to be loaded for the launch flow itself. It shouldn't be loading anything else in the game. It should be only handling stuff at this point in time, because you don't want to spend 30 seconds loading up stuff for your main menu while the user's sitting there watching a spinning wheel, right? You want to get into the launch flow, do stuff in the background while the launch flow is happening. You're going to probably want to or need to initialize some kind of global systems for your game, like your platform layer, your localization system maybe, if you're going to be displaying text at this point in the game during your startup, file I/O, that kind of thing. But keep it minimal. Again, we don't want to keep the users waiting here. But the big thing is you want to make it so that it's easy to dynamically modify this stuff. You kind of want to think about it like you've built little segments, little almost individual kind of animations that are going to somehow flow together. And on certain platforms, you might want to dynamically enable or disable those. Bonus points if you want to set that up to happen at build time instead of at launch time. But you want to essentially be able to have these different pieces, these little puzzle pieces that kind of flow together. Because you're going to see as you're building games that your launch flow is not going to be the same across the board here. Next guy, screen experience. So I'm going to just read what that says. How users ingest the game visually, which is kind of really weird to say, even though I've said it 24 times now. So what I really mean by that is that screen experience is kind of like a subset of user experience, specifically focusing on the screen and how users interact with your game via the screen. Not the visuals of your game, but the screen, because the screen itself can change across every single platform, right? So you need to take into account how that can change, and not just the screen itself, but the environment, the environmental situation in which players play your game. Okay, I'll get to that now. So everyone knows about resolution, and that's what you think about when you think about your screen. Okay, your game is going to have this resolution, it's going to have this many pixels, this much fidelity. And that's kind of the basics. That's where you start, and there's much more to it than that, right? The physical size that your game is played on can drastically impact the experience that players have with your game, right? The orientation of your game, right? If your game is a mobile game and it's best played as a portrait game, when that goes to desktop, it's probably not going to be portrait. How is that going to work in a landscape mode? Say something like you want your mobile game to go to Nintendo Switch. Well, you're in luck, because if you're going to play it in handheld, you could keep it portrait, but is that the best experience? That's up for you to decide. And the environmental aspects, right? Playing your game on a big screen TV when you're sitting 10 feet away from it, it's a different experience than playing at your monitor when you're sitting half a meter away from it, which is, again, different than playing a game holding it in a handheld device right in front of your face. And then when it comes to VR and you're having images projected onto your retina, that's a whole other kettle of fish that I'm not even going to get into today. So all of these situations kind of come together to change or to present different challenges for you to overcome for how users can experience your game via the screen. So yeah, when you talk about screen, we're not just talking about resolution. That's, like I said, that's where you start. There's a lot more to it than that. The aspect ratio of your game catches out almost every developer, almost every game that I've ever worked on, where their game works in 16:9, but then breaks in every other resolution. Or works in a few resolutions, and then as soon as you put it in ultra widescreen mode or a 3-monitor setup that power PC players want to use, it breaks. Nothing works. You need to really, really be cognizant of that fact. The aspect ratio, a very important thing. But yeah, like I was talking about on the previous slide, the distance from your screen, and then also your screen density, your DPI. Those things are just as important. All these factors change how players experience your game. And yeah, VR is a whole other, that's its own talk, its own track probably. I hope someone, if they haven't done that yet, actually does a talk on VR screens and how they differ from more traditional game playing screens. So what do we want to do? We want to test all the screens. We want to test our game on every screen possible that we can think of. Different sizes, different distances, different orientations, different resolutions, densities, everything. And you don't need to port your game to do that, right? You can capture screenshot, you can capture video, and you can get it on different devices. Capture video of your game, get it on your phone, get it on a big screen TV. Just try different scenarios and see how your game actually comes across. So this is, what you're looking for here is the parts of your game that convey information to the player, right? That's the most important stuff. So that's your HUD, your menu usually, but it's not just that. It's stuff like you might have subtle little animations in your game that tell player that some building's finished building or something, I don't know. And that looks great on your 4K monitor when you're building the game. But when it's being played on 720p resolution on a screen and you're sitting on the couch, or it's being played on a small phone screen in front of you, maybe those things aren't noticeable, right? You need to understand that just because something's been built in one way that it looks good on the screen that you are building it on, it doesn't mean it's going to translate to users in every other situation. Don't forget about 480p, which is probably a very strange thing for me to say, or you to hear me say. Everybody nowadays, you're only probably thinking 4K if you're even thinking 1080p anymore, right? High resolution, everything. You probably don't even think about 720p anymore. But there is a console out in the marketplace right now that if your critical text, your critical game information can be icons, can be text in game. If it's not legible, when that console is set to 480p, you will not be allowed to release your game on that console. You will fail the certification process. And you don't want to be in a situation where you've done your game, you're right at the end of your QA process or you're in certification already, you find this out and you need to rebuild your entire menu and HUD system when you thought your game was done. So don't depend on high resolution, on high density for the critical information in your game. Click. I clicky, no click. There we go. Yes. And yeah, small phone screens, just as important. There's, I don't know, billions of small phone screens out there nowadays for your games to be played on. And that's not just if you're making a mobile phone game, right? Streaming services. You can play, nowadays, AAA, console, PC games streamed to your phone. So even if you're making what you would consider a high-end game experience, you might end up on a streaming system and some person is playing your super high fidelity game on their tiny phone. How does your game translate to that? Right? So don't discount stuff just because it doesn't fit in with the vision you had for your game. You have to understand that your game needs to still look good and provide a good interactive experience to players across all kinds of resolutions and screen situations. Localization, because yes, your game will not only be in English or whatever it is that the language you're developing your game is in. We live in a global world. Games are localized into dozens and dozens of languages nowadays. It's no longer English or just eFigs or something. It's everything. And you need to keep this in mind. And I'm kind of cheating here because it's not really part of the porting process, but unfortunately, this always seems to be the last thing that happens in every game ever. Like, seriously, guys. It's always the last thing every frickin' time. And what that means is it becomes the porting team's responsibility to do, because the developers of the game are still trying to put in their final polish, fix their final bugs, and oh yeah, no, we need to get in these additional languages. And it's always a problem that happens right at the end of development. And that really, really should not be the case. Like porting, localization should be integrated. You should have some sort of workflow for localization integrated into your project very, very early. Honestly, I would actually argue that it should be something that happens with the first line of text that you write in your game that's going to be displayed to users. It's that important, because whatever practices you set up early, those are things that can be followed and be adhered to. Kind of hot tip, fonts. Watch out for fonts. Fonts are scary things. Okay, they will quickly suck up gigabytes of memory if you're not careful, if you don't know what you're doing. And not only that, fonts sometimes have really, really, really weird licensing terms attached to the fonts. You can't just grab some font and use it, okay? Like, you will get seriously sued by Adobe if you're not careful. So just watch out for that. But most importantly, something that probably most people, unless you've been through this, really don't realize, that the vast majority of fonts do not support the characters for all the languages that you are going to use in your game. There are very few fonts that support everything from Latin characters through Cyrillic through to Chinese, Japanese, right? There's very few that do that unless you've developed your own custom fonts. And you don't want to be in a situation where you've got your game ready to ship and right near the end you get LQA feedback that's a whole bunch of characters aren't displayed when they change their game into Turkish or Chinese or something, and now you're scrambling to implement fallback font support for Noto Sans or something. That's the kind of thing that, you need to test your fonts early on to make sure that the languages you're using are actually supported by them. Right, so, NUTIG. This is a little acronym that I thought I would develop to help you remember stuff. It's specifically meant to be easy to remember and roll right off the tongue. NUTIG, right? NUTIG stands for never use hard-coded text in your game. Ever. Okay? NUTIG. Seriously. I don't ever want to see that on another game that I'm working on. The only time I want to see hard-coded text, a string inside of your game code, is if you're outputting a debug message or you're using a label to something, right? From the start, as soon as you start putting text in your game that is going to be displayed to a user, get that out of there. Put in some kind of lookup key. Make that reference some simple little dictionary, off in a file somewhere else. You don't need to start implementing a full localization system, but separate that crap right away. Because what's going to happen is your game is going to go through certification or go through QA at the end. You're going to get a report back that, oh, when this pop-up happens in this situation, in this language, it's always in English. Oh, yeah, this is something I built 18 months ago. I forgot that it even existed in the game. It was never localized because it's using hard-coded English or whatever inside of your game code. And now there's a big scramble at the end. You got to send it off for localization. You got to get the translations back. You got to put them in the game. And oh, now I don't have characters in my font that support that. You're dealing with crap later on down the road. Very early on, get all of your strings isolated some way. Seriously. Yes. So you also want to make sure that you are worrying about the translation workflow. And what I mean by that is it's the process of getting the strings, the base strings of your game, to the localization team and getting those translations back into your game. Okay, that little back and forth process there, that needs to be done in a way or set up in a way that it is as stress-free as possible, that it is as quick as possible, and that you're not introducing a whole bunch of manual work, which is going to introduce errors and bugs, because you're going to be getting new text, fixed text, modified text, or maybe even brand new languages right at the end of the project that you're working on. And you don't want to be causing more stress points on your game at the point where this is happening. That should be super simple. You should be able to send off the file, get back the translations, and it basically gets automatically put into your game. So think about that as much as you can. You already have the wheel. Don't go and build new stuff. Don't try to make super fancy, crazy localization systems, your own tools and your own, I don't know, I've seen things that I don't want to see again, okay? 90% of the time, using something like Google Sheets exported to a TSV file is going to suit your needs. It's going to get you're going to be able to manage your data, you're going to be able to get it to and from the translators, you're going to be able to get it into your game. Every game is different, and there are definitely exceptions, but most of the time, something as simple as that. You don't need to build crazy exporting file utility things for this, right? Localization isn't hard. Don't make it hard. It's always made hard. I don't know why. Don't forget to use socket languages, right? You really do. You probably even suck at the language that you speak on a day-to-day basis, okay? Don't use Google Translate. Don't think that you can take some terms and, oh, we forgot to translate. Oh, I just put in Google Translate, and we'll slap it in as a menu item, right? Don't think that you can take a bunch of individual words in another language and stitch them together to create phrases or sentences. Other languages don't work like that. Right? Every language has its own grammar. You have to use professionals, okay? Pay people. They do this for a living. They know what they're doing. They're worth the money, okay? And further to that, make sure that, this is usually more of a publishing level issue, but even if you're self-publishing, I strongly advise you use LQA, localization QA, okay? They're worth the money, right? You don't want to be the next game that ends up in Rami's tweets for butchering the Arabic language, right? That's happened, we've been there, we've done that. This is a known quantity. Don't mess up Arabic, please. So, with the pain that is localization beyond us, we get to talk about build systems. Build systems are amazing. They are great things. Nobody uses them unless, apparently, you are in some kind of professional development environment, because people see them as some kind of difficult thing that's a luxury, or it's a nuisance and one other thing to worry about, or you need to hire some kind of dedicated specialist to do. But yeah, I don't think you should ever submit to any external person, whether it is your publisher, quality assurance, or reviewer, a game built from your personal machine. That is not a stable environment, okay? your machine's changing all the time. You're downloading weird things, you're clicking that upgrade Java button, you're doing stuff, and that's changing the environment that your game is built in. You're making changes on your local version of the repository that you forgot you changed, and now that's getting integrated into a build, and people are seeing stuff that they shouldn't see. So yeah, you need to have a consistent environment from where all builds are made from your game. And what that does allow is that, yeah, you have access to an environment where you know things are stable. Not just the environment, but the code itself. Your build system is plugging into branches of your code repository that you know have been approved, that have passed testing, that these are the stable things to be building from, not work in progress stuff. And like I say there, it provides a history to you, right? You have an automated, easy working build history of all successful and I guess unsuccessful versions of your game that are just there at all times. And I don't have any kind of empirical data on this, but I believe that this history can save you roughly an infinite amount of stress when it's 5 p.m. on a Friday and your publisher's waiting for a new build of your game that you said you would get them. And you're trying to build it from your machine and nothing works anymore. And you made a bunch of changes that day and you don't know what broke. Or maybe it builds, but then when you boot it up, it crashes. And it's 5 o'clock and everyone else has gone home and it's just you left there. Well, guess what? Go back to your build server, grab Thursday morning's build, send that off instead. It's good enough. Go home, enjoy the weekend. So yeah, build systems are not just for professionals. Anyone can do this. It's not just for large development teams. They're not that difficult to do. Yes, it's new skills. It's one more new thing to learn, one more thing to manage. But it's not that bad, guys. It's just something else you need to do. It's another tool you need to learn that is going to make your lives better and make your product better. Many, many different kinds of tools you can use for this. I've just thrown a few out there. Just use something that either you have some familiarity with or the scripting that they use is something that, you know Python, it uses Python. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Or maybe someone recommended something to you. Maybe it plugs into other existing tools that you've used. There's literally dozens out there that you can use for this. Having an automated continuous integration system is something that until you've done, you don't know how amazing that is. You should be setting up your build server to be, at least daily, nightly, overnight, while you're sleeping, making fresh builds of your game across whatever platforms you're developing your game for. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start working on your mobile version of your game. You're going to do stuff. You're going to switch over to the PC version maybe and start implementing some new features. And you're going to forget that those features are not actually supported on the mobile platforms. You're going to spend 2, 3, 4 weeks going down that road. Everything's going to work fine. You're going to commit all that code. You're going to switch back to the mobile version. Everything's going to break. 2,000 errors. What did I do? How do I fix this? That was a month ago that I was last year, right? If you have automated builds happening every single day, these errors are reported on a daily basis. You fix stuff as you go along, right? This is especially as your team is scaling and you have, dozens of developers working on your game at one time across multiple platforms. You need this kind of situation in place. And I think probably just as importantly, build systems are fantastic for your testing cycle in multiple ways. One, you get to have very easy access for your testing team to be able to go onto your build server, kick off builds on demand for specific platforms, for specific branches of code, to be able to do regression testing, feature testing on very specific things. And two, not a lot of people know this, but there are quite a few backend or platforms whose backends, like Steam, et cetera, allow you to automated uploading of builds via the command line. And you can tie this right into your build system. So you can be kicking off a build that you click a little checkbox in your tools, and if it's a successful build, it'll automatically upload that build to a specific branch on a specific platform and have it all ready to go for whether it's users, whether it's testers, whether it's like your testing team or your beta testers, whether it's or publisher even, right? have that all integrated so you can click one thing, it builds your game and distributes it out there for the people who need it, as opposed to building a game, then maybe you got to download it from the build server to your machine, then you got to log into the back end, and then you got to upload it, then you got to click some buttons, then you got to wait for the upload, right? It gets that all out of the way. Makes your life way, way easier and allows you to focus on things that you should be focusing on. So those are kind of the 4 specific things I wanted to cover that I've come across over the years where there doesn't seem to be a lot of, or a lot less thought put in that I would like on games that are pretty easy to actually implement. And I wanted to sort of finish off this talk by going through some kind of common issues really quickly, just to cover them, that I think you should also be knowledgeable about at least. So, users and controllers. If you haven't worked with consoles, this might seem like a really, really weird term for you, but on some platforms, the concept of a user and your controller, they're interwound. You use this controller to log in as this user, and they're all your data, everything for that user, their online ID, everything, that's all encapsulated there. Some platforms, those are 2 very different concepts. Some platforms don't have those concepts at all. But if you're going to go cross-platform, keep in mind that user data and user identification are things that you need to worry about and have a system for, and those are often tied to the controllers that they're using, but sometimes they are not. The certification process. Like porting, often an afterthought. It's cool, game is done. Let's look at these 378 pages of certification requirements that we need to go through and make sure that our game is actually, adheres to, right? No, bad. Right? You should be understanding the certification requirements of any platform you're working on upfront, or as soon as you can in the process, because you might be making choices for how you've built fundamental aspects of your game that are now no longer allowed on that platform. Case in point, there is a specific platform that does not allow you to have any sort of blocking calls on the main thread. You will fail certification. What blocks? File I/O. You want to load in assets. You want to load in things. You want to load in your options save file. Oh, you fail certification because you're doing that on the main thread. All your file I/O needs to be asynchronous. You can't block on it. If you built your file I/O system, your options save data systems in a blocking manner, you're going to be scrambling to rebuild that all asynchronously right at the last minute. Right? You need to understand how certification works on your platforms and make sure that you're using that information to make decisions earlier on in the development process. Engine version, very, very tricky one, right? Everyone wants to kind of have the new hotness, the new fancy features, use the new next best thing. So new version of Unreal, Unity drops, you want to upgrade your game to that because it's got cool new things that make your game look pretty and are fun to use. But you're now opening yourself up to having a new buggy version of the engine that breaks your game. And maybe not apparently at the start, but maybe 2-3 weeks later, you're playing certain aspects of your game, things break. Oh, there's bugs in the engine that weren't there before. But same thing with keeping on an older version of the engine too long. You're worried about change, you know what you have works. You might reach a point 1-2 years down the road where now you're adding new features, support for new things. Now you're finding bugs with that old version of the engine. Engine manufacturer says, oh, sorry, we fixed that in a new version of the engine. You need to upgrade now. And now you have to hope that, while maybe upgrading to that version fixes that bug, it doesn't introduce a whole bunch of new things. You might be late on in the cycle and only finding this bug now. Right? So it's kind of a balancing act to play. If you're supporting consoles or even other third-party systems that have their own SDKs, they might require certain versions of the engine that you're working on as well. So they might drop a new SDK 6 for this platform. And it only you need to be using Unity 2018 for that, but you've been using 2017, right? You're forced to upgrade it in order to actually release your game on that platform. So sometimes your hand is forced, and like I said, it's kind of a tightrope act that you need to follow on this. You don't want to be going too far ahead of the game here, but you want to be trying to keep up a little bit. So kind of just try to future-proof yourself as much as you can. Just don't go too crazy, but don't stay too far behind. Third-party code is terrible. Don't use it, please. No, everyone's going to use third-party code, whether it's some open source thing or some asset store, shaders or plugin or something. There's some great stuff out there that's going to save you tons and tons of time, especially as like a small independent developer. However, just assume by default that anything that you use will not work on any other platform other than the platform you're using it on. Just take that stance by default. It will save you a lot of pain later. Plan for every platform that you go to need that code to be fixed or maybe even worked around, because there could just be bugs that are not fixable on certain platforms. It could be your platform, oops, it actually has a native plugin that doesn't work on other platforms because of how it's compiled. So it's just a very scary thing, third-party code, when you're going to be working cross-platform, especially when you don't have access to that code. If it's open source, better. But if you pay some for stuff, there's every chance that you're going to run into trouble down the road. And also, be very mindful of whatever licensing terms come with that code, whether it's open source code, right? And now you've actually unwittingly agreed to releasing all the source for your game now on the internet for free because you integrated that one line of code from their open source repository. Or maybe you've bought some asset store plugin and you don't actually realize that the license you bought only applies to a single platform. And your game is going to come out on 4 platforms, you need to buy multiple versions of that license. You might need to actually buy a license for every person in your studio who is working on your game. Right? Licensing terms are a real thing. You need to be mindful of these. Performance, it's the kind of thing. A million stuff can go wrong here. That's a whole other conference to talk about performance. Just some super quick things that kind of always seem to come out. Excessive use of real-time lighting and shadows, all the time, always a problem. It looks super pretty, awesome on your big rendering machine that you're building your game on. Terrible in the real world. Right? Just be very careful about that. Same thing goes for post effects. That SSAO looks awesome on your machine. It's not going to work on mobile or Nintendo Switch, and your entire art direction and style could be based on these decisions that you're making. And you might need to get rid of those on some platforms. Just be careful. Usual suspects, too many draw calls, too much overdraw. Try to get a handle on those day one. Just don't do stuff you don't need to do. And yeah, lastly, memory, same thing. Every game is different. You may not have memory problems in your game, but there's a good chance you're going to, especially if you're going to end up being on devices that have 4 gigs of RAM or lower. So mobile phones, maybe Nintendo Switch. When you do have memory, it's always the assets, okay? You could be doing something stupid in code, but it's almost always the assets. And when it's the assets, it's almost always your audio assets and your texture assets. These are the things that take up the most amount of memory in 90% of the situations. So audio files, watch out for stuff where stuff could be streamed, but you have it loaded in memory permanently for level 73. Your entire game does not need to be there. Often I'll see audio engineer or people who make audio files supply audio files with a whole bunch of just dead space at the start and end of the file. Clip that stuff. That should not be in there. That's taking up memory for no reason. Using stereo sound, stereo sound for 3D positional audio. That's a no-no. It could sound wonky and weird in the first place, but it's also using twice as much memory that you need to use. Stereo or 3D audio, that's supposed to be mono. And then art, texture resolution. It's always texture resolution. You're almost certainly using higher resolution textures than you need to because your artists have gone and modeled something and they've zoomed right in to it in a situation where it looks super pretty and keeps the fidelity on their machine. No player is ever going to see that. You have to think about how is that texture going to be shown in the actual game environment, okay? And that's the resolution you should be building your textures for. The texture resolution, it gets out of hand really quickly. Make sure you don't have a bunch of early on test debug textures materials hanging around from your prototyping days that are still there. I see that all the time. And I don't think I've worked on any game that doesn't have at least 3 or 4 1024 by 1024 pure white textures just sitting there because the artist thought they needed that when it could just be a 4x4 little texture. So yeah, these are things that very easy to just look at with your profiling instrumentation and see easily. Like, wow, why do I have so many giant textures? It's like, well, this thing, why is that so big? Oh, why do I have 400 megs of font data? Oh, okay, stuff like that. So yeah, wrapping things up. Cross-platform development is a complicated thing, right? You need to care about building your game in a cross-platform way and care early on in the process. Everyone on your team has a role to play. It's not just for the engineers. It's not just a programming problem. It's your whole team has to be a part of this if you want your game to actually be ported properly. And don't forget to pay and respect your QA team well. Thank you so much for listening. Feel free to drop me an email if you have any questions afterwards we don't have time for. You can find me around for a little bit today after this talk as well. Happy to chat more. I'm not sure if we have time for any questions now. If we're already...
we have time. We can definitely shoot like one quick question before moving on. But firstly, thank you very much, Luke. Oh, great chat. Have time for one question. Yeah.
So I suppose the question is, a lot of the talk is you need to be cognizant of the requirements for the different platforms, but how open is that information? So like you talked about the certification documentation. Yeah. Say you're building for PC and you don't have necessarily the money to port to Switch or whatever, but you hope maybe someday that'll happen. How, if you haven't started that process, how easy is it to get that information to find out what these considerations should be?
Awesome question. It's not easy at all. I think that a lot of what my talk here is actually, it's a very kind of, this is perfect world scenario. This is how you should be doing it. But it's not going to apply for a lot of people, especially early on in their game development, until they've made a game or two, and they're in a position where they can actually apply this stuff. But yeah, when it comes to closed systems, effectively the consoles, a lot of that isn't available. I do believe that all of the Xbox certification documentation is available if you're part of like is it the indie program, whatever it's called, which is easy to get involved in. Even like mobile platforms, they don't have certification, but they do have best practices. Same kind of thing that you should be trying to adhere to as much as you can. Console stuff is pretty closed off, especially when it comes to PlayStation and Sony and Nintendo, big time closed off. But they also have indie programs that are not that difficult to get into. You got to submit you have to submit a pitch about the game that you'd like to do, and it has to be vetted by them with a design doc and everything. Like there's work involved. It's not just cool, go to this website. But it's not the way that it used to be with the console systems. They're much more open to indies, especially if you, as an independent developer, are expressing interest. That it's like, yeah, I want to get to your platform because reasons. They're much more open to providing access to that kind of stuff.
We don't have time for another question. We do have to run to the next item. Luke, thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks everyone.
All right, so I mean, as a pretty well-established armchair developer, that gave me quite a lot of ammunition for Twitter in terms of understanding games and leaving my commentary. Moving on, we're going to be talking about how I fundraised and grew my gaming business. It is not me that did that. It is Oliver Madiba. Oliver, do you want to get up?
No, I just put the chrono because I talk a lot. Okay. Okay, there's a monitor time too there. Okay, so hello everyone. I just want to be sure that I can zap. So next, previous. Okay, I got it. So, hello everyone, and thanks for you for time to be there. I know that it's the end of the week, and everyone is a little bit tired. So, thanks for you to be there. I am Madiba Olivier, the founder of KIRO Games, And I will talk to you a little bit about us and how we fundraised, no I, how we fundraised and grew our gaming business. So for those of you who don't know who is KIRO Games, we are the first studio to design an African fantasy PC games back in 2016. So you can find it on Steam, Orion Legacy of the Coriodan. And now we are building one of the first cross-media catalog in Africa with mobile game, comic books, animation, business book, and even a restaurant called KIRO Shop where when our player wins something in the game, they can go and hit. We also got some industry recognition in 2021 with the FEJA Award and the Game Industry Africa Awards for what we try to do for the community. We're also a member of the Gaming Avengers band called PAG. And what are you doing there with all this? So we are there because I want to share with you our fundraising postmortem, how we raised almost $1 million USD alone to build that studio, and how also we build the kind of team where everyone can stay motivated even when there is power cut in this really complex, self-made, traumatized human resource place that Africa can be. Because yes, a lot of our artists will come traumatized by the life outside of your studio. So, and this is not a success story. This is a world-breaking story. Like a story, KIRO is not a studio who win everything. We are a studio who break walls to make something that seems impossible possible for the next generation. And it's not our story alone. It's the story of most of the African studios that we meet there. So let's go back in 23 to, in fact, it's 26. I was an amateur game designer learning to make games on internet, on the 1G, 1G internet at the time. And we make Orion Legacy of Enzo Coriodan this time. And it was like a black Goku guy with using pictures from other games. Just the hero was drawn and even redrawn from another hero. But this is where we learned how to make staging, writing, and game design. And in the amateur French community, we were a little bit respected because we were already doing QT, quick time event in RPG 2003. So we decided to become pro in 2012 because we read something on the press about a studio who have like 4 million USD budget only for the entertainment of the team. And we were like, oh my God, if someone gives us 4 million in Africa to make a game, we can make something very big. And that's the first time that we decided that, it was also the indie golden age where everyone was thinking that you can now again start in a garage without a publisher and make it. So it was also the golden age of Kickstarter in this era, where everyone can come, show his dream, and people will come in the world and give you money to make it happen. So we started to make another prototype of our games. We moved from black shonen things to the first African fantasy themed. And for like 6 months, when we registered on Kickstarter, like in June, we had the button post your project or submit available. So we took 6 months to build the demo, RPG Maker demo, etc. We only wanted 12,000 USD because we wanted some money to make another better prototype before, etc. We were really naive because our vision at this time was that if we make a good amateur game, Ubisoft will look at us and say, oh my God, too much potential. We were thinking that gaming was like football. And it's important because I want you to see that the power of naivety gives you often the courage to try. If someone downloaded me everything I know now about the industry, I would have been paralyzed. So it's a good thing to don't know at some point. So if you're a new game designer and someone with 10-year experience tell you that you don't know what you do, it's a good thing because you have the power to try. Don't stop. Listen advice. But everyone has his own way to do things. Believe in it. We are the proof. So we click on, finally, November 2012. We are like, OK, we have the demo. We have the story. We go and click on submit your project on Kickstarter. And when we choose country Cameroon, we have the little message. Kickstarter is not for you. Bam. You don't have the right to do your dream because you are not in the right place in the world. But what you don't know is that we decided that we'll not let the world tell us our destiny anymore. It was like what we have heard for 10 years before, from my 16 to almost my, I think, 25 or something. And I was like, enough. I will not let this world dictate what are my limits. So we decided to go on Indiegogo. And we raised the bar. We were like, OK, we want to show now how the professional game will look. We have only 2 PCs, no tablets. So we draw only on paper, scanned it. I don't have the thing because we didn't have a scanner. So it was like we put the windows of the office. We put the paper in, little light, and we take pictures, and we go on Photoshop, and it was really epic. We did graphic prototypes on what our professional game would have been if we have funds. And we get on Indiegogo wanting this time 75,000 euro. And we only get 1% of it. We were enough smarter to take the option that even if we get 1%, give us the money. And the thing is, the hardest part was not that we didn't raise the money, it's the reason why. Because a lot of people were like, okay, you are not X something, you cannot make an action RPG with real-time gameplay, etc., etc. You are not X Google, X Ubisoft, etc. And none of you have ever been even an intern in a gaming studio. This was not the hardest part. The hardest part was you are an African scam. I mean, when you have to raise funds for a game everywhere in the world is hard. But in Africa, we had the bonus quest, proving that we are not a scam. It was epic. And we decided that it will not stop us. So we and we decided, OK, we have to do it ourselves. We don't care, because after that, we go into some tech bank, some business angels group, same things, African scam, we don't believe, no traction, etc. So at the point, we say that the guys at Wall Street have the same brain cells than us. How did they do to raise money? And we invented in literally 2 nights the equity crowdfunding alone. It didn't have a name at this time in 2013. And we raised 50,000 USD in 6 months alone with emails, YouTube. I will explain it how we do it later. And this is how we break the funding wall. We opened KIRO Games. But we needed 200,000 USD to make a real professional game. But we only have 50,000 in 2013 when we opened our studio. So we have to build and raise at the same time. I decided to literally sleep at my office. This is my survival pack. Like the pool was offered by my grandma, etc. I have a house, by the way. But I decided that, guys, we will crunch from day one. Everyone living in the studio from Monday to Friday. It was not forced, but we were like, this is the moment where we tell the world that we master our destiny. And no matter the wall you will bring us, we'll break it. It was literally the say, so we give everything. And you know what? We didn't have Unity in Real because at the time, it was not free, I think, and we didn't have also the right because Cameroonian, etc. So we go on XNA, and we built our own engine on the way, Astral Engine. And if you go and see the trailer of Orion, we have made something very amazing. And very little story. I never used XNA before, so while I was like raising things, the guy in charge of the programming was like, because I come from RPG Maker, so I was like, okay, XNA must be something like that, where you will install, you will get the engine, the drag and drop things. I didn't know it was a framework. The programmer was like, Olivier, I have to say something. No, let me, we have to. And when we opened the studio, after my first, talk to the team, like, yeah, we have made it, we can. He told me that, now can you listen to me? I have put Xena in your PC. You have to come and see it. I enter in my room, my new office. I launch Xena, and I found this black screen telling me that put your script for graphic here. Put your game logic here. I'm like, where is the drag and drop? He say, it's a framework, bro. I remember that I can't breathe in my room because we already used like 40,000 USD to equip everyone. And I was like, oh, what on earth will I do? And after calming down, I walk in the room, very charismatic, like, guys, we'll build our own engine. They were like, you know how to do it? I have some track. And they believed me, and we do it. We did it literally. Even when there was power cut, this photo was really, I didn't realize that someone taking photo because when the electricity was gone, we were just like, okay, time to brainstorm, and this was like very epic moment, best moment of my life now because it was hard at this time. So in 2015, we had, because the game, of course, was hard to finish, so we didn't have enough money anymore. We have to make another Kickstarter, and we raised 45,000 USD this time. And this time we were not eligible as Cameroonian, but we had a French publisher. So he was the one submitting the project, and we get some part of the money to finish the game. Finally, Orion, Legacy of the Corridor, 30 years of my life was out. We got 7 on 10. The game was not perfect because there is some finishing things, some glitches, but we have like a unanimous review, like 10 on 10 on writing, lore, and music. Some people say that we have written one of the best scenario of gaming at this time, even with The Witcher. Some of the reviewers compared us to The Witcher lore and Zelda, etc. So for us, it was like, wow, we have created something. And it gives us also respect in the industry, and we contributed somehow that there is Africa gaming somewhere with respect near to it. And it was also the beginning of the marketing hell, because in our naivety and amateurism, we counted on the natural buzz of an African game, and we discovered that no, it's not how things works, and it was hard to sell the game at this point, and the publisher was not enough aggressive too. So we had this technical success, but the marketing was not there. So we went into a very hard time, but also something very good happened. I was, how do you call it? There was this yearly program, Young African Leadership Initiative, by President Obama at the time, where every year 1,000 young Africans go in United States in really prestigious universities, and they teach us they teach us good things about how to. This is the first time I heard about IPO, VC, etc. So we didn't even know about it. Like there was an IPO things, stake, etc. But they also teach us the real stakes of our continent, because we were in our bubble. And I made the first cultural shift at KIRO Games. We were a linear creative process, idea, prototype, deliver, and pray that it works. And now we become a design-driven company where, human-centered. We understood the logic of understand the psychology of your players before even starting to make game design, etc. And it gave us a lot of advantage. And we went out of this shifting with another view. We started in 2013 with the idea to become just a Ubisoft in Africa. But we realized that we have more to do than that. We cannot just entertain people. We have to do more. We have to launch something bigger. We have to make something Pan-African, cross-media, etc. And this is something you will see a lot in a lot of African studios, at least in the Western Africa, because it's based on what we see on the ground, and I will explain it later. But when I was explaining it on Slush, same logic, in 2017, investors, VC said that no, this level of diversification is not possible in Africa. We have never seen that. It's lack of focus, blah, 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 blah. And you don't have traction. This word, traction. This is my new world that I want to break for the next generation, this traction thing. It's good to have traction, understand me well, but I will explain it later. So we decided to prototype everything to show that we know how to execute what we say, so we are not dreaming without any pragmatism behind it, but it was never enough. And at some point, even when we proved that you can do it, they said it's lack of focus. You are not focused, etc., etc. So we decided that we will do it again. So this time, let's raise 1 million USD alone again, but we will do it with our own equity crowdfunding technology that we called KIRO Ubuntu. And today, the Cameroonian government wants us to make it a global thing in the country and even in the region. And what's happened is like 490 young African invested from 500 to 1,000 USD on us. And this is how we raised it so far, 650,000 USD alone since 2019. It's still hard because you have to raise while building again, but it shows us that somehow our own generation believe in us. Not us KIRO, but us African builders. All of us who are fighting for something greater than just gaming that I will explain now. So what have we done with this investment? Exactly what people said it was impossible. We have made mobile games that are really well reviewed with a lot of downloads. We have made 9 volumes of comic book that had like 20 to 30 years of exploitation possible. We have made animation deals with best studios in France. And we have designed our own technology to monetize game with mobile money. I think we are one of the most advanced mobile money integration in gaming. And we also have built our own customer relationship management in Africa. We have done it with this little funding. And we also some KPI also to show that we know how to monetize, return, etc. This is what we have done. So let's go basic on how to raise money like KIRO, because this is the first part of the talk, and we'll accelerate. First, if you are a founder who want to raise a loan when VC, banks, friends, etc. tell you you cannot, you have to understand your market and how capital market works. You have to understand, you have to get outside of just being a game designer and start to think a little bit like, Wall Street guy. Then you have to be pragmatic and enough to know, okay, if someone give me 100,000 K, how can I turn it into 1.5 million someday? And this can be very long and complex, okay? But you have to know it. You cannot just say, I have this crazy idea in my mind and we'll make a killer game. You have also to split your needs into phase. If you need 100,000 USD, you will not need everything at the beginning. You need something to install, something to build, etc. So cut your needs. It helps you to know the minimum money you have to raise to start and build trust for the investors. Then there is this part where you just have to divide your own company into shares. People in Wall Street love to do like this is magic, but something I learned is that when you are an engineer in coding, you can understand anything very easily and explain it like kids. Of course, I respect their work. There is 10 years of expertise to do something, but at the basic, it's just a rule of 3 and common sense. Okay, let's just say that you want to never sell more than 10 or 25% of your company when you start, because you will raise more again, and you don't. And the more or less you open, the best is it. So let's say that you want to raise 200,000 USD, and you have 1 million shares in your company, and you are ready to sell 20%. It's just make logical that 20% will give you 200,000 shares to sell. And if you want to raise this amount of money, you just made a rule of 3, and it gives you the value of the share you sell. You will have a guardian of the right duty of valuation coming to you and say you are overvalued, etc. So I don't care about them, because that's the same guy who gave money to the Thanatos Challenge, a scandal somewhere. So don't care about them. Evolve, because one problem you will have is if you make your simulation and your company do well and you have 1 million profits, your investor will feel that, man, we give you 200,000 USD, and when profit comes, you have 800,000, and we only have 200,000. It's not interesting enough to invest on you. what you do is to create special class shares for them, telling them that until you guys get 3 times your investment or 2 times, depending on your simulation, you will get the most part of the benefits, of the profits of the company. And that's where you become interesting based on profit only. And there is also profit by valuation because they have priority to sell, resell if there is another buyer, this kind of stuff. So this is how we raised money. And we also learned that you have to search people who only want long-term. That was one of my mistakes in the first fundraise. Never promise something in 3 years. Let's search people who want to invest and wait even 10 years with you. And the good news is that young African investors, very young people who have like 1,000 to invest somewhere, are ready to say, okay, I'm young, I just started my career, I put something, my money where my heart is, and I'm ready to wait until my 50 to get something. Where the African senior will not want to wait because he's almost at the retreat. This is data. It's important because this is the data that we only get by this experiment. All the experts in the world will tell you that African investors are seniors, etc., but it's false. Because seniors are afraid they have a lot of charges. We know our families where you are the king and everyone depends on you, so they are stressed. Where a junior is like more free, etc. And they often invest for their future kids that don't even exist yet. So we written a book about it for all this. It's only in French, sorry, on Amazon, but it's always also available on KIROUBuntu.com in digital. And we are open to find partners to publish it in English and things. So now I explain you the fundraising part, and I will go on the growing part. The growing of KIRO game was more about culture shift than fundraising. We made 3 culture shift bad one at KIRO. The first one was the promised land culture. When we make our first game, the idea was like, we have suffered before. With this game and the success, we will go in heaven. The problem with that is that when you arrive in heaven, and it's not only sweet and pie, people are demotivated and they don't want to continue anymore because you have created a finite player mindset. So I decided, okay, let's go in the infinite mindset, and I created an infinity Valhalla place where when I recruit, I was like, you are come in a place where we'll fight against the world forever, ever. It gives you strife, but it's become toxic because everyone is burned out after 2 years of that. New mistake. So let's now put the humanity of everyone at the center of this company. And you remember when I said that your human resources are traumatized people by African life? What happened is that everyone come with a depression at the work, like, I cannot do this, I have issues with my mother when I was, you have to draw. No, humanity is in the center, my humanity is broken. It was hard. It was hard. So it took us some time, and we figured out that we have to consider us, and we worked with Yol Paul, who is the founder of Lead Human Potential, to build this. In fact, we founded balance in the fact to consider our team like an orchestra. Because when you are an orchestra, you have this infinite thing that there will never be a final concert that finished music for you. So your team embraces the fact that, okay, every game you do is not the last thing that will make you finish, because every concert is a new adventure. They also embrace the fact that as a musician, you have to get power to your music, but also harmony. You have to combine creativity, team building, discipline, the synchronization, because your music can break the music of everyone. And it's really compatible with our African DNA. When we explain something through music, we understand it more than Valhalla, etc. So this is, and I think the K for every studio at some point is it. Because you can make money and you start, but if you want to scale, at the end of the day, it will be about the people, and you don't want to lose the guys that you have trained for 2 years because they go for some I don't know what. So culture was the main challenge. And if us, African studio, we grew, we understand the stake, we understand the quality, we understand the rules of the global world to succeed, People who want to invest and become partner of African studio must also have a real culture shift in their mindset. They have to stop to think that our job is to become a copycat of New York or something else, because this is not the path. And if we do it as a continent, we have failed. Because the world needs a new civilization, and we are the only clean space where Wall Street don't have enough stakes to make something new and better for humanity. So even in gaming, when you came to invest and partner with African Studio, don't come and put your Formula One mindset. That is good. We respect it. When you're on a good road, you have to go fast, be focused, etc. But when you're in Paris-Dakar, man, it's about pivot quickly, diversify faster, being resilient and strive. And we asked them to learn what China teached them. Alibaba showed that eBay was a whale in the ocean, where when they come in China, beyond the regulation, we know about it, they also missed out the fact that the psychology and the social of the market was not a copy of United States. And don't make the same mistake in Africa. And we don't say it because we want to be supported or helped. We don't need, like KIRO showed, we can do it alone if we need. We take more time, but we can do it alone. But we think that the African market, at least, because there is factory, there is other paradigm, but the African market is something that you have to mine. I will just, this picture shows something. Local gaming studio understand something on the local target that you will never see yet on Google Analytics, Hapani, etc. And I will give you a little story about that. If you think that you want to launch a streaming company and you go and see the stats of Netflix, you will make the mistake to think that Africans love to see Avengers or this kind of stuff. And you will get privileged people who love Avengers, but you will lose the mass market of taxi drivers, motor taximen, etc. And this is where the market, the mass market in Africa lies. And those people don't care about Avengers because they don't have the reference to see why a guy running in costume is heroic, because they don't have the reference when they were kids. So something else can be a hit for them. And you have to understand it. And you have to listen when some who are on the ground tell you that we cannot just make a Street Fighter 25 like you want. There is a way to make it there. Those who will listen, we earn a lot of money on the mobile money only that I see, but there is a lot of other opportunities. And even only on mobile money, there will be 1.3 billion USD in microtransaction in Africa, only with mobile money, but other studios see other things. There will be a huge valuation, etc. And if you are a studio, and we have so low burn rates that Africa is not the place where people make better turnover, but it's the place where everyone make better margin. You can ask to telcos. This is why they come here, they compete to be here. The best margin are done in Africa. But we welcome other games in the African market. We welcome the fact that we have to focus on games and not be maybe social, but we are not in Europe. We are not in United States. We have a bomb on the head. 40% of African youth are under 40-year-olds. Even there where there is prosperity, when you go out, you see this. Young people completely wasted in their brain. And there will be more and more than them because our politicians and financial system leaders are totally disconnected about that. At least the most of them. Some are good. And it's too late for Africa to go into this dream about industrialization because even in every factory in the world, the competition is about engineering everything now. You cannot turn 200 million internet people into engineers. And we have only 20 years to avoid the chaos. It's mathematics. Young people, frustration, lack of opportunity, bomb. And we will not sell games in chaos. So if you become a gaming studio who succeed, you have the duty to build prosperity from everything else. You have even the opportunity to take everything on this continent to the mediocre part that leads us. They don't want to invest in electricity, fine, we will do it. we see Africa becoming the place where the tourism, the culture, will have a real industry. This is what we can do because we know how to make party. So let's make the world come and entertain there by animation, culture, tourism, music, etc. But we organize it on the way that is create jobs based on what we know how to do. And if the bankers, the politicians don't want to do it, the game industry will do it. I am not the only one who say it. You can talk to Hugo, you can talk to Aram, you can talk to any of us who is there for so long. We have the same vision without even talking about it. It's burning in our DNA. So making the African video game becoming great is making Africa becoming great. It's creating a world where 1 billion people become rich and become the client of every business coming out and in. And we all have to win about this. And our vision is to become a part of this. And we have some roadmap that I can explain. But we give every blood in our body to do that with this team. And this is the message I wanted to share with you today. Thanks.
Olivier, thank you very, very much. That was an incredible talk. The 3 phases of shifting cultures was particularly relatable to me. I've definitely done the promised land before, so I was just laughing at it. Woo! That was interesting time. We have time for like 1 question. If anybody, all right, I'll give the 2 questions there.
Hi, I hope you're well. I just have a quick question about KIRO Ubuntu. So beyond the fundraising and shareholders management solution, right? Does it offer consulting? Does it offer consulting and solutions? Because I think where a lot of crowdfunding, why crowdfunding can fail for sometimes is that barrier of entry sometimes is low, and then people don't have the expertise, and then they'll fail. So I think solutions and consulting is a very important aspect. Do you guys offer that?
We try to offer it, but I realize that I cannot duplicate some experience as easy as I think. So one thing that we are working on is to automatize the consulting, like literally building an AI to guide you on everything you need. This is technology we are building on with the Cameroonian government right now. It will take some time, but depending on the type of partner that we can find, we can go faster, and we will share it with other studios. So now there is no consulting, but try to reach me on social media, and I will often give advice, and I try to put everything in the book too, as much as possible.
Hi, I just wanted to ask if you could give a bit more elaboration on your mobile money system and how other studios looking to capitalize on mobile money, what steps they should take.
Okay. I realize that South Africa don't use a lot of mobile money, and it seems that Nigeria have its custom way to do it. But mobile money across most of other countries in Africa is the way Africans don't have banks account, mainly out of South Africa, I think, but we all have a mobile money wallet. And all telcos have already created API and SDK to integrate mobile money payment, but it's designed for web platform because they have decided to make web e-commerce mainly. So when it's about to put it into games, the main challenge, and we know that Google and even GameLove tried it since the 10 previous years somehow, but maybe with the big team, but they tried it, is every telcos, every aggregator have its own logic, and it's a mess to integrate this mess in your game. So at KIRO Games, we designed a way to harmonize the chaos about it, and to make, like, you are a player, you go into your game, you choose your country, and automatically when you try to buy something in a shop, you have the mobile money carrier available in your country, and you pay in the seamless way possible. It's perfect already in Cameroon. We have tried something in Ivory Coast and Senegal, but players have to go outside the game and come back. So, but we know that we're on the right track, and this is really promising. We designed it with the idea to share it as much as possible, but we have to keep crafting it, and the more we'll find partners. And Hugo gave me a very good advice, like we have to build a little bit more in public to make the community give us feedback on how we can make it, and we'll definitely try to talk more about it in the African gaming community and others.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Day 3. We here still. My voice is barely here. It comes and goes when it decides. So if you see me talking and I've muted myself, it's unfortunate. But we're going to move on to the next discussion now. It's going to be inside one of the world's largest independent gas companies and the road to third-party publishing by Stuart Stanbury from Jagex. Love that walk.
Right. Can everyone hear me okay? Oh, yeah, that's working. Great. And I need to figure that out. I think that works. Forward, back, left, right. Cool. Jump. Gotcha. Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming, and that was such an inspirational talk from Olivia. I really appreciate it, learned so much, and that's, wow, just the commitment to getting over the line. So yeah, that's a tough act to follow, but I will try. My name's Stuart. I am Director of Business Development at Jagex. We are based in Cambridge. You can hear from my accent, I am originally South African, and I have been living over in the UK now for about 17 years, working in various companies, working on games, working in tech. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Jagex. I won't focus too much on it, and then I will talk, excuse me, I'll talk a little bit more in depth about the third-party publishing side of what we do, but then also looking at game development. Now, I've aimed the presentation at quite a high level, goes through a lot of detail. Hopefully we'll have some time at the end to ask questions. And yeah, we'll just see how we go. So I think just to kick off, who has heard of RuneScape? Okay, good. That's fantastic. And a couple of people haven't, so we'll go into a little bit of detail. So RuneScape is a MMORPG. And last year we celebrated our 20th anniversary. So we have been around for over 21 years now. I like to think of us as the MMORPG OGs, which is a bit of a mouthful. But we were around in the early aughts and have been going strong since then. In fact, our biggest growth has been in the last 7 years. We have year-on-year growth consistently. For a company that's 21 years old and going is pretty good. So a little bit of detail. So we were founded in 2000. We became pioneers in the MMORPG sector, created by two brothers in Cambridge who wanted to find a place where they could hang out with their friends online. And now we have more than 450 staff around the world, and we continue to grow. We don't shout enough about this, and when I joined the company a few years ago, I was really sad that this wasn't a bigger part of what we were saying, but we were one of the very first Western publishers to launch a cross-platform, cross-play, cross-save MMO with Old School. Which we're pretty proud of, and it continues to grow to this day. So we're a very diverse studio of developers, artists, storytellers, marketers, and business professionals. And I'll get onto a little bit more detail on that in a bit. And more recently, we are now owned by the Carlyle Group, which is quite a nice position to be in, and they're a fantastic company to work with, and they have been really open in working with us and helping us grow as a company, as a team, and diversifying the pillars of what we do. So looking a little bit more specifically into RuneScape, this is the secret sauce that helps make sure that those 450 people have the bandwidth to keep building amazing games and work around the world. So RuneScape itself has 2 iterations, which I'm going to go through. So the first is RuneScape. For those in the know, this is typically referred to as RuneScape 3. It is the 3rd iteration of RuneScape over the years as we continue to evolve. Now, what's important about this is that when you look at RuneScape, it hasn't been an easy ride. So RuneScape's had its ups and downs. We've made mistakes. We've worked with our community. There have been moments of terror, moments of celebration, but overall, that's been a really big part of helping the company grow. And I'll give you some statistics on that. So we have 230 quests with the average playtime of 50 minutes. We have 6,583 NPCs. We have 28 skills to progress. That's actually gone up now, and there are more coming. We continue to evolve the game. In fact, we currently hold 18 world records, and one of them is for content updates in a video game, which is multi-thousands. I'm actually at the top of my head on both titles. I can't actually remember the number. There are 40 mini-games and activities in RuneScape, and we have 20,000 hours of content in the game, and it continues to evolve. So quite a lot to do. Then I'll talk a little bit about old school RuneScape. So old school was a version of RuneScape from 2007 that the company found and decided to put it up as a test server. It was hugely popular. It's a low poly environment. It's quite hardcore in terms of gameplay. And there are a few really exciting things that make old school resonate with the community. So the first is that we need a 75% player majority in order to put content in the game. So the game itself, we don't decide what we want to put in there and just drop it in and see if the players react to it. We poll all the stuff that we add to the game, and we say to our players, what do you want? Here are a bunch of things that we could do. They poll. If it hits 75%, it goes in the game. This is an incredibly powerful tool for engaging with the community, and is one of the reasons we have an 8-year LTV of players in our game, which is pretty incredible. So there's 850,000 votes were cast in 2020 in order to make content happen in the game. There's 200,000 quests are completed every day. We have 2.3 million bosses slain every day in the game. And 25 million fish are caught every day in the game. So for those of you who haven't tried it, the game is available on iOS, Android, and PC. And we continue to grow and evolve as a studio. We have brought RuneScape and Old School to Steam and watch the space for more opportunities and places to play RuneScape in the future. So what does all of this equate to? Why am I going through all of these numbers and metrics? Well, what it translates to is that between RuneScape and Old School RuneScape, we have 300 million user accounts. And that number is still growing. So we broke 300 after the summer this year, and we're continuing to grow as a studio. So I promise I'll stop talking specifically about RuneScape. If you want to ask me about it, you can save that for the questions. But what I did want to point out is that with this many loyal and extremely vocal players, what does that mean? And for my part of the business, which is Jagex Partners, that is we have this huge user base of people who are dying to play video games. And the important thing we have to do is find those games and to bring them to them, which is how we came about. Jagex Partners was founded a couple of years ago, and we focus on publishing, licensing, and partnerships. So we have a team of about 22, and that continues to grow, and that is our third-party publishing division. So when we set it up, we had a mantra, and our mantra is to become the leading publisher for community-driven games that leverage the capabilities and expertise of our studio. Speaking in a more focused way, what that means is if we're not adding value as a publisher to your game, we're not doing our job. So it's super important for us to find the right games that match what we can bring to the table to increase the viability and ultimately the profits for our partners. And then to use our collective experience to deliver amazing platform visibility, IP collaborations, marketing campaigns, and third-party studio partners. So these are the two things that make up the core of what my team are trying to do. So we've looked at a lot of games, like just so many games. So I thought to make this a little bit more interesting and probably not so dry, what I thought we could do is let's play a game. So I'm going to call it The Publisher. And if anyone works on Marvel, please, don't take me the cleaners. So I wanted to talk about the two campaign modes you can take when you work with as the publisher. The first is your single player, and the second is your co-op. So for the first part, I want to focus a little bit more on single player. This is self-publishing or publishing as an individual entity. And I like to think of that modifier for that as being hardcore Iron Man. And again, listening to people like Olivier, who has absolutely done this before, I think he can probably relate to this quite well. So what I wanted to look at was what are some of the changes that have happened when we had COVID, and what has this meant for the games industry? So ironically, we had more players with more time, right? So COVID hit, the games industry was one of the very few that could see opportunity in this. There were more people, more players, more time to engage with games, so we saw an increase in engagement. We saw people spending more time in games. We saw them experimenting, looking for new things they hadn't seen before, which is fascinating. There was more investors with more interest in gaming. They were driven by the fact that there were more players. They started to see gaming as a more pervasive medium. People weren't going to the cinema. They weren't watching movies. Suddenly investors thought, hang on a second, we can talk to people directly in their homes. Why are we not getting in on this? So we saw an increase in the volatility of investment and the proliferation of investment from sectors outside of core gaming. This also meant on the other side that there were a lot more delays and cancellations. We had lots of companies who had to go into survival mode. You had individuals who would otherwise have left their bigger companies and started going off on their own, doubling down and staying where they were for security protection of their job and income, which makes a lot of sense. And that had a knock-on effect for the games industry. And I think also really importantly, there were fewer places for you to meet partners, studios, developers, go to talks, go to conferences, learn more from the industry. We all kind of stopped, and that had an impact at every level. That's from the individuals right up to the bigger corporates. It hit us all. And then most importantly, we all actually kind of forgot how to do business. I remember going back to my first conference, and I'd completely forgotten the dance that you have to do when you meet people and have a conversation. You're like, oh, right, we've got to say who we are and where we're from, and oh, that's right. So getting back into it took a bit of time, and we all had to re-remember how to do business again. So what I wanted to talk about in our game of the publisher in single-player mode was the final bosses. Okay, so these are visibility, ubiquity, retention, and trust. So I want to go into a little bit more detail on these as to the things you are going to encounter in your journey. So the first one is visibility. In a nutshell, it's hard to get noticed. So you have challenges of platform and studio ownership. That in itself is really challenging. You've got the frequency of content. So there is just so much stuff out there. You're on the front page of Steam in one day and you're gone the next. And how do you capitalize on these moments? So global game distribution has changed. The number of players in the market has changed. The number of locations your games are available. The changes in physical distribution. The changes in monetization infrastructure, platform, etc. It has grown and changed hugely. And then competitors and genre overlap. It used to be a lot easier to say, I'm making a X kind of game. And now you'll look at it and go, well, there are 10 other people who are doing that, right? It has become arguably easier to make games because there are just more game companies out there. There is more tech. There is more onboarding. There's more learning. There's more information. And ultimately, there are more games for people to learn from and come up with cool ideas. Yeah, when you go out into the market, you have to think about, well, what's my USP? And is my USP getting cut through with my audience? So here are some tips for success. This is a huge topic. As I say, I'm literally skimming over the surface, so there's a lot more. But I think I've tried to boil them down into the areas that I thought are the most useful. And the first one is pace yourself. Make sure that you don't try and rush to the finish. Don't try and rush into visibility. It's one of those doors that quite often opens once, and when it closes, you don't get that shot again. So think about when you want to be visible. Think about when you want to have those conversations, and make sure you're there at the right time. And don't rush into them. There will be opportunities. Build your community. This is really important. Your community is not just for your game. Your community is for your business, your studio, your country, your genre. It's very important to have these kinds of conversations and make sure that they're aware of what's happening. And that's something you want to grow. Your community can ultimately be your greatest evangelists. So how do you capitalize on that opportunity? And then focus on the tentpole moments. Think about your game development, think about when you're doing what, and think about the best opportunity to reach the most people at a single moment. So we often talk more broadly about seasonality, we talk about sales windows. It's important to note that if you say, well, oh, I could never launch my game in the same week as Call of Duty, well, why not? if you're launching a first-person shooter, you probably don't want to be launching in the same week as Call of Duty. But if you're launching something that's for a completely different audience, for people who are not looking at Call of Duty, you have to think to yourself and go, well, hang on a minute. These people are going to be looking for something else to do. A lot of the big companies have been scared away by the mass announcements, so they're not making any noise in the market. This could be my opportunity. So moving on and looking at ubiquity. So are you where your players are? And we heard this morning the talk about porting and making sure that you're getting everything lined up to make sure that your game is in the best position possible. Does that make sense for your players? So platform expansion is hard. As we heard this morning, this is not an easy task. It's something you need to be thinking about really early. Your communities and social media management. Different environments have different communities. Different communities have different need states. How do you have the conversation with these people? Localization and market reach versus support. Have you done enough work into understanding where you should be, who you should be talking to, and whether you are able to have that conversation at the right level with your audience? And are you in a position to support that? Does your company have the capability, the staff, the resources to support people on all the platforms where you believe your players are? And then converting telemetry and data into insight. So looking at the information that you have and saying, this information is telling me that I have a huge opportunity in X market. Right, that means that if I put support in there, is it going to be viable for my business? And then balancing that support with your ROI play. So are you getting the return on investment that you need for the support and capability that you're putting into the market to have this ubiquitous footprint of your game? So a couple of tips here. So understand and curate your messaging, right? This comes down to loc and QA. This comes down to the conversation piece. This comes to your social media platforms. Make sure that it's consistent. Make sure that your messaging is clear in all of the markets, the languages, locations that you have, and make sure that there isn't any overlap. So you have to think about that in terms of different keyboard, whether people are on keyboard, whether they're using a joystick, whether they're on a portable platform, whether it's a touchscreen. Think about how your messaging works and make sure that that is consistent throughout and that you're making the right tiers of it. Build strong partnerships. Find the people that you want to work with in your market. They may not always be in the games industry. And I'm not talking just about corporate integration. It's everything. It's about service providers, ISDNs. There are lots of people that are potentially in your market who want to talk to you and bring something to your game. So what is authentic for you? What's authentic for your players? And how can they help you reach those audiences? And then don't overstretch. So this is super important. All of this stuff sounds really cool. And you're like, right, we're going to go everywhere, day one, SimShip launch in 14 languages. You know, if you've got the capability to do that, go right ahead. That is fantastic. But think very carefully about not overstretching your team, because ultimately the worst thing is to have a game going into a market or going into an audience who you can't support, because they've moved from being an advocate for your game to a detractor. And as soon as those negative reviews roll in, that's when your game is going to suffer. Looking at retention. So there is a lot of choice out there. So we think about the nature, and I could do a whole day on what Game Pass has done for the industry and how it's changed not only the way that publishers work, but platforms work, and developers are making games for various platforms. But then we also look at free game deals, right? You can go to a computer today, turn it on, and within an hour or two, pick up 6 games for free on various platforms, right? So how do you make sure that you're keeping people playing your game, right? Lots of people now wait for the sale, especially on PC. Console slightly different, but that also comes back to the audience and marketing strategy. So how do you make sure that you're not missing your day one sales, and what strategies do you employ to do that? Meta progression and hoarding culture. Does your game go beyond your game? That's another awesome topic to talk about and could take a whole day. But if you think about it, are you encouraging your community to do more than just engage with your game? Here's a level, here's a challenge, I don't know how to solve it. The YouTubers are going to come in, the articles are going to be written about it, social media posts are going to go, this is the most effective build for your character, this is the most effective way to get through a mission. You know, that meta progression, that conversation piece that happens that you don't control, does it exist? And that is super important for player retention. If you have a super difficult puzzle in your game and people don't figure it out and share it, then people are going to drop off. That's going to prove a hill too high to climb for many players. And then hoarding culture. There is a culture certainly on platforms like Epic and on Steam where people buy games just to have the games. They collect the cards of the games even if they never play them. There's some amazing statistics about how many games people own versus how many they actually play. And if you look at your own portfolio of games, I guarantee you there are a bunch in there that at one time you thought, I'm going to play that, and have never gone back to it. Or spend 10 minutes and went, maybe next year. Rising development costs, I think this is global, right? It's a huge challenge. It affects different companies in different ways, but ultimately it's something that we all have to face. And that can impact your ability to retain players and put new content in. And then the two areas that I like to think of is cultural shift and social drift, right? Flappy Bird was amazing for about 6 minutes, and then everyone moved on to something else. Societal changes, entertainment changes, cultural changes, shifts in things. You don't want to be building certain kinds of games and certain kind of societal pressures. That zeitgeist is super important. It's very, very hard to forecast as well. So how does that help you retain players? So here are some ideas. So focus on your content strategy. What does my content strategy look like from the first touch point with my players all the way through to post-launch, my DLC plans? What's your 5-year plan for your game? You might go, it's a 2-year plan for our game. That's great. Have you mapped all 2 years out? Do you know exactly what you're going to do? Because if your audience are coming in for D1 to D30 and you have a 2-year roadmap, you're missing a trick. So think about it. Communicate with your players frequently. We are all guilty of this, right? We do not communicate enough with our players. We are not telling them what we're doing. There's this weird culture of we're going to keep quiet and we're not going to tell them what we're doing because we're a little scared. Don't be scared. Build a good content plan. If you can, stick to it and have that conversation with your players. So many companies have come back on, they said a whole bunch of stuff about what they were going to make, right? No Man's Sky, we're going to have streaming multiplayer day one. They didn't, right? And they had a little bit of a jagged path to get there, but in the end, they have turned their game around, and they did that primarily by having the right conversation. We know we didn't do our best, we can do better, we're working on it. Here's our plan. And then they delivered it. Really important, because players then will say, I'm willing to stick around and listen to what you have to say, and if you tell me this is coming, you're doing a drop that fixes my problems on this date, and you do it, I'm in. That works for me. And then take on feedback and optimize your game accordingly. See what your players are saying. See what they're trying to tell you. They are ultimately going to be your advocates. How are you using their feedback and information to effectively optimize your game? Do you have the flexibility in your game design to allow for those kinds of inputs? Right? It's so tempting to often look at it and say, that's our bug list, that's our feature list. The players want this, that's going to be really tricky, we can't integrate that. Think about how you can integrate it, because those players, when they see that response, especially if they're vocal, are going to go, wow, these guys have put in the one thing I want. So Obsidian at the moment are really good at doing this, and they take a lot of feedback on board, and games like Grounded, which has been out for years, had 10 million initial players, is continuing to grow after 4 years. It's amazing. And then think beyond the game, that meta progression, that meta conversation. The most important thing for attention is making sure that people are talking about you when they're not playing. How do you make that conversation happen? It's a conversation you don't own. It's a conversation they will own. And you have to make sure that the messaging that you want them to talk about outside of your game, that is the conversation that they're having. And then looking at trust. Reputation is huge. As you can see, each of these bosses build on one another, right? Now we've got the retention, and that retention then builds on the trust. The pre-order culture shift. Loads of people used to pre-order. Oh, the next game is coming out. Loads of people are going, I'm not pre-ordering that game because it's broken at launch. Even companies, CDPR, companies that we as a collective had huge faith in, let us down. So people are changing that shift. Just because you're not getting the pre-order numbers that you expect in for your game does not mean your game can't be successful. A huge cohort of your audience are not following that process anymore. There have been a number of very challenging AAA launches. Now, that may not affect indies or AAs or double Is or single Is, but at the end of the day, people are looking at it and going, well, if these companies struggle, what does that mean for us? So that has had an impact. Corporate reliability, right? This comes back to the conversations we've had for the last couple of days, looking at the way we're building our companies, that a lot of the bigger players in the market, you look at them and you say, you have poor work ethic, you have a crunch culture, you have this, you have that. This affects the way that I relate to your game. You do not have representation in your game. That is a problem for me as a player, right? Building that trust is really important. Loot boxing, ethics, legislation, there's another whole day right there in that one sentence that we could go into, and I will not go into it now because we'll be here for hours. But that has also had a huge shift in the way that we monetize games, on the way we communicate, and the changes in cultures and governments, and the way that they react to how you can sell content in games. And it's quite hard to go into certain European markets now where loot boxing is legislated with a solution that actually does work. We're not loot boxing. We've got a great idea, but they'll, yeah, it's hard to understand, so we'll just put you in the loot boxing category. That's made it more difficult to monetize. So some tips for success here. So think about your studio. The communication of your studio is really important for trust. Right? And I'm not just talking dev diaries. I'm saying having that dialogue, having the fireside chats, having the play sessions. Your team can become part of the culture of your game. We used to do this back in the day, the John Romero days, right, in the early 90s. The games were as much about the people who made them as they were about the games themselves. It's something that we seem to have lost as we move towards a corporate culture. How are we bringing that back in? Set realistic targets. Right? This is really important because if you're communicating your plans and your roadmaps and your development ideas to your players and you consistently fail to meet them, you are going to erode your trust. So how do you set the targets that are realistic? And this comes back to having that conversation across your whole team. You've all got to be on the same page. Be clear, open, and honest. Again, sounds simple, hard to do, but having that, we made a mistake. We're sorry. We're fixing it. We're dedicating our team to solving this problem. That goes a long way to building trust. And then pre-plan for your challenges. The conversation we had this morning, we'll think about Loc and QA later. Well, actually, what are the challenges you perceive could be a problem for your game and how are you going to counter them? We're going to have a massive game-breaking bug. What do we do if that happens? What's our comms strategy? Now, you don't have to have all of the messaging because you don't know what it'll be, but at least you can say, right, day one, CEO is going to send a message on the socials that say this. Day two, we're going to have a report. Day three, we're going to do this. Think about those conversations that you plan on having with your community and have them pre-planned. So a cheat sheet for the solo player mode, first is focus on what you're good at and pace your development strategy. Second, don't overpromise and underdeliver. We hear that a lot, but it really is something to take to heart. Have a clear messaging around your ethics and business practices. Again, super important, right? That is going to have a massive impact on an increasingly growing cohort of your player base. And have clear long-term plans for your games. What are we doing? Is this a sequel? Are we looking at sequels? Are we looking at DLC? Are we looking at retention? Are we looking at monetization? Are we looking at additional platforms? Is this a game that we make, we stop, and we move on to the next one? What's the long-term plan for your characters? What's the long-term play for the world that you're making? And how are you communicating that effectively? And then finally, communicate early and often with your players, right? The idea behind the cheat sheet, everyone's got a different way of doing this. Every company has a different approach. My idea here is you take something like this, you put it on the wall, and just before you're about to hit the go button on things, make sure that you can tick these off. And if you can't, revisit and replan them. So moving on to co-op mode. So team chat enabled, modifier. This is why I don't make video games, by the way. So I wanted to show you a little bit about what my team does. So firstly, we sampled over 1 million data points from our players. We had 150,000 player responses to surveys that we've run to gather data. Some of them lasted 45 minutes. Some of them were intensive 10 hours with specific cohorts of our player base. We gathered a lot of data. We passed a huge amount of data. My team has gone through 658 games in the last 3 to 4 years through pitches and reviews. We've played 200 titles in the last 3 years. And keep records and notes of every single one of them, which drives my team nuts, but I insist on it because in 2 years' time, someone says, remember this game? Here's the CEO, here's the CFO, here's the investors, here's the partner, here's the data, this is what they said they'd do. It gives us a huge amount of information. There are only 5 things that I want to know when somebody comes and talks to me as a publisher. So this is my 5-step guide to awesome pitchcraft. So the first one is, know what game you're making. And I will go into details on these in a second. The second is understand your motivations. Be pitch ready. define your success, and commit to collaboration. Right, so what does that all mean? Right, let's go through them. So, knowing your game. The first thing is, and you will see this at the top of every presentation, can you do a 45-second pitch about what your game is? The variation of that is, can I explain my job to my grandmother? There are a whole lot of variations of it. My personal favorite is what I call what 3 games. So give me an example of the 3 games that your game embodies, especially when you're talking to a publisher. If we are having a conversation with you, it means we know enough about what you're doing to care to have that conversation, right? So here's a crazy example. It's Diablo's isometric combat meets GTA's open world with Elden Ring's narrative progression. You can immediately picture in your head what that looks like. So pick those 3 games and say, these are the things that make our game great, right? We talk about creation and recreation. No one ever creates anything. We only recreate things, right? How are you recreating the best parts of what you've seen in your culture, your background, the video games you play, and how are you using that? Know your players. So be clear on your target audience. When people come to me, I want to know, who are you talking to? I don't expect you to give me the demographic details of the markets that you're going into, but at least want you to be able to say, we're targeting these people with this message. Understand your narrative drivers. Is your game single-player narrative? Is it multiplayer narrative? Is it self-contained? Is it progressive? Is it built on? What are you trying to tell? What story are you trying to tell with the game that you're making? And then defining your preferred markets and platforms. Right? This is not about saying we're going to be on every platform in the future. It's a case of saying we think that this is a great game for Switch. We think that this is a great game for the next generation of console. We need help getting there. Or we know how to do everything. We port all of our own stuff. We're going to sim ship launch on 5 platforms day 1. Right? Important information. And then identify your unique selling points. This is a huge one for us. Because when we look at it, we say, well, what makes this game special? You've made a JRPG. What makes your JRPG different to everything else in the market? So the second one, understanding your motivations, right? This falls into several categories. The first is we need financial support, right? So if you have a funding ask, be super clear right up front what it is. So many times I dance around with a developer is like, well, how much do you need? Oh, well, we haven't, we got to do that. No, just tell me. How can we help you, right? And more importantly, who is part of that picture? When it comes to signing full contracts as a publisher, we need to understand all the players in the game and how you work with them and the relationships you have, whether that's investors, grants, stakeholders, owners, existing deal frameworks that you have. Share this information. It's super important for us to build a risk profile for your game as the publisher. Help us understand your burn rate. This one's really interesting. Your burn rate, especially coming from kind of non-core European, North American, or UK markets, the burn rate by country, by culture, assets and collateral, right? Please have clear assets and collateral. And most importantly, and I've written this one in full, accurately outline your game and deliver all of the key information you need for a publisher to understand your vision. That is super, super important. If you read through what you're sending and you can't answer that question, go back and look at what you've created so far. Trust in your build. This comes up so often. First, be very clear of where your build is. We play a gray box on a gray box with a gray box shooting a gray box at a gray box. That's fine, as long as you tell us that we're giving you a gray box pre-alpha, right? Sometimes what happens is we'll play a demo of a game and they'll say, oh, you know, this is our release candidate. Yeah, no, that's not a good idea. So being really clear about where you are in your build cycle, communicate that effectively. And please deliver a stable build. So often we'll get into a game and it breaks at the first second, right? And that is just a poor experience. On the flip side, we've also had it where we've played online multiplayer with a team. If you are talking to a publisher and they bring 10 people into the room and you're playing a big open world multiplayer and you've got your dev team working on it who've done all the testing, do not kill everyone in the publisher's team. Don't do it. Because then we will sit there for 10 minutes watching you play like you do during your dev sessions. That's not fun for us. I wish I could say that only happened once. It has not happened once. Don't teabag the publisher. And then please stress test your multiplayer, right? If you're building a multiplayer game, stress test your multiplayer. Like, don't try and overcook this. If your game is a synchronous 30-player multiplayer title, and don't give us a weak 30-player build, give me a 8-player build or a 10-player build, right? Get the stability right. We can picture what it'll look like with more people, but if you rush to that point and it breaks, that just doesn't look great. And then tell a consistent story. So reflecting those key aspects without overlaying commentary. When I take a game and we have the internal conversation, I'm taking your narrative and I'm passing it up to a lot of people. I have a team of 22 SMEs who look at every aspect of your game and make a judgment call on them to decide where you are in your development cycle. If I have to sit with every 22 of them, that's hard work. If you can clearly outline what you're doing, that's great. So make sure that you do not need to be there to tell me what you're building. And then defining your success, right? What does commercial success look like for you? Know your preferred monetization models for your game. Build a high, medium, and low forecast. Most publishers will do this anyway. We'll look at what you're building, we'll look at your competitive data set, we will build a forecast framework, and we will use that to create a risk profile for your game before we sign, right? But if you can come to us and say, we are expecting to do 1 million sales, 10 million sales, 50 million sales, when we corroborate that with the data that we create, if we're roughly in the same ballpark, that's awesome. What we don't need is for someone to say, we're going to do 10 million unit sales, and we look at your comp data, and very few of them break 200,000. That's a disconnect. So having that conversation early is important, right? Set your KPIs for the game. We've spoken about that a few times, so I won't dive into it. Understand your expected royalties. Right? This is the badminton, this is the tennis that you play with the publisher. Well, we're going to give you this, and we expect this, and have a plan in your head, right? Whether it's communicated verbally, whether it's something you talk to your legal counsel on, have it in your head what your expectations are. Then you've got, that's commercial success. Then you've got studio success, right? Leveraging that success to grow your business, right? How is working with a publisher going to make my business better? Are you building in the hiring solutions that you need to increase the viability of the next title you make, whether that's with the same publisher or not, right? Having expectations on the next steps of the project, right? Acknowledging the support strategy that you have, and then pre-plan your content roadmap strategy and DLC, right? We come to hear what you are going to do and how to help you make your game work better. We are not there to teach you how to make DLC for your game, right? That is something we can work on together, but that is a conversation, certainly for us with Game as a Service, we want to know up front. And then have your next project plan lined up with your internal alignment, right? We want to do a sim ship day one launch multi-platform. We have all of our porting teams ready to go on this project. And the publisher says, we want to test it on PC first, and we want to do porting later. What do you do with your porting team? You just got them sitting there. So if you're working with a publisher, what's your multi-game strategy for making sure that you're not wasting any of your resources, especially if there are changes to the development plan? And then committing to collaboration. This is huge, right? Have internal stakeholder alignment. I got a phone call with a studio, with a CFO, the CEO, and the CCO, and we were all sitting down talking about their game. And one of them in the group said, we're looking forward to making MTX-based DLC. And one of the other guys said, bullshit, we're not. And they then had a fight for 10 minutes against the kind of game that they were making, and one of them left the call. That's not how you start a conversation with a publisher. So make sure everybody knows what you're doing, right? Align your team to working with a publisher. Help your team understand. We know that smaller publishers don't have this experience. We're not expecting everyone to be an expert, but it's easy enough to say to us, we have 3 guys in our team who've worked with publishers before, they know how to provide the right documentation, they know what they're doing, the rest of my team's gonna need a bit of help. Brilliant, right? That's what we're there to help with. Ensure your assets, materials, and business plan are set up for shared access. This is huge. If we're sharing resources and materials, do you have the facilities to do it? We don't have Dropbox, we need your help with that. Awesome. But if we come to you and say, we need access to the following files, we want to work in Jira, we need to see your sprints, we need to see a Confluence page, communicate that and let us know how you plan on building the game in collaboration. And then outlining your existing plans or strategies, so including the deal framework. Right, we are going to do a Netflix series, and we're already in conversations with them, so that's going to be awesome. This is the roadmap. We are doing a VR port of the game. You guys don't do VR, we're doing it with them. I think earlier we were talking about you have publishers who will publish multiple areas of your game, whether it's platform-based, whether it's type of game, so VR or genre-specific. Think about that and have that as part of the deal framework and bring it to the fore, right? That's really important. And then maintaining that momentum, right? Creating your milestone delivery plan. So when we say to you, great, how many sprints, how many milestones, what's your roadmap, what are your key dates, right? Be really clear on what those are. And then be confident about what your team can achieve, the resources, investment, and discussion. Right? I had one instance where I had an amazing, talented young developer who was working solo. We got all the way through to the contract, and he ghosted me. I thought, well, what's happened? So I got hold of one of his mentors and I said, this was a challenge. And what had happened was that we had gone to full contract, he had legal counsel, we had the numbers that were ready to go. And he suddenly looked at it and thought, I can't do this. I'm not ready for this. This is terrifying. He was getting physically ill from the idea of working with that much money and those deadlines, right? That is something we could have helped him with way earlier. Slow down, pace yourself, don't stress. What do you need to make your game better? That's what we're there to do to help, right? We don't want to get to a point where your team are freaking out because they can't deliver the game because you agreed to a deal that you weren't ready to take on board. And that is absolutely, if you can't have that discussion with your publisher, look at more publishers. And then to build on that, building strong relationships with the key stakeholders, right? Sit down, have the conversation, meet them in person. Make sure you're talking with the people in the publishing team who you're going to work with, the product managers, the producers, the QA team, the Loc team. Building those relationships. We often talk about publishing as a marriage. It's really important to have open dialogue and communication. All right, so what does the co-op cheat sheet look like? All of that in a nutshell. So accurately articulate your game and your ambitions. Be clear about your motivations and your asks. Ensure your assets accurately deliver your vision. Internally align and prepare your documentation. Understand what success looks like for your studio, your asks and expectations from the publisher, right? Doing that is super important. So once you've done that, you have defeated the dragon, so you've rescued the dragon and defeated the princess. So thank you for playing my game.
Sure, thank you very, very much for teaching us about dragons and whatnot. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions. We are trying to make sure there'll still be time for...
Well, one quick thing. Is anyone at level 99 in RuneScape?
There is no level 99.
Level 99 in any skill set? Anyone still playing RuneScape?
I just started, Stuart.
There you go, Peter.
Oh, look at that. Hey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very, very much. So we begin having... Saving marriages, look at that. So we're going to be moving on to a panel discussion now, quite an exciting one, talking about gaming on the continent 5 years from now. I don't know if load shedding will still be part of that in 5 years. I think we kind of maybe know the answer to that, but let's hope not. So I'd like to bring on stage, welcome on stage Hugo, Danny, Vipin, Raymond, and Nick, who will be moderating the panel. Is everybody here? Grab a chair. Grab a chair, grab a chair. Here you go. So you'll have one and then they get to...
Cool.
Y'all can share this.
Oh, thank you.
No slides. No. This is, if you were here for both of my other talks, I don't do slides. Where's Vipin? We'll give a bit more time for our missing panelist, and then we will start. So my panelists, the rules before we start. You're not allowed to speak unless you have a microphone. It's like it's the conch. You can't speak unless you have the microphone because we need it for our streaming. Yeah, it's the sharing stick. Yeah, no, man, did I have something fucking close. But I'm going to raise some of the points here because... Yeah, we're waiting for Vipin from Mauritius. But, yeah. Maybe he's just on a toilet run. 1 minute. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Q. So.
Yeah, tell me.
Oh no, so I was just everybody. So I'm not. I'm going to start off by just asking you to introduce yourself, who you are, and what you do. Okay, so just kind of do that, and then I will set the scene, and then I will start initially directing some questions, and then we'll take it from there and see where it goes. Okay, so it's very free form, very unstructured.
You can hold the mic if you want.
Yeah. No, I think also okay. I think actually I'll lead with that though, because I think. Yeah, no. But no, because it's gonna. Yeah. You'll see what's gonna happen. No. Hello. Yes, over there though. Yeah. Sit next to Danny or yeah. Okay. Come around so I can see you all. Okay, awesome. All right, I think we're ready to begin. So, hello. My name is Nick. I have worn many hats over the years. I am a recovering lawyer. I'm currently in-house counsel and the CFO at Renderheads, which is a game development studio here in Cape Town. I also run IESA, Interactive Entertainment South Africa, which is the industry body for game development in South Africa. I'm the co-founder of Africa Games Week, and I've been doing a lot of policy, research, and development on both South Africa but the African game development system as a whole. And with me, I have some esteemed gentlemen who have all had a part to play in the games development scene. Some of them have been around for a very long time. Others maybe have been as long, but I've only become recently aware of them. And we're going to look into our crystal balls and have a discussion around what we think the future holds for game development in Africa. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to please introduce yourself and what you do.
Yeah, I'll start because I've got the mic. My name is Hugo from Lagos, Nigeria. I run a gaming company building games for mobile. We have a team of 20 creators across 4 African countries. And we build mainly games for the African continent, but yeah, that's where we are.
Hi everyone, my name is Raymond Ledwaba. I'm the CEO of IT Think Gaming. I'm one of those that are fairly new in the space. We started last year. We run an incubator, we run an academy, and I'm proud that this year we've brought a delegation of about 23 people. So for me, I think we are, giving people access and opportunity to the industry, knowing that they wouldn't typically have such opportunities. And hopefully next year we'll double that number. Thank you.
My name's Danny Day. I run a company called QCF Design, started in 2007. My entry to the industry was I accidentally started a game development community without realizing that was what I was doing back in 2005. That community ended up spawning Make Games SA, which ended up spawning IESA. So I'm kind of like one of the founder members of IESA and MGSA. QCF Design is best known for a game called Desktop Dungeons, which won an IGF award in 2011. It was one of 2 games that year to actually beat Minecraft in a category. So I've been able to categorically say that we have a better designed game than Minecraft, which is quite fun. And we're currently working on Desktop Dungeons Rewind. It'll launch in January, please wishlist, which is a remastering of that original game, which came out in 2013. So when it launches next year, it'll be the 10-year anniversary edition. That'll be fun. And we have a bunch of new projects in the pipeline.
Hi everyone, my name is Vipin Danu from the island of Mauritius. And by profession I'm an architect, but I also do games, investigate immersive tech in general, so VR, AR, the multiverse, and one of my, well, we've got several streams, so a very small team in Mauritius. We used to do mobile games, so testing the waters with PC, Steam, games, and the education side using virtual reality, which we have at the back. So feel free to try. Thanks.
All right. So if you've ever attended a talk of mine where I as a co-founder of Africa Games Week, I have the privilege that I can dictate certain things, and I always give myself a talk, and it is normally spicy, and that is this talk. So, yeah, be prepared. So I just kind of want to set the scene. So I've been involved, obviously, in kind of game development in South Africa and in Africa, as I've already explained, for a very long time. And looking into the future, I must be said, I am not overly optimistic. I am tired. I'm tired to my soul. I have been trying to move the dial locally for over a decade now, and there's been little to no progress. And I don't really see that changing. We've had a number of initiatives, a number of things that have kind of done stuff, but it's never really kind of been able to build the momentum. So yeah, your task today is to convince me otherwise, or maybe you agree with me. But I'm interested to kind of see the stage, where we're going. I think they say that in order to see the future, you have to kind of know the past. So I'm going to start with you, Danny, because you have been active in game development probably longer than everybody else on the panel. You certainly have been in it, kind of in the trenches even longer than me. So yeah, where do you think game development in Africa is going to be in 5 years' time? What do you see in the future?
I mean, if I could see clearly, I'd be 100% doing that. But I can sort of give you the things that we're thinking about as a studio. But also in terms of like looking into the future, one of the things that grew that community that I founded accidentally was not looking at the success stories, because everybody, when they're making games, they only focus on like, oh, this game came out, and this game came out, and this person came out of nowhere, and actually we completely ignore their entire history. And the thing that made a difference for us was just paying more attention to the failures and then not doing the commonalities in the failures. So from that perspective, I'm kind of looking at the African game development space and going, okay, what are the extremely common failures and how do we avoid them? So I have kind of 3 things from that perspective. 1, mobile will not save us. 2, learn how to talk to external money because our governments will not save us. And 3, build your own community, or build your own market, or borrow somebody else's market. And to sort of explain all of those a bit more, mobile not saving us is a thing, because I think so many people are actually building things for mobile because it's the easiest way to, it feels like the easiest way to put a game into somebody else's hands. It feels like the most achievable platform to get onto, and it feels like the least investment in terms of like actual development time into a game. But the actual space itself is an extremely red ocean, and the market is a nightmare. Things like user acquisition costs, all the rest of it, basically all the monetization models that you have available, either you have advertising where you're turning your game into a funnel for somebody else's game, and they're spending a huge amount of money to steal your users, or you're spending $100,000 a month to make $110,000 a month. And I don't know about you, but in that equation, I want to be the person making $100,000, not $10,000. So the best thing to do in mobile is just not be in mobile, as far as I'm concerned. I'll get to how you actually do things in mobile after this. The second part is, with the pandemic kind of not being over, you notice me wearing a mask, but like not being over, but being over, events are restarting again. And for the 2 kind of years prior to this, people were reaching out to us. People were going online, looking for projects to fund, etc. It was much easier for us to talk to and find publishers and approach people who were willing to fund games. And they were reaching out to talk to other people because, again, some studios had sort of shut down, people had gone into hiatus, whatever, and we were still busy making stuff, so people were coming to us. So I think it's been the last 2 years have been the easiest time for studios based on the continent who historically have a really freaking hard time getting to events where the money moves around to be able to find funding. And we have to get better at doing those things now. I don't know if that means like working together to be able to like do pitching things and like Africa Games Week, bringing more people to the continent as well to be able to fund stuff. That's all great. I think we just need to get better at talking to money and better at acknowledging that international funding goes a lot further here, but we need to not lower our own prices as a result. That's something I was talking about last year.
That's something actually I was going to ask Stuart. I was going to raise that point with him, but continue.
And then the last one is build your own market, either by focusing very specifically on a niche you know you can fulfill, and you know you can release multiple things into and build up that awareness in that niche so you have access to a market that you control. Players on Steam are not a market you control. Players on mobile are not even a market. They are a gas cloud and they will evaporate. Like, mobile players do not exist. And the other one, so basically what you want to do is you want to either build into a niche and become known for doing that stuff and be very good at that, and have players who expect you to produce more things in that so they know what your next thing is and your next thing is. You can do that through something like early access. You can do that through releasing many, many games and kind of developing a reputation. But be aware that you want to own that market. You want to have their email addresses. You want to be able to send out communication to them when you have a new project coming. You know, you want to be able to say, I have a new game coming out. I need 150 people to wishlist this on Steam right now, please. You know, or I need 100 reviews so that the Steam algorithm kicks us into overdrive when we launch. Like, you have to be able to command that kind of power in order to survive in an algorithm world. The other one is don't play the market game at all. Partner with either new platforms or people who have IP that allows you to do unique stuff in the African market. And in that case, I'm talking about things like work with shows that are built for African audiences. Don't use their market. Use the fact that they are wanting to be visible to people in Africa who are watching things, who are consuming content. They'll pay for additional content. Make that additional content. Partner with them. Steal and borrow their market.
A good example of that would be like we're certainly in South Africa, and I'm sure it's true in the rest of the continent, we're getting a bunch of Netflix shows now that are very much catered towards, like Blood and Water, I think is like kind of the big hot thing.
The Wife, yeah, all of those.
Why, you know, are you basically saying we should be making the games for them?
We're the only people who can do those, like African creators are the only people that can do that properly.
Yeah.
You know, so we need to be talking to those show owners and those IP owners and be like, hi, let's do this, partner with them. Because that's a much bluer ocean than the regular market in general.
Cool. Do you want to add anything else? Or can we move on? All right, rebuttal time. This means obviously I think I'm gonna jump to Hugo immediately. I think I agree with a lot of what you've said. I'm trying to kind of parse it, but I think the mobile question is an important one because it is the one thing that kind of distinguishes South Africa if we look at our development process and our history and how we've done things versus the rest of Africa. Now, Hugo, you have got a successful studio building mobile. How has that kind of worked out, and what do you think the future for that looks like?
Yeah, thanks. So I think if I was to go back to your initial introduction and, you know, being disappointed and frustrated and asking yourself if we're actually making progress, I think that I like to look at this in terms of where do we want to get to? What's our goal? So we want to have, I mean, we're not going to have like 1,000 studios, successful studios. It's not going to happen. Maybe it happens, you know, like in 100 years or 200 years, but certainly not within our lifetime. The likelihood of that is slow, but like, can we potentially have, you know, 1,000 games that have over 1 million installs? Yes, that's doable. How do we get to the point where we have the studios, right? The studios, you know, studios are there to build games. And to build those games, you need people to build those games, right? You need to experiment and try things out. And I think we're seeing a shift, a change. And that change it's what's going to drive the innovation. The people who are coming into the industry are the ones who are going to drive the innovation. We're also seeing a lot of like international big players looking in. I mean, like, Carry First received investments from some of the biggest investors in the world. So that's, again, a look in. It might not be representative in terms of the activities that they're doing, and maybe the kind of like objectives or motivations for the investors as well as the founders for the company. But regardless, it's still a stepping stone that somebody's figured out a strategy, communicated that, and there is this kind of like outward look into the market. I don't think it's about platform. I think, like whether you build for mobile, you build for PC, you build for console, ultimately it's potentially the platform that gives you the most success. But what I think is that mobile is a great training ground. If you want to be and I love to use football analogies because most of my team watch football and I think everybody understands football. If you want to play in the Champions League or you want to play in the World Cup, right? You're not going to start off by going to practice at PSG Arena or Old Trafford, right? You're going to play in the local park. You're going to play with the equipment that you have. That's how you build your passion, right? The most talented footballers in the world are not from the most advanced countries in the world, right? They didn't have boots and like gear and, training and strategy and sort of like, health regimens and stuff like that. They didn't have access to that. So I think mobile is a great training ground because of the low entry barrier. To build a game first, you have to build, or, to build a successful game first, you have to build, right? You have to learn through building. And a lot of people don't have access to kind of like, hardware kits. If you've never played games on Steam before, you have no business building games for Steam, right? If you've never been to Europe or America before, you have no business building games for European and American consumers, right? You're trying to reverse engineer psychology of people that you've never spent significant amounts of time with, right? Can you do it? Yes, you can. I mean, you can attempt it. Are you going to be successful at doing it? In comparison, I think you're going to struggle. I would love to hear examples of individuals that have built games based on cultures or people or markets that they've never actually spent time in extensively. So I think it's quite hard. But from a skill set standpoint, which I think is kind of like the first, that's like, first basis, is develop the skills, right? Develop the passion, and you can only demonstrate the passion, like you said, Danny, like the amount of years you've been in the industry demonstrates passion. Same for you, Nick, right? You can't turn up 6 months down the line, you've made success, right? Is that possible? Yes, maybe. But, maybe you've been playing games for all your life, and then now you've ventured into the games industry. So I think, like, I also like to, I'm a big Formula One fan, massive Formula One fan. And one of the reasons why I love the sports is because of the strategy, right? There's only you can only go so fast on the road, right? Because it's not a straight line. They have curves, like slow corners and stuff like that. What the sport teaches me is this concept of incremental progress. It's half a tenth. In some cases, it's 1,000th of a tenth, right? That makes the difference. It's all about marginal increase, marginal improvements. So for me, when I look at the industry, when we look, step by step, month in, month out, day in, day out, year in, year out, right? Are we marginally better than the year before? Yes, like in an ideal world, we would want to have like significant, huge, like leaps in terms of change year in, year out. But sometimes that just creates a massive shock in the system, right? When Stuart was speaking and mentioned the individual who vanished, and eventually when they came around and he mentioned that it was a little bit too overwhelming, right? We're not ready for, like investors pumping money into, like 5-10 studios and they're all receiving $20-30 million in investment. We're going to waste it, right? One of the things that I used to say before we started our training program was if Malios' studio received investment of, say, $1 million from an investor, the expectation in terms of the use of that funds would be for us to go and hire individuals, right? You know, expand our engineering team, expand our design team, our art team, and stuff like that. You know, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, if that happened, what we would end up spending that money on is going offshore, going to Europe to go hire talents, going to America, and we would burn through that cash. We would not have a system to ensure that even if we did make that investment in hiring these really experienced individuals, right, that we have a system to ensure that by the time their time is done with us, we're able to retain the knowledge that they have within the market, right? We wouldn't have that. So we would end up blowing through the cash, the money is done, we'll probably launch the game is not successful, and we don't have the skill to do it again, right? Now we've designed a system where if we were ever in that position, we don't necessarily have to look outward, right? We can, you know, come January, we're gonna hire 20 engineers, right? You know, that's unheard of in the continent, and these are individuals in the continent because we invested 3 years ago in that talent pipeline. Now, we would go out to find experienced art directors and experienced game designers. But we've also designed an internal system where anybody who's coming in inside, you know, like, will spend an amount of time training and passing that knowledge onto the individuals that are in the teams, right? We've built a learning culture where people absorb knowledge and understand that this is the only way that we can get ahead. And maybe in 3 years' time, we don't need to ever have to go outside to find talents. We can do pretty much everything that we want here.
Cool. And that actually, it's a nice segue too, because I'm going to pass on the stick of truth to you, Raymond. I mean, so you are very new to the scene, and I think we've had two very good kind of historical looks that are informing an opinion of the future. As a relatively newcomer, dealing with this training issue, I mean, how have you found? I mean, you've been active now for nearly 2 years now, right? What have you kind of seen? How's that informed? Have you seen progress? What are you looking forward to kind of in the years coming forward?
So there's positives, there's negatives. I think positives for me has just been taking people that we know are not active in the space and raising awareness, you know, giving them the idea and the confidence that they can also develop games. They don't just have to consume games, right? So that awareness is important. It's important at a grassroots level. But the challenge we face is that you raise the awareness, you give people an opportunity to receive training, but it's still so foundational, right? At the end of the training, you still have junior developer, junior artist. And because in South Africa, the market is still so small, when they finish the program, they have nowhere to go. When you speak to studios, and Nick, we've had many of these conversations, the studios in the country are not also in a position to absorb the junior talent, spend money on having them as juniors while servicing big contracts that have tight deadlines. So we find ourselves in this very difficult space where I sometimes feel like we're failing the people that we are training. Because if you are training people and you're giving them a skill, then that skill has no home where they can be absorbed. What's the point? What are we doing, right? So it's tricky, but yeah, I think there's a lot to do in the space, and I think because of all these challenges, it's also an amazing space to be in. It's an amazing space for us to try and think outside the box and try and find solutions. But yeah, I think in 5 years' time, it would be great if we could have 1 or 2 studios that are absorbing talent that are coming out of training academies, incubators, because that gives you success stories, you know, that gives you something to sell, because we all have the same frustration about funding. we all have the same frustration. Danny says government is not going to save us. But I think government needs to see why they should play in the space, you know? And if we are not creating homes and we are not creating feeder systems, and I'm obsessed about feeder systems. I think if we are creating siloed institutions, there's a training academy, there's a couple of incubators, they're not talking to each other, they are not saying, okay, feed my program, after the program ends, okay, I will feed this program, you know what I mean? Then we are also, I think we are not creating a coherent system. So hopefully in 5 years, we would have started creating nice feeder systems. In 5 years, we will create, you know, Jason was talking about a path to success. You can articulate to someone new in the industry to say, when you come into this gaming industry from school, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, you end up at Danny's studio, you end up at Hugo's studio. And I don't think it's an either or thing, you know, like mobile, PC. I think we need to be building stuff right now. And yeah, so it's complicated. It's complicated.
Hugo, I will give you the right of response here because you indicated you wanted to say something, but you have to be very quick because I have some. You said Raymond said something that segues very nicely to what I wanted to ask Vipin about. So you have 1 minute to respond.
No, just a quick one, because we do training, right? And one of the things that we learned in doing this training is what I call, you know, like external or third-party dependencies, right? I think that the best models are built to not have third-party dependencies because there are things that are outside of your control, and training people with the expectation that other people will take action isn't as effective. The best systems, and this is a system that I spoke about during my talk on Monday, was building a closed loop where once people are done training, they can have this kind of like reinforced learning, right? Whilst producing and learning and demonstrating their competence and eventually deciding on either to become independent developers on their own, which is how most game studios end up being formed, right? Or pitching around their portfolios to, you know, like to studios. But training individuals and hoping that somebody else will come and give them work experience isn't scalable or sustainable. In my experience. And our system is closed, and I'm happy to speak to you more about it's a template. Anybody can copy it. We did a publication at the Games Industry Africa platform about it, and we hope that people can look at it and adopt that model because that's a scalable way to train people without hoping that other people will come and give them experience. They can actually get the experience themselves.
Yeah, so something that Raymond said right at the beginning was one of the things that's kind of inspired him is taking people that are not necessarily endemic to the games industry. They're not necessarily informed or interested of it. And that kind of leads me to the question that I want to ask you, Vim, because very much like Renderheads, you are kind of playing in that space. Maybe is the future of the game development scene, or a big part of it, not in games necessarily directly, but games adjacent stuff. We're starting to see a lot of activity happening in XR and VR and building experiences using game technology. Brenderheads has certainly been able to build a very good business on that, and it's enabled us to now pivot into games as a result. What are, you know, kind of, are you able to say that you've seen something similar? Where do you see that kind of trajectory going, and how does that fit into the broader picture of the future?
Yeah, so with my background in design and architecture, when I first got in, for me the issue was how we document architectural work. So it was 2D, but the end product was in 3D, right? So it's a building. And I quickly realized that game engines had the potential of creating holistic, realistic simulations for clients. And most of my clients I had, they couldn't, well, not they couldn't read, but they had issues with drawings because they're highly technical. Whereas game engines, they transcend so many boundaries, language, age, and it's visual. So we're visual creatures, right? And how I see games in 5 years, even more, is a multidisciplinary field. So I have personally used game engines for architecture, of course, but also to create experiences for museums in Mauritius locally, using XR, virtual reality, and mobile tablet displays. But one thing I started also realizing is in Mauritius we have a serious lack of talent, especially in the game dev space. They're really good ones, and most of them leave the country, unfortunately, as most of you probably experienced. So that has been quite an issue. And one thing that could potentially help Mauritius, but also be useful in mainland Africa, is the latest developments in artificial intelligence. So you've probably heard of the recent developments using Midjourney, for instance. And I've tried using it to visualize. At the moment, it's only 2D. So using prompts, so not even coding, so simple words. And it generates crazy images. And one of the things I also do is raising awareness about climate change. And I use game engines to do that. But where artificial intelligence is at the moment is that it can create a photo montage that you would think an artist has created. So, and extrapolating it in a few years' time, I see a pattern evolving. So we started with hieroglyphs, 2D, rendering 2D as well. Then we went into 3D animation, VR, XR. So it's actually super exciting because we are at the cusp of something really, really groundbreaking. And if we could tap into AI, artificial intelligence, to help us create maybe in the future games, that would alleviate lots of the issues with, training, and also be a source of inspiration, because currently I use it, well, I say it's an oracle, but usually I use Google Images or Pinterest to get your inspiration. But how I see artificial intelligence at the moment is a great source of inspiration. So for instance, if you are doing a 2D game, you could generate like sprites that you would, of course, work on after in photo editing softwares, but it will give you the background work, the hard work already done, and you would just edit stuff out of it. And being a small studio and with lack of resources, I think that could be quite a powerful tool in itself for game designers, devs to use.
Thank you. So we're kind of close to the end, and I'm just going to kind of try and summarize some thoughts, and then actually I'd like to kind of field some questions if we can. What it sounds like is that I think everyone kind of, thank you for all being very real. Like I like talks that are not, we are not, it's not a bright and rosy future. I think we can all agree that there's a lot of hard work that needs to be done. So that, and I think it's sensible that we have to take that position. In summary though, what I could kind of pick up, to Danny's point, one of the things, or one of the problems that we're going to need to solve, and we're going to need to be very ambitious about, is how do we control our audience, and how do we find them? I think at the heart of your 3 points basically speaks to that single thing. We need customers at the end of the day. How are we going to do that? And the ability to leapfrog off of other people who are doing that for us, I think potentially has a lot of power for the industry. To Hugo's point, and Raymond, you as well, you've both kind of spoken to things, is that there is a skills development need. We can, we need to be able to be capacitating ourselves and not relying on external. We'll never build an industry if we're always borrowing skills from elsewhere. We need to have a solution for how are we going to build our own skill sets, given the resource constraints that all of us have that's kind of underlying all of our issues, right? Is that there's this lack of resources. And as Vipin has suggested, maybe that'll start being as we need to become very efficient and very effective in how we are doing things, and perhaps new technologies are part of that solution. So there is a future, yes. Yeah, go.
So just on the angle of paying attention to what didn't work and then doing things better, I'm actually like quite heartened by a lot of the things everybody's saying, because I mean, like, I started in VR in '99 back in the day. And it was literally exactly that. I had an argument with somebody in a bar, like, game engines are better at displaying these things than the stuff you're showing right now, so why don't we use game engines to do this? And it was exactly that conversation. So like, okay, cool. But now, everything's better. The tools are better, the skills are better, the architecture for producing those things is better, and that's good. And then with the community stuff, we had this problem of nobody knew what the hell we were doing. We didn't have skills, we didn't have things. We taught ourselves skills by having regular competitions and kind of just bashing the edges of our ignorance off, like, over years. And it took a long time. But that part of the community, that sort of timeline for those, I don't know, 10, 15 years while that was happening, those early adopters in the community are now kind of like the core of the successful studios in the South African space, right? Like, that's where, like, the really good people at 24-bit kind of like bashed their corners off. That's where they got good at. And it's like, that's an inefficient way to teach people. Your way of teaching people is way better. And you're getting paid to do it. I'm jealous. It's amazing. So I'm looking at all these things and going, okay, we're learning from the failures, but I think we can make the learning from the failures a bit more explicit.
Cool. Are there any kind of questions? Does anybody want to add anything? Do you have any questions for anything? We've got one there. Glenn? Grab mine. Oh, okay, grab mine. Yeah.
Who asked the question?
Just adding, and I guess in a way asking, but what I got across when everyone was speaking was that there seems to be good focus in increasing the skills of game producers, which means in time or in your 5 years, we should be at a point where the skills to create games are good, assuming they do not leave the country. But it seems like there is very little focus, which our team, since the inception of the idea from Fakugezi started, is creating the customer base. And I think he touched up on it without even realizing. He said, the market's not there, it's like water vapor, right? And then you think about the types of mobile experiences that African players in the mobile space are getting, and it's mainly hyper-casual and westernized games, right? So I feel like there isn't enough of a focus on creating customers, but it makes sense. We want to make the product first. But I feel like it's about time, and maybe it's also a question, is it about time that we focus on also creating a customer base out of the people we have?
So this, I mean, I have strong opinions about this. I think this is kind of what Danny was leaning on with his other point, though, is about, there are other media that we should be partnering with to get that content base. But you cannot build a market with a product, right? You have to build the market first. We are not market builders, right? If that's what you want to do, then go and do it. And I think kind of Olivia kind of spoke on this, and I think, and it's kind of like, is there a role of saying, okay, well, are we making product or are we building an ecosystem for our product? But those are not the same thing. And a single game, you can build a localized game for South Africa. It is not going to create a market that is not there, right? And I think there are much more fundamental issues that need to be dealt with first to enable that market. And that's not necessarily our responsibility as game developers. That's my point. I'm happy for anybody else to kind of add on to that.
So this is kind of the existential thing of
being a sustainable game development studio. It's like, how do you do that? The fairy tale is you build a product, like Nick says, and it gets discovered and it goes viral and it builds its own market, right? And we always have examples of this happening, and they're always wrong. You know, everybody's like, oh, Among Us, oh, it did viral success, whatever. No, that was like 2.5 years of graft where they had nothing, and they slowly carried on working on stuff with like a 0 burn rate until eventually, somehow, through luck and persistence, which makes luck slightly more likely, but not extremely likely, they got to a spot where they're doing really well. As a business owner, I do not want luck to be part of that equation. It doesn't make sense to me. So the focus of borrowing somebody else's market is, hey, we're starting to have these things that are being created specifically for African markets, specifically for African consumers, specifically for consumers in this space. Let's talk to those people and find out how and what their game needs are so that we can hit the same space without us having to then go and build that market ourselves, because I don't think we're very good at it. I've worked with several studios who have produced loads of games, and most of those games are not actually, these are international studios that are not actually on a marketplace that you or I would recognize. But like, they had huge money to build games for Snapchat, for example. Who's played a game on Snapchat? Exactly. But they got sustained for 4 games by that one project. We should be doing that, you know?
I want to add as kind of counterpoint before moving on to you, Hugo, is that this idea of, I've forgotten my point now. Go on. Sorry.
No, you make a valid point about audiences. You know, like, we're trying to solve several problems. We've got to prioritize them. As I said, you know, like, if you don't have the talent, you can't have the content. If you don't have the content, you can't have the audience, right? So I think this is the perfect time to kind of like start focusing on audiences, because now we have the talent that's developing the content, and now we need to organize the audiences so that we don't have to go through that point that you made earlier about spending, you know, 90% of the revenue on acquiring those users. We have to design that into the products that we also build.
I remembered what the point was. This is the role of esports in Africa, and I've come around to this. I have been very skeptical about this, but I've embraced it. I've accepted it, and which is I've come to understand where I think the role is. Then is that where the linkage is. I think part of the problem why we don't have an audience is that there's not an endemic culture of game playing in Africa, and part of that solution is esports. Right, is that that's going to be the way that we start building that culture and start exposing people to that. And so, and what I find very heartening is that is where a lot of focus and effort is happening in the moment in the continent. There's a lot of focus on esports and growing esports. But, and Glenn will speak to this, it speaks to what somebody said about we're not ready, Hugo, you said it, you can't receive this massive injection before you're ready for it. And we saw that in the South African esports scene couple of years ago. There was this massive injection. All these promises were made about, you know, esports is the new solution. It's going to capture all the millennials. It's going to be amazing. And brands were dropping stupid money and were getting nothing in return. And as a result, they've all fled.
Let's just clarify, it wasn't Glenn that did that, but let's just...
No, yeah. But I know it's one of your bugbears. You know, and so it's the thing is that the slow, I think, chatting to Olivia a few days ago, he said something. I wasn't quite here for all of his talk, so I don't know if he mentioned his talk, but I think kind of the summary of this entire thing is that it's the whole game development in Africa is not a race, it's a marathon. You know, it's not Formula One, it's the Dakar Rally. It's about endurance, and things are going to take time. And perhaps 5 years is not long enough. We should be saying, well, what are we doing in 10 years? I don't know. You think it's 3? Yo, bold. Love to see it.
We've got a question here.
Cool. And Glenn, you just also monitor us for time when we need to cut short. Okay.
Okay. I'm going back to your opening where you said you're frustrated, you've tried everything for over whatever decades. In terms of the government funding, is there a global funding strategy that can be implemented immediately? I know we've done research, we've done all the studies, we've made recommendations, but is there an implementation plan that can be presented to government? I'm saying this because I'm a former funder. I was in government, and yeah, it doesn't help to, do research and send recommendations to government. At some point, we need to act. We need to come up with a global strategy, a global implementation strategy that they can action, because they are also not experts in the gaming industry, which is what they keep telling us. Every time we lobby government, they keep telling us that they don't understand the sector. So maybe to make it easy for them, maybe it's time that we all come together with a global implementation plan and present it to them.
Can I ask you to
I don't know how far you've gone. Did you go all the way to the president, or is it, because I know currently we don't even belong to any ministry. So we need to figure that out first, because they keep pushing us from one ministry to the next. Because right now, we're talking to the film sector, the film and TV sector, and the film and TV sector is saying we don't have enough funds to fund this sector. And now they're pushing it to science and technology. And science and technology is funding other things which haven't been successful. There's the whole streaming thing that's happening now, which, I mean, everyone is playing that space. And maybe to your point earlier on when you were saying, how do we now integrate content into the gaming space? Maybe that's the first step that we should take, to say we've seen the successes of the telenovelas, we've seen what Blood and Water is doing. Can we now integrate that into gaming? And maybe it's the first start.
Yeah, no, I mean, the short answer is no, I don't think so. But I mean, I want the microphone to go back to Jason in the back, because I think he's probably the best person to pose that question, because he's done this in other markets. My kind of take on it is, look, we don't have anything, but there are proven models which we have been pushing that work in other jurisdictions that have no, at least that must be a starting point. And there's just no interest. I mean, Jason, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I was here for the first festival 4 years ago, and we had some of these conversations, and we're trying to push some plans for incubators and seed funds and stuff, and nothing's changed since then. I mean, I think, you were on the inside, and, like things just kind of get punted around, and every time we talk to them, they just sort of make excuses that there's bigger things to worry about, and they don't necessarily realize that games and game businesses and game careers could be part of that solution in a very, very real way. I mean, maybe just to sort of broaden some commentary, I think the audience question is a big one. I've been talking about that with a lot of developers. I think everyone needs to think global, right? I think that there's no reason you need to stay local. I think there is a global opportunity. And to echo a bit of Hugo's comments, I think everyone's waiting for permission to be successful. Right, I don't like this idea of dependencies, like Hugo was saying. So esports is not the answer, because, and no offense to Glenn, I think esports is wonderful, but you'll make a continent of League of Legends fans and Call of Duty fans, not of your own games. So esports is not really the answer, and neither is working with outsourcing partners or other people's IP and working with international publishers, because then you're relying on other people to decide whether you can succeed or not. Now that doesn't mean you don't have all of the challenges and all of the hurdles and all the issues that have been brought up with talent and so on. But I also think there's just a mental barrier where you're kind of fabricating these obstacles, where it's like, we don't need someone else to decide whether we get to succeed or not. So I don't want to diminish all the hurdles that do exist, but I like your idea of coming up with an actual model and a plan and then shoving that into government's face and say, give us the money to do this. Because I think so far it's more been kind of trying to make the case and then they're just distracted and you know, a bit to your point, they don't understand. So if you can go with a more concrete plan that says this is how it works. Now, admittedly, I do this kind of economic policy work all over the world, and many of the same challenges exist. Even in more advanced markets, the same kind of arguments with government, they just don't understand. They think it's toys for children. They don't realize how impactful it is. And in many ways, the kind of workers you create are good for other sectors and other industries and so on. And I would say a big part of it is also this notion of entrepreneurship, right? Like we don't need to create workers for other companies. We need to create people who have the vision and the capability to be entrepreneurial. And again, a bit to Hugo's point, to create jobs for themselves. And I think that's a very powerful concept. But I'll stop there. Otherwise, I'll go for another hour.
Yeah, I think, you know, like, thanks very much, Jay. I think the mindset, right? Government might be important, but I think that this is one of those industries where it's a free market system. Anybody can create, right? We need to organize the talent to enable them to create, right? Effectively, efficiently, get those products to market quickly as possible and get the market energized. It's up until you get that energized consumer space before the government would react. Admittedly, the South African government is way more efficient than, say, for instance, the Nigerian government. But you know, if I use Nollywood as an example, or Afrobeats as an example, those were industries that created themselves. If we sat around and we pitched this idea to the government and we tried to explain to them why they should invest in like movie production or music production, that industry would never emerge.
Do you want to say something? Okay. Raymond, and then we have one final question, and then we're calling it quits.
So I have this tension and this conflict when we're talking about entrepreneurship is the answer. Yes, but we also need to understand that, you know, entrepreneurship is hard. Entrepreneurship is about access to networks. It's about lived experience. And so if we are just going to say we need to develop skills and have young people start their own studios, yes, that is one way, right? But it's not the end all and be all, because the chances of success is so small. But if we find ways to create and support businesses that already exist, that can absorb the talent, over time that talent is learning, it's getting experience, then it's going to be empowered to start their own businesses, right? But the idea of you're going to go through an incubator and then you'll start your own business and that business will succeed, we need to be realistic about that. And I feel like we shouldn't lie to people. And yeah, I think like we sometimes spread false hope, right? We need to be real about this thing. And for me, giving people access to employment where they're getting experience enables them in time to then start their own businesses that succeed.
I literally just want to say, or if the thing you're relying on is entrepreneurship and people starting up their own thing, all you've built is a privilege filter. Like, the only people who then succeed are the people who have the privilege to be able to fail enough to finally get the expertise that they would get by being employed from people who have that expertise. So, yeah, we've done privilege filters for like 10 years in South Africa. It's not a great way of doing it. And we have a completely different angle on something like the indie apocalypse, for example. It's like, oh, the indie apocalypse, oh, the market's flooded, there's too many games, etc. It's like, no, the indie apocalypse is just us being able to come to the table. And when we talk about things like governmental engagement and whatever, we're trying to make it easier for us to get to the table. That's still really, really freaking hard for us to get to. That's my point about access to money and people in the pandemic coming to South Africa and being much more able to talk to us and whatever. Like, that's going to go away soon, or it is in the process of going away. We need to be able to still get to those tables. And at the moment, that's getting more and more difficult.
Okay, basically, I didn't really want to ask a question, more make an observation. Having done the social media and the PR for Africa Games Week now, I've done so much research on all of you, and I can't find anything. And you guys are talking about building communities and building audiences, but your communications aren't really in existence. So, I mean, as an audience member, I listened to Ranko speak on the first day, and he showed a game on the thing, like a puzzle game, basically. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, I play one of those, but I've never, ever considered myself a gamer, but I play every single day for at least an hour on those games. So I think that there is in this industry, and I think it's true of most tech industries, the communications is lacking. So even like you guys don't have well, some of you have social media presences, but a lot of you don't have social media presences. You're not sharing what you do. And when talking about, you know, building communities and building audiences, that's what you need to be doing, because a lot of the potential audience isn't being spoken to at all. It's the same gamers and the same small group of, you know, gaming influencers or whatever. I mean, I'm from a different industry of influencers, but it's very, like, you're always trying to speak to the same people when there are so many other potential audiences out there that nobody's doing anything about. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, just Mandy, exactly my thought, and thanks for raising that. With my background as an architect, we're really bad at you know, social media. It's not really our forte. And when making games, one thing I realized is I started as an indie, you know, just one-man team, and the issue is you focus on your game, and it's just you doing it, and sometimes you don't really even ask for feedback when you're just starting, and forget about sharing it to, you know, to social media or platforms. But I think that's definitely crucial, the marketing aspect, sharing it on to other people to see what's available, and definitely work needs to be done. Thank you for raising that.
Okay, cool. We're done. Hugo, you get one word. What's happening in 5 years? One word.
So I think we need to. One word. Growth. Growth.
Thank you.
It's one of those panels you just don't want to stop it. And I feel bad, but the show must go on. All right, everybody, we've got 2 more talks to go through, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. All right, everybody, stay with me, we're getting there. I'd like to call on Antonio Papo to please come to the stage. They'll be discussing a work for hire. That's going to be the next discussion now. Antonio? Is Antonio in the crowd? We don't see him, eh? Okay. Tanika, are you here? Tanika, are you in the crowd at all? Test, test. There we are. Back on the sounds. All right, it's been a discussion. We're going to have another speaker before we are going to most likely break for lunch. I know we're running a bit behind. But I'd like to call on Tanika Kamara to come up from Blind Bend Studios to tell us about her story. So Tanika, please welcome to the stage, everybody, please. Do you have a microphone? No.
Oh, yes.
You're going to go there? Perfect. Do you want to?
Yes.
And then that's okay. Next. To go next is there.
Back here.
And back here and next there.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks to be here with me. I will share my journey on the industry, my journey in the video game industry. So, yes, I'm not very fluent in English, but yes, I understand. If you have questions at the end of my presentation, I will ask it. I will answer it. So let's start. So I'm Taninke Kamara, pronounced Taninke Kamara, and I'm the CEO of Blind Band Studio, CEO and creative director of Blind Band Studio. So we create games with story beyond boundaries. So with my young sister, Numabe Kamara, we founded the studio last year, in 2021 of July. And yes, we founded the studio to, make more diverse game in the industry, make games that reflect us. And yes, we wanted to create our own opportunity to make game in the industry. I was previously a sound designer, and I started to study sound design and sound engineer. I work on, film set as a boom recorder. I don't know how to say in English, but it's like a kind of perch. So I was recording in sets. I was mixing in studio, recording, comedian, etc. So I do a lot of small things as a sound designer, as a sound engineer. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot of experiences in game industry. I wanted to be a sound designer in the game industry, but yes, there's not a lot of opportunity as a sound designer, and less when you are a woman in this industry. So at this point, I was unemployed, and yes, I need some money. So I started to change to, learn another job, another job. So I started to study motion design, and yes, it's bring me a lot of, skills in putting vision in, an entire project. You have to know that the fact that I didn't find, any position as a sound designer frustrated me a lot, because I've spent 5 years studying in this field, and yes, I have the feeling that I always have to prove that I was worth to do this kind of job. For example, one day I was the only mixer in the film set. There were 5 directors. I was the only sound engineer. And I start to talk to them, seeing what they want, seeing seeing what, if they have an idea of what they want to put in the films. They all ignore me. So the first day, they all ignore me. So I have to deal with when they give you the rush, etc. I have to find by myself how to work the editing, etc. And at the end, they were like, "Oh, excuse me to not coming back to you. Oh, you're so talented." Yes, and at this point, I was thinking that it was normal. I have to always prove myself. But I think I was wrong at this time because it's challenging yourself a lot to have always to prove to your worth to anybody. And when when your friends that are all male, are all men, they don't have the difficulty to have those jobs. So yes, and despite the fact that I studied in one of the top schools in France, the only public school that called Management, I wasn't able after that to find even an internship to finish my scholarship. So yes, I have to take 1 year again to find an internship, but not in the game industry, in the robotic industry, But this was actually one of my best experience as a sound designer. Yes, talking to my young sister. As you can see, she is a black woman with a white skin. She's a person with albinism. I will explain, even if maybe you know what it is, but I will explain what is albinism. Albinism is a rare condition that affects, and generally speaking, the skin tone, the hair, the eyes, and comes with visual impairments. So my young sister has total albinism. She's sensitive, she's photosensitive, she has visual impairment. Basically, you see in HD, you see in full, you see all the pixels, you see, you see in HD, and she sees the world with less pixels than you. So even if she has eyeglasses, she will never see she will never have the chance to see some of you have a pair of eyeglasses, so you can improve your vision, but she can just feel a little bit more comfortable to work with eyeglasses. But yes, she has the dream also to work in the industry, maybe because we are very close together, so yes. And yes, she has the chance to have an internship at Focus, and yes, continue in her education in some of top school in France. But yet she has the same difficulties in society. She grew up being outcasted in school, or even in work, and when she work on retail or etc. to have some money at some point. And yes, they always have a misunderstanding of what is albinism, that causing her to be put away when she applied to a job. Like, can you really do this work with your visual impairment? Can you really work like other with this visual impairment? But yes, she have a portfolio. She has worked hard to master her craft. But yes, she's dealing with the same misunderstanding of our condition. And you have to know that people with albinism in other countries of the world suffer from ostracism, but also people think that yes, cutting the body part will bring some, healing, will prevent them to have HIV, etc. So you have to know that yes, albinism touch every group in the world, every ethnic group in the world, and they all suffer from the same, So yes, we decided to build our own company. We decided to build our own opportunity. But yes, we have to work a lot maybe in this next, I think it's quite lagging. But yes, at your left you can see what I've been able to do in 2 years of hard work. And at your right, at my right, you will see what my young sister, has been able to do in couple of years in the industry. So yes, I can show you. I can show you some of my audio work, but at least you can see what I did as a motion designer. This is all personal work for me and my young sister. We work hard because we wanted to really put. Yes, at some point we feel that we wanted to be more like just executive in a team, so we want to put a body of work with all the vision, etc. But why Blind Band Studio? We could have done this. We could have done our video game, our project video game without creating this structure, this this company. But simply because yes, gamers are actually diverse and they want publisher and developer to really take a stance on societal issues. They want diverse game, they want better representation, and actually the global portfolio is great, but it's lack of diversity, it's lack of better representation. But not only, this is not the only reason that, I have a personal story, and yes, I will not go in detail in this story, but I was a motion designer. After I struggled to find my path in the industry as a sound designer, I worked as a motion designer in a film production. I was like good salary, so I was happy with what I did in this company, and I didn't drop my dream to work in video games. So I was, still going on game jam or etc. Still going on putting some of my vision in some concept for maybe to create, little by little step video game. And then I connect with one of a black girl like me. She did the exact path in the industry. She did the CNA management, which is one of the top school in France, and she did the same school because for being a motion designer, I returned to school to scholarship. So I learned for 1 year. I learned to the basic of graphic design, etc. And she did. We have exactly the same path. So I asked her why she didn't continue to the game industry, because she's a graphic designer. I'm a sound designer. So there's not many opportunity in the sound area. But as a graphic designer, she should have at least find some, some cool stuff to school company to work on. What she told me, she dropped like a complete block of, I think for her, it was difficult to talk about this, because she answered only 2 days after my question about her path. And yes, I realized that we have the same barrier, we have the same, subtle, we feel the same subtle racism. Yes, we feel the same. We've been through quite the same barrier in the industry. So at this point, I was conceptualize the fact that yes, maybe from the beginning I was wrong to imagine that I will have always to prove my worth to anybody that wasn't comfortable to work with me. I was wrong because yes, if deep down, if you know someone deep down, if in general, I don't point my finger at someone or anything, but if deep down someone has a problem seeing a black woman running an industry, running a business in this industry, then fine. But you have a problem, admit it, fix it. But we are not going anywhere until we didn't encourage a lot of diversity in the game industry. We are going nowhere, so we continue with Blind Band Studio. yes, because the whole point of creating Blind Man Studio is become a role model and become a recognized actor in the market. Because if we not put quality games on the market, we just like, oh, she's cute, she makes some games, she tried. Now we want to put quality, we want to encourage those that feels in some way that they don't belong in this industry, that no, actually you have a place and you have vision, you can create game, and yes, just a minority that can, maybe make you feel that you not belong in this industry, but you belong in you have a place, you have a voice, so make your game, make your vision. But yes, I don't need to prove my worth, but I need to convince. And convincing is about having the right argument at the right time. You need a team. You have you don't necessarily have the right fund at the moment, but you need the good argument to bring people with you. You need some fund. In France, we have the chance to have many public grants. If you are, if you are quite smart, you can you can grab many public grants. But yes, there is a limitation, etc. But you have public grants, and here you have to convince that yes, you don't have the project yet, but you have the idea, you have the vision, and you can actually provide some proof that provide some prototype that yes, will prove that there's a market, etc. So for the background, yes, this is the official step we did so far with Blind Man Studio. We start being incubated because yes, when I started to, thinking of funding my own company, I was like completely lost. I knew barely what, how to start, but there's so many things I didn't. I needed at some point to be, yes, being part of being incubated, being, I don't know the right word, but yes, I needed to be to have some help to build the company. Then being incubated provides us the right insight to add grabbing our first public grant, the La Région Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. It is a regional public grant, so if we didn't make to, this was my first, this was my first. Documents, I have to put some concept. I have to do some, when you ask for some public grant, there's a lot of stuff to do. And this was my first time doing this for a public grant. This was not the perfect document I provided to so far, but yes, there's many things that was wrong. But I have the chance that. People that actually review your concept, etc., was very open-minded, and yes, they really want to push me to creating this prototype. They was curious, but they at the same time really want to push me to do this game. Really they give me they really give me the chance to be there today. Because if there wasn't okay to give me some fund, I think today yes, I don't think I will drop the idea of building my company, but I think I will never be at this stage today. Then we found we have the chance to have a partnership with Leti Arts, just right there with ARAM. And this was another, I don't know if it's the right word, breaking point for Blind Man Studio. We have the chance to, this was a residency. This was a residency run by the French Institute. And for 1 month, we create a comic book. So the idea is like we already have a concept. We already have an idea of what we want to do in the game industry, what we want to we have a project, we know how we want to work on that. And with Letty Art, we managed to, have some kind of transmedia project where we have the game and we want to enhance the story in a comic book. So during 1 month, we work, like it was really intensive, but we work and we managed to have a great comic that we plan to use as a marketing asset. So this was a great experience and a great step for Blind Band Studio. Then we become membership of Game Only. This is a cluster in video game in France. We did get the BPI innovation grants, and yet we continue to have some I will speed up a little bit. Yes, about the team, we managed to have a team that is actually diverse, really diverse, and we are proud of it because we didn't search to have diversity, or you're black, or you're so far. No, we actually have a recruitment based on the fact that you don't have enough, experience in the industry, but you are able to think your craft. You are able to, if you don't get enough information, how do you work? How do you, put something? How do you propose, etc. And they were all able. This is a great team because they are all able to think by themselves, to propose, to communicate, and yes, we are proud of this team. So yes, speaking about I need some more time. So speaking about the game, so yes, we did talk about Blind Band Studio. Yes, it's good. But what we did what we actually make in Blind Band Studio, we currently work on Blind Frontiers. This is our very first game, and Blind Frontiers is a narrative road trip, mixing RPG and survival element. It is accessibility, yes, there is multi-controller support, so we wanted the game to be accessible. It is planned for release on PC, initially on PC around 2024, but yes, we plan to release it on many consoles, to port the game on many consoles. And we work on Unreal Engine 5. Yes. In Blind Frontiers, you embody a young woman with albinism, and our goal is to reach El Dorado. We will call it like an El Dorado. So in this narrative road trip, you will have to manage your truck. You will have to repair your truck to progress until your El Dorado. But you will be confronted to your stigma, to the fact that you are different. You are a person with albinism. So you will experience rejection and interaction with people that are not necessarily open to help you in this after war world. Yes, for the setting, just take this word, put some more wars, put more natural disaster, and you have the world of Blind Frontiers. Everyone try to survive in faction, and they don't necessarily open to help other person because they want to survive. So this is not completely black and white stuff. There's more to, the people are not only one color, and yes, that there is a, there is a lot to discover with this memorable character. I started with early concept. I started by, the Blind Band Studio wasn't, founded, and I started to work on the main character. So I wanted the character to be a person with albinism, and I added the fact that she has a prosthetic arm. This is a reference to the fact that, yes, as I told you, in some country, we think that their body parts serve as, healing stuff, etc. So she has the background of, her background is a person that, at a very young age, have body parts ripped from traders, organ trader. And yet she is a resilient person. She has an innate understanding of mechanical. So you will not only interact with people, but you will have the chance to hack some system to grab some resources. So there's not only one way to survive in this world. In terms of core gameplay, you progress in two different gameplay phases. So in the city, you will have to find resources to continue to eat back the road. So the main goal is to progress until your El Dorado. So you will have to find resources. For that, you will have to interact with people. Sometimes you will have only one chance to make a good impression. So you will have to mind the way that you present to the people. Actually, it's taking like social interaction in real life and put it in the game, because we really want people to, after this experience, to question themselves about the person that is different from them. We can be better allies if we try to understand the person that is different, and I think this is the main subject of the game. And in this game, you will have the chance to, hide your stigmat. This is not something like, oh, it's so good. I can hide my stigmat and talk to people, and that they never get to understand that I'm not the person they want to deal with. This is not a free stuff. We have a mental gauge that will decrease when you always try to fit someone else's expectation, because we want to understand that being always fitting the other's expectation can drive you to be like mentally, weak. I don't know how to say that, but yes, this is not a good thing to always fit to someone else's expectation. You have to keep in mind that yes, you really innovate in the game industry. You will really be able to innovate by keeping your personality being still what you are. In the road phase, simply when you get the chance to have your resources, you eat back the road, but the road are impracticable because yes, this is a after World War setting. So this is you will have to choose your own path in this. You will have to discover the land, but you choose your own path. You will be confronted to some diverse elements, some diverse danger in the road, and some diverse events that lend you to always be careful to how you have to be careful in this game to continue to progress, or you'll no longer be able to continue the trip. So one thing we add in this game is the griots. The griot is like kind of teller. We use the griot as the guide in this game. We want to put, as I said before, we want to create games that reflect us. And yes, I was born in France, but yes, my parents, I'm in Guinea. I'm from Guinea too, so I have both culture, and I really want to put it in this game. So why having a regular tellers, a regular guide when we can add a griot, and we can actually, taking the player in the musical, traveling. So yes, you will meet the griot that master there's some like they master the knowledges of the world. So yes, you will discover a lot of music that probably you don't know. Yes, this is just a slide to tell you that yes, at some point we had to play-tested the prototype. We have an early prototype, and we wanted to have the feedback of our community, a small community, but we wanted to create some bond with them, and we yes, Geek Days Lille is an event in France. Yes, that that have many parts, many many small things like cosplay, etc., and video game. So we run hundreds of sessions, and we receive good feedback, really positive feedback, and feedback that allow us to, improve the prototype. I can show you the result now, if it's play. I don't know. Yes, this was a short clip, not really a teaser or trailer, but this is yes, we are at the stage of development, so it's the more advanced prototype we work on for several months, since January of this year. Yes, but with Leti Arts, as I told you before, we work on a comic book. Yes, Kojo is not there, so unfortunate, but yes, we did have a great, comics thanks to the team, the Leti Arts team, and we're really proud of what we managed to have at the end of the residency. So we started for 1 week. I think it was like this. For 1 week, I write the whole stories, provide some mood board, some point of view, a camera point of view. I don't know how to say it, staging stuff, so that they can only concentrate on the drawing the comics. And for 3 weeks, Kojo and another artist, I don't know, yes, did work on the layout and bringing the color on the comic book. So the comic book is ready for, as I told you before, it's ready for marketing for transmedia execution. So it means that when we're ready to launch the game, we will be ready at the same time, a couple months before to launch the comic book. And we plan to not just launch this sample. I call it sample because it's only 12 page. It's only a 12-page comic, and we really plan to improve and continue to work on both projects, and we want them to live together. The main goal of the comic is to provide more understanding on the albinism, the rare condition of albinism. All people have not necessarily the time or the asset to actually play the game. But yes, the comic is some kind of accessible assets to provide some understanding in the rare condition. And you have to know that in media, if we want to kind of reverse the wrong representation in media. You probably know about Matrix and V for Vendetta. All those big films have wrong representation of people with albinism, and that doesn't help them to, make them their path in the society. So yes, at this point we are at the stage of vertical slice or demo, and yes, we plan to we are searching for financial partnership to continue the production, and yes, we continue to work on both projects. So thanks, this was it for me. I don't know if you have questions. I think it was a little bit long. Yes, but
Thank you, Tanika. Everybody, we're just going to take a quick 5 minutes. I'm just doing some technical changes quickly, and then we'll be getting ready for the Epic keynote. If you haven't had your lunch, just make sure to just run through to the back, grab something to eat, get up, get to shake the legs. That's day 3, and we will be back soon. Thank you.
Creativity lies in all of us.
All right, we'll be kicking it off soon. Just a few more minutes sorting out some tech things. The day three struggles. The marathon that we've been all on. This is my moment for my soliloquy that I'm about to go on now. It was a warm summer's breeze. Everyone's like, just give us a recipe, Glenn, we don't care.
Because it keeps going through to YouTube, so unless you guys want to watch some YouTube content while I'm stood there, which I don't mind, or some adverts, but yeah, hopefully it will work.
We'll see what adverts pop up and judge you.
You're telling me you don't like ads?
Where's the exit?
But yes, in a couple of minutes we will kick it back off. You're gonna make me do a soliloquy, I'll do it, hey? I'll do slam poetry. I'm ready for my moment. Let's not be complicated now. Let's start off, this is like my moment to shine. Let me not try to, overdo it. There was a cat. That's the starting line. Every 5 minutes you will receive a new line from me That's where it's begun. I'm freestyling. Nick, please be supportive. Okay. I don't know what we're supporting. There was a cat. That is all that we know currently. Testing, test. There we go. We are going to kick off. Once the music fades away into the moan snare, let's all take a seat. Let's get it underway. Thank you very much, everybody, for the wait. Obviously, we're just sorting out a few tech issues and obviously just sorting out the schedule and everything in between. But we are now ready. Antonio will be taking us through work for hire. So please, without any further ado, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Is that definitely on now? Fantastic. I'm quite loud anyway, so just anybody that's got, just tell me to keep it down a little bit. Thanks for inviting me, Nick. Definitely one of the best glasses of wine I had in Germany, where I sat next to Nick at a dinner, and he turned around to me halfway through and said, "Do you fancy coming to South Africa to do a talk?" I'm like, "Yeah." And here I am. My name's Antonio Papa. I am an expert in recruitment and work diasporas and talent pools. And I work for a business called SRI, but give you a little bit of background on myself. I worked with these lovely people at Epic Games from the UK, recruiting across, well, everywhere really. It started off with North Carolina, then Silicon Valley, and then Korea. Yeah, so I didn't sleep for about 3 years, up at all times of nights. And then I moved on to an unannounced title, which just at Gamescom just released a teaser, which just confused people even more. For the guy, Leslie Benzies, who created Grand Theft Auto Online, hence why we don't have a Grand Theft Auto 6, because when they make billions off the online product, why would you bother? And super multiverse game, can't really talk too much about it, still under NDA, but recruited for them globally. And this was during the time when the pandemic hit, so I moved to Scotland. And as soon as I got there, pandemic hit, so I moved back down, and everybody was working from home. And that's kind of later on the subject I want to talk about, and how that's changed the industry, and how that benefits and could benefit Africa as well. SRI, the business I work for now, I've got a short video on them, so because I don't want to talk too much about them, it's not a pitch. However, I joined them as to build their games development side, hence why I'm here, kind of on a fishing expedition, to see one of the biggest things that we always hear in games recruitment is how hard it is to find talent. But we tend to fish in the same ponds and expect the same results. And my job for SRI is to go out and find other diverse places where we can find top talent. And that doesn't mean necessarily to pull them out, but to keep them here and maybe build entities here so that the money's always coming back into Africa. So we're a middleman, really, but we have a huge amount of clients. And that's kind of the focal point of what we discuss with our clients. Can we put the video on? So just a little bit about SRI and what we do, and I'll give you an understanding of, after this, where the games fits into our business. Hopefully.
The world changed. We've learned what really matters. People, purpose, connection, creativity, technology, and having some fun. SRI spent the last 20 years advising the industries we love, building trusted, treasured relationships. We're more determined than ever to challenge and to create a brighter future for media, entertainment, sport, fashion, sporting goods, esports, gaming, and technology. Through people, through evolving for a digital, sustainable world. We're adapting, collaborating, building a unique culture and a unique firm of inclusivity and fun to unlock exceptional performance in people, teams, and organizations around the world.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Massive thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big thank you. Thank you. But the bounce back is on, and we're looking forward to working with you all.
So the first thing about that clip, What did
For
anyone
just
notice?
$67, you can
I
make...
wasn't on it. Obviously, this was made just before I started. My boss is on there, and you know they are really stoked that I'm out here because nobody's done this in a business before and come over to Africa. And I have to say, in the last week, thanks to Nick and the guys, it's been a real eye-opener. And yeah, I can't wait to get back to SRI to tell them about the opportunity here. The reason why the business got into any sorts of gaming or esports is because in 2001, when we were founded, it was founded as a purely sports executive search firm. And with the advent of esports, we had lots of clients coming to us from esports saying they wanted that transition. They wanted people that, not necessarily from games, but people came from sports that could understand how to build that ecosystem. So then it just evolved from there. We are global, so one notable thing about this map is that we have nothing in South America or Africa. However, we service clients all around the world. We're truly global, and I think part of the reason of me being here is to be looking at possibly an African entity at some point. Well, that's what I'm pushing anyway. Cape Town's beautiful. These are the type of businesses that we work for. We've got over 1,500 clients. We've got a huge amount of experience, and I mean, I don't know where the 8.9 score came from, but we'd like to think that most of our clients are happy with what we do. And as you can see, firmly, and it's growing with our technology sector, esports and games. And these are just some of the clients that we already work with, and there's lots more. So, the reason I've been asked to stand and talk about this is that we've seen a huge. We all understand, and we all went through it, about studios having to close down or just be small entities and everyone going and working remotely. The fallacy of it is that there was a lot of game studios that were doing this anyway. It's not always been studio-led. I know 3 or 4 Russian studios that wouldn't have an entity and would always have their staff remotely. But with what happened, that was massively opened up the world. Studios were very, very obsessed with building culture, and the only way you could build culture was by having everybody in one place. I know that most of my old bosses felt that way. And they spent a huge amount of money in relocating people, working through visas, rehousing people, taking people's pets from one side of the world to the other, and that's absolute truth. People were turning down big jobs if they couldn't have their dog transported across, and it became quite labor-intensive and cost-intensive. But we would do that because of that ethos of you must all to build and ship a game. You should have the majority of the people in your business. There'd be 1 or 2 exceptions to that. Some unicorns who you had to have on your team that you were allowed to do that, but you used to cause quite a lot of angst with other people. And then the world kind of changed. And now, I mean, I'm sure people that own studios and people that work for studios have seen a massive change. I remember when I worked at Epic Games, you'd have to always go to North Carolina for the first 2 weeks and be indoctrinated in Tim Sweeney's way of thinking. But that apparently doesn't really happen anymore, and people are quite happy to do that across the board. Now, I believe personally that works with some parts of the business, and others maybe do need a hub now and again. But as it is, I think we're leaning towards going to a hybrid situation, and that's actually born not just of seeing what some productivity has risen massively within games. Some people love to work from home, some people don't. But it's also because it's made the business industry actually speak to our staff and find out what they like and lobby the staff, and that's helped massively with the cultural and well-being and understanding of what's going to get the best out of your workforce. And it drove the discussion, which was already there, about diversity and inclusion. And I think in most part, it's really solidified and made studios better. I don't know if anyone would disagree. Overall, as I said, there's I believe there's a higher productivity in the way that we're set up now with the hybrid system. And obviously, my thought process is looking at how that in Europe and America could help the African workforce. There used to be a real scared about taking freelancers on board, and how the studios, if you're going to do that, with the tax implications in different parts of the world, how do you build 5 or 6 people in one region without incurring the federal tax in America, or in Montreal, I believe you have to have 5 people, you have to recruit 5 people before you can even call it an entity, and what are the costs going to be to that. So it's that argument between freelance and full-time staff. We always would love to have everybody around the world full-time staff, so they can play part of the benefits and play part of the actual business. But I think also freelance contracts are changing. Rights for people within freelance and limited company entities are changing, where it's moving towards having the same amount of rights as a full-time staff. I see a real benefit that in Africa, depending on where you are, especially to Europe, there's only an hour to 2 hours, or was it more as well? Just hour to 2 hours time difference. One of the bugbears is, yes, you can find some of the best people in the world, but if you're in Europe and you've got your tech directors in LA, he's waking up at 3 in the morning to do the same hours, and there are people that do it, but the problem with that is how long is that sustainable? There's burnout. My old tech director loved it because he would be able to get up and with his newborn and then score points with his wife, look after his newborn for a while, put the newborn back to bed, and work all the way through. But that's not the case with everybody, obviously. So time zones, I believe, is important. Cost of hiring is varied across the world, and I think that's kind of here, having spoken to a lot of people here, I think cost could play a part, but you don't want it to be driven by cost. You still want the best talent possible. And I think that if we invest some time and really understand the talent pool that's here, I think we can change a lot of minds in Europe and across America about the talent pool here. And also the outsourcing partners, so B2B businesses. I work closely with a business called Keywords, and I'm sure you all know, they grow by acquisition. There's no reason why we couldn't have that sort of business set up here in Africa, which would really help out indies, and I just think it's a great idea. And I couldn't finish without talking about our commitment to diversity and equity and inclusion. All of the things that I've touched on drives this. We're committed to it within SRI. Most of our clients now, part of our mandate is to go and find diverse candidates, and it's a key priority for them. And we have a special mechanism. We've got a program called FACT, which I won't go into now because it's quite technical, in the way that we recruit, so that we don't have any unconscious biases. And we're not quite there as an industry where maybe I know in the UK, our finance industry have now got quotas, and pushed by government to say you have to recruit diversity, and there's loads of agencies popping up purely looking for CEOs who are black, who are BAME, as we'd say. And we're not quite there in games yet, and most of my stakeholders bang their heads, every meeting I have them bang their heads against the wall saying, can we just get some diversity into the business? And I think that I've really understood since being here. It's about grassroots and letting the diverse population know that games is not exclusively for one sector of people. Everybody can get involved, and so we start at the universities, we start at ground level, then over the next few years, that will become really apparent, and we'll get different people come through. And then also, I watched one of the talks about being diverse in our own content when we make games. So being able to identify in games that it plays a part for you as well. So we as an agency we put that at the forefront of our selection process, and yeah, we believe in it. And thank you.
Antonio, thank you very, very much. We are obviously running a bit behind, but there is time for one question. If anyone has a question that they would like to ask.
Just one.
Imagine.
I did it short so I could have loads of questions.
I know, but then you apparently were too thorough. So,
okay.
Nick?
So I suppose kind of the question is that you've implied that the barriers have dropped, so it's easier now for people to go. But can you give any kind of guidance or kind of unveil any trends in like where are these companies hiring? What skills are they looking for? And with SRI specifically, you mentioned that you're mostly looking at you started off looking at executives, but has that now broadened? Or are you guys?
Yeah, no, it's broadened. I mean, I can tell you that in two parts. One of the most difficult skill sets to find are programmers. Yeah, if you look on any website of any studio, big or small, the first thing that comes up is engineers, programmers, all fighting for the same candidates who are adept at hiding, and sometimes I think they do it as a cat and mouse game. They're not sitting on LinkedIn. Businesses are spending a lot of money trying to find different ways to connect. It's almost stalkerish. But they tend to work in cycles. So if you hear of a studio that is either failing or coming to the end of the cycle or has just shipped, and heads of talent acquisition will go and raid that place. And so there's just a churn of the same people going round and round, especially if you're a AAA game. You know, there's not that many AAA indies out there. Yeah, those are very difficult people to find. So that's, hence a lot of the conversations I've been having here to find out what are the development skills, what are the code dev skills here that we could maybe look into.
Anybody else? One last going,
Gone.
and gone. Tanya, thank you very, very much.
Where's the pub?
All right, the show goes on, we move on. Very exciting one coming up. We've got the Epic keynote from Epic, and I will hand it over to you.
No, I need the clicker. Antonio, we need the clicker.
The absolute goal.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's wonderful to be here. A little bit about myself. My name is Saishri, and I lead business development for Epic Games for India and Southeast Asia. I've spent about 18 months with the company now, and about 2 decades in gaming. I've been working with programmers, creators, developers across the game industry. It's wonderful to be here in South Africa, and I see a lot of talent here. The last 2 days have been absolutely fantastic, meeting folks from the gaming industry. And there's so much buzz and so much talent, and we are so excited to be here and to support games in Africa. I'm here to talk about a little bit about Epic Games and about Unreal Engine. But before I deep dive, let me show you a video that captures the essence of Unreal Engine, and that Unreal Engine is for all of us, all creators. Here it goes.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea. the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Thank you. So who are we? Most people know us because of our games like Fortnite, Rocket League, and Fall Guys. How many of you have played Fortnite? Oh, there you go. A little bit about us. Epic Games was founded 30 years ago. We are spread across 15 plus countries with 50 plus offices worldwide, and we are about 4,000 plus employees strong. We also have to our credit 50 international awards. But for those of us who know us because of Fortnite and the games that we create, we are more than just a games company. We create cutting-edge creator technology like Unreal Engine and the MetaHuman Creator, publish world-renowned games and experiences like Fortnite, and offer distribution platforms like the Epic Games Store and Fortnite Creative. We have over 600 million accounts with 5 billion friend connections across our games and the store. So what kind of software do you use to build one of the world's largest games and entertainment platforms? Well, we have our own software, and we call it the Unreal Engine, yes. It's a large and robust set of tools which includes 3D environments, characters and objects, animation and visual effects, realistic real-time rendering, audio and sound effects, game logic and back-end integration, publishing to any major platform, including most AR and VR devices. To review, Fortnite and Unreal Engine support 350 million players across multiple platforms. Cross-platform code, it's the same game on all platforms, with about 15.3 million concurrent users. Can you imagine the sheer technology, features, and functions needed to support this? Not to mention what's keeping the players engaged, the environments, gameplay mechanics, look and feel. And all of this leads to massive improvements of the engine at a consistent, steady pace. Improvements that have benefited all our licensees from games and beyond games. The games industry is where our business originated 31 years ago. But even if you don't work in the games space, the pace and innovation is beneficial to everyone because it pushes hardware and software development forward. What's exciting to see is the adoption of Unreal Engine across not just massive AAA titles, but also smaller indie game studios. As of June 2022, more than 50% of announced next-gen games are using Unreal Engine and are winning notable awards like Game of the Year for It Takes Two and BAFTA's Best Game Award for Returnal. At our State of Unreal event this year, CD Projekt Red joined us to confirm the next Witcher saga, which will be using Unreal Engine 5, and Crystal Dynamics announced that they will be building the next Tomb Raider game on Unreal Engine 5. So Unreal Engine handles everything in Fortnite, other games, and really anything you want to use it for. That sounds pretty amazing, right? And yeah, we give it away for free. Why do we do this? Because we are makers, engineers, creators, and artists just like you. We use Unreal Engine to push the boundaries of our content and experiences, including Fortnite. We believe people should have the freedom to create, play, and learn in more connected and meaningful ways. that extends to enabling your success over our monetization. Because of our success on the game side, we make everything that we build freely available to everyone and that can benefit in the same advantages and capabilities like we do. Unreal Engine has broad adoption, like I said, across industries. We are best known for games, but you can use it for architecture, films and TV, broadcast, live events, training and simulation, manufacturing, and even advertising. And there are more than 300 film and TV projects that have used or are using Unreal Engine since 2016 in production, in all kinds of ways, big and small. Film and TV have been massively impacted by real-time technology. Movies like Dune, The Matrix Resurrection, and Free Guy, and shows like The Mandalorian, Superman and Lois, and Westworld have all used Unreal Engine in their production process. Virtual production has permeated the production pipeline from previs to in-camera VFX to final pixels. People are experimenting constantly, and we've seen so many amazing film quality projects coming out of small and big studios alike. In 2019, there were 3 LED stages for virtual production, and now we are working with 300 of them. Let me show you a quick video that showcases our virtual production capabilities. Right. Let's do a quick overview of our ecosystem. Everything that you've seen so far and we've shown so far has come from creatives using the Unreal Engine and parts of our ecosystem. We don't have the time today to deep dive into all of those, so we've just picked a few that are relevant. The forward-looking investment that I want to talk today is the next version of Unreal Engine. Because we power so many of powerful games and popular games on next-generation consoles, we have a next-generation version of our software as well. It's called Unreal Engine 5. Amongst the best features of Unreal Engine 5 are virtualized geometry, meaning you can move hundreds of billions of geometric polygons through a scene with billions in view in any frame. Fully dynamic illumination, which allows creators to have one global light source that can bounce around the world just like in reality. Virtual textures that allow you to use the highest quality 8K cinematic assets in your real-time content. And spatialized audio that brings realistic 3D sound fields modeled to experiences to increase immersions. And this is just a few of the features that Unreal Engine 5 do. Check us out. There's so much more for creators like you. And the MetaHuman Creator. The MetaHuman Creator empowers you to build digital characters from scratch or just use features from it like meshes or control rig, yielding high fidelity digital humans. You can populate a background scene with a big crowd of metahumans or make a metahuman your center stage star. We also have a bunch of ready-made characters on the marketplace, so do check us out. Quixel, Megascans, Bridge, and Mixer form a complete ecosystem for producing high-quality 3D content faster than ever before. And capturing reality, or reality capture, is a fantastic new software for VR content creation. Let's take a look. So whatever 3D object you need, our marketplace is likely to have that. And if you don't see it here, you can use the new Reality Scan beta app to turn pictures and laser scans into 3D objects, all from your phone. And we just launched a Reality Scan for iOS just 2 days back. So that's pretty new. Please check us out. Sketchfab. Sketchfab is a leading platform for 3D and AR on the web. You can manage your 3D assets and distribute your 3D and AR experiences. You can collaborate with others, showcase your work, or buy and sell 3D models. And powering an ecosystem of social interactive experiences is the Epic Online Services. Epic Online Services is an open and modular set of online services for game development, continuously evolving to serve all games and their players. Today, it gives the creators the freedom to distribute their games across all platforms and their players access to all friends. ArtStation. ArtStation provides a platform for creators across games, media, and entertainment, where they can develop and share their portfolios, post, and discover job opportunities. We saw some really cool stuff over the last 2 days, some fantastic art. I would encourage you to go to ArtStation and take a look. We have a robust marketplace where we release free samples across our verticals to help you learn how the project was made. For example, the new Lyra sample game is a great place to get started with game development. You can also build your own experiences on top of the Matrix Awakens City sample. We also have our Meekut project built with Weta that showcases cutting-edge hair and fur tech features. For broadcast and live events, you can use the sample that we built with Rocket League for their Esports live stream. There are many more samples you can check out on the marketplace, along with free assets and assets that you can also buy. It's important to us that we are connecting creators with the entire development community to learn from each other and skill share, which is why we recently launched the Epic Dev Community. You can check us out at dev.epicgames.com/community, where you can find learning content and upload yours as well. We have hundreds of hours of learning content on the site that you can deep dive, which can help you in your Unreal Engine journey. We also put on yearly free events like Unreal Fest and Build virtual production, where we bring together leading experts across industries to share insights about exciting projects they're working on. One of our key initiatives in emerging markets like India and Southeast Asia and Africa is to focus on training. We provide free training if you want to learn Unreal. These are live tutored training. So if you're a solo developer or you have a small team or you have a large company, it doesn't matter. If you want to learn Unreal, you just approach us and we have free training for you. All of this is live tutored. All of this is free. There are 73 Unreal authorized instructors in India and Southeast Asia across 19 authorized centers. With a focus on Africa now, we will also see some UAIs, that's Unreal Authorized Instructors and Centers very soon in this region as well. We already have one in Ghana from Desert School of Design. So that's like a great start. If you want to know more, please reach out to us and we will help you with the whole process, how to become an authorized center, how do you become an authorized instructor. Finally, if you need funding for an amazing idea, we have the EPIC Mega Grants. EPIC Mega Grants is a $100 million fund globally, and the aim of this is to help developers. Again, whether you're a solo developer, you're a small company, it doesn't matter. We would love to help you in your journey when you're building something on Unreal. So the idea is to fund all kinds of projects which are creative and technology-based, but created on Unreal. So do approach us if you have something exciting, and we would love to help you. And with that, I conclude my presentation. If you have any queries, please scan this QR code. All my colleagues are there. The information is right there, whether you have a tech query, a product query, or anything on training, or how do I get a grant, just reach out to us. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure being here. And thank you very much for your time. And we'll be back next year because we see this is a superb market, a very exciting market. We've learned a lot. Thank you for your time. Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask? Now is the time.
Yes.
Question? No. For the street. Oh, for the street.
Do you think one day, maybe in the future, Unreal Engine's going to be replacing real actors and real people in the media that we see today?
I think both are important. I think we will enable a lot of, like what we saw in meta-human creators. But I think both coexist. We need real people, and technology just helps accelerate that. So I think it's a bit of both.
Hi there. Not too long ago, I saw something quite interesting, sort of towards the end of, I believe, the last Fortnite chapter. While it was offline, the kind of, they had like a loading screen with music that played continuously. And I found out afterwards that that music was actually generated by Unreal Engine, like in real time. It was, they created in real time lo-fi music that was copyright free and like stream friendly. So I was just wondering, is there like training or more info on these like slightly unorthodox uses for Unreal Engine?
I think the best place for you to get this information is on our community site. We've got tons of creators, whether you're from the music domain or you're doing film, animation, people upload a lot of stuff. So I'm sure you'll get your answer there. But yes, for us, it's always creator first. So you'll see a lot of assets, whether it's music or 3D assets out there to enable creators create their masterpieces.
Anybody else? Oh, there we go.
Greeting everyone. My question goes to the quick scan. Is there an app that helps in Unreal Engine cycles? I'm Unreal Engine developer also, and I love the softwares at Unreal Engine. So I wanted to ask, are you working on anything that deals with motion capture, like for studios like most that can afford like those animation suits and so on? So is there any technique or application that you're applying to create for motion capture for animations?
I think the best place for you to find this information is to reach out to our tech folks. I think they are the experts. I'm on the business side, but I'm sure there is a lot of innovation that is happening. Just scan the QR code. You will find my colleague there who's on the tech side, and happy to set up some time to help you with your answer. Yes?
So, from my side, what's the next step for Unreal after they've taken over the world?
We haven't taken over the world, but but for us, I think the philosophy what we all share is for us it's always creators first. So which is why Unreal is free. We want more people to create their dream projects, bring to life whatever whatever you're creating as an independent creator or a small company. It's an open world, and we have something very interesting that will come up very soon. You already heard of Fortnite Creative, so do check us out. I think it's a great place for people to get together and create exciting projects.
And on that, okay, last
Last one.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Awesome, impressed by Unreal. I'm a data scientist, but I would like to know how can I get involved in terms of like if I want to create a content with Unreal. How can you guys like? You said like you can be able to like help us if you want to be a participant in be able to create content with Unreal.
Absolutely. I think, like I said, we offer free training. So if you're solo or you have a set of friends who want to learn, we have all the information here. Just reach out to us, and we will be happy to schedule a training session for you. We in fact had one this morning, a boot camp, and I see some people from there here. So happy to schedule a virtual class for you and help you get onboarded on Unreal.
Perfect. Thank you
All right.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Getting through the day. I see the last one standing. It's been 3 days of just a ton of information, a ton of amazing talks, a ton of great panels. Speaking of which, we've got a bunch of unruly people coming onto the stage now. We're going to be discussing why African content creation needs diversity, a topic that obviously has been coming up quite a lot in some of the talks. So I would like to call on Panda T to come on, and Drover, Nick Banjay, Rishka, and Candy Rocket. Please give them a round of applause. And then the rest of you all take your seats. I'm going to give this to you. It's already on.
Do I pass this to y'all? Or are y'all projecting?
I don't know, probably.
Must I move on?
1, 2, 3.
Hello.
This is the how dare you enter.
We're already.
Oh, thank you. Is it on?
Are all of y'all gonna share? I mean, I can talk loud enough. Do I need a mic? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me there by the back? Oh, Askis, I'm embarrassed. Hi! Hello, everyone. I am Panda T, or Tiana is my name. I am a content creator for Nibble Africa. They might disown me today. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And these are all my panelists for the day. Introduce yourselves.
I'll do like this. Should I start? Hi, I'm Rishka. You can find me on my socials at Rushka Gigi. I am a variety streamer and content creator.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Van Jay. I do predominantly gaming stuff on Twitch, but I also am involved with TikTok and Instagram, all the same username. It's NicholasVanj.
Hi guys, I'm Androva. I am also a variety streamer / content creator across Twitch, TikTok as well. I like to call myself the most scuffed streamer in South Africa. And I specialize in very cringe, relatable TikTok content. And you can find me across all my socials at AndrovaZA.
Hi everybody, I'm Candy Rocket. Also, there's a lot of variety folk up here. Variety gamer, streamer, and I guess content creator enthusiast. Not quite there yet. And I'm also predominantly on Twitch. It's candy_rocket. And I play all kinds of games. I'm known for my horror scares. My chat loves it. I swear a lot. I try not to, but I do. And yeah, I sing badly and I dance in my chair. So if you like that, just come say hi.
So I know the question for the entire panel is why Africa needs, but I feel like why the world needs diversity in gaming and content creation space, because I kind of feel like y'all stay here, the rest of the world, you know? So when y'all created your various, whether it was Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, whatever, was diversity in your mind? Like, there's a gap that needs to be filled, I'm gonna fill that gap.
From my side, I only noticed it until I started streaming. I was like, where are all the brown girls? I can't see them anywhere. That was a massive flag that went off for me, and I was like, okay, we need more brown girls to take up space. And then it started sort of filtering out to everything else. I was like, where's my gaming? Where's my black women? What's happening? And because discoverability on these social sites are so, not great, I discovered most of you through other friends and acquaintances instead of just natural discoverability, which I'm sure a lot of you can agree it's not that great. Yeah.
So some of you might be wondering what the white guy has to bring to the table with diversity. So I'm actually from Zimbabwe. I was born and raised in Zimbabwe, and growing up, it was evidently clear to me that one of these things was not like the other. Not in that, Zimbabwe has a very small population of white people, but I'm very gay. And being gay in Zimbabwe is, to this day, illegal. So it was a bit tough growing up. I realized that I was gay from quite an early age. I think I was 11, where I kind of had this thought, like, in Disney movies, whenever there was like a romantic element, I was like, wow, the prince is always looking a little bit, what are these feelings? So that was always really difficult for me. I always felt a little bit of an outcast, but I was a gamer from a very young age. My mom actually got me into gaming because she played a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog, and then we got obsessed with Tomb Raider. So gaming for me was always an element of escape from some of the harsher realities of being a demographic that was incongruent with the social dynamics of my environment. And moving to South Africa, where gay legislation is actually pretty good. Gay marriage is legal, gay rights are protected, but the social element is still a little bit difficult. And I think it's kind of like that for the general global zeitgeist of gaming. There are still a lot of insular communities around gaming that are safe for people who are from marginalized demographics. And my goal has always been to expand those communities, to show people who aren't part of those communities that they can also enjoy some of the more cultural aspects of those marginalized groups. So that's kind of been my big campaign with content creation. Oh, you got it. Okay.
I'm going to expand on what Rushka said about the lack of brown girls. I actually started streaming literally just because I couldn't find any black femme streamers within South Africa. When I started streaming, I was huge into League of Legends. Huge. And I didn't realize how big the esports scene was and how big the streaming scene was. And like 4 or 5 years ago, I started watching streamers, and all of them were international, and 99% of them were white males. And eventually I found out we actually have a streaming scene locally as well. And I was like, oh my gosh, maybe I can find some League streamers. Also not the best game to watch locally because it's not huge here, but I did find out that there were, oh my gosh, South African streamers, but also like lacking in, firstly, the femme department, and then on top of it, in the variety, like racial variety department. I think at the time I started watching local streamers, there were 2 people of color, and it was Sam Plays and Tendo Plays. Both guys, and I was like, okay, but where the gals at? And I think at that stage, I did eventually find Panda on YouTube, and I was like, okay, well, maybe instead of wondering where they are, I should just become them. And so that's why I started streaming. My whole goal is literally just to be, people always talk about representation mattering. So my goal is to be the brown girl out there that you can look at and say, oh, look, I can do that if I wanted to. So I guess that's where I come in.
So again, like Nick said, like, hey, I'd be Caucasian. What am I doing here? But obviously, as a female, I discovered Twitch quite late, and solely through TikTok, actually, which I was also new to. Boomer alerts. And I came across an amazing South African streamer, which I was like, this is a thing in South Africa. I didn't know that. And a female, and highly entertaining, just quality, stuff that you only seen overseas. And I just thought, well, when I have popped onto Twitch and stuff, because I'm a big Path of Exile fan, it's predominantly, again, white males, America, Australia, and Europe. So I was just like, but South African gamers are very talented, very good at what they do. So I felt, as a South African, I'm going to start and represent, but also as a female, because again, it was very hard to find, what's the word I'm looking for, like, not quality, because we're all quality, but like consistent, because a lot of the females that when I did chat to them about streaming, they're like, no, they feel a bit like, ugh, when people come in, and in particular men, and they didn't have the confidence, and they just like, this isn't for me, and they kind of just stopped. And I thought, well, that's nonsense. So I was like, well, I like gaming, and I talk a lot when I game, so I might as well talk to someone. So that's basically how I got into it.
So this might be a little bit too early and spicy to already be speaking about, but I want to touch on what you were saying at the end, and Rushka mentioned it as well, about like being discovered on these different platforms, number one. And then also, do you feel like the platforms that you're either streaming on, making content, are protecting you? Because I mean, you said the baby girls is busy streaming, and then the creepers are coming in. And then it's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Hot Tub did help a lot with that, sorry. They kind of got pushed to them instead.
So do you feel like they're doing enough, or what more can they do to do a little bit better to protect everybody, I guess?
Okay, so just from my point of view is, as a community, and I mean viewers and streamers alike, speak up. Don't be like, well, it's not really my problem and stuff. And I know I use the tag ally, and some people like it, some people don't. And it kind of sounds like we're going to war, because it kind of is like, I mean, you got all these people, they're so brave behind their keyboards. So I think, if you're in someone's chat or you're in someone's stream and you think, oh, this is a bit dodgy, can you not? I've actually got hashtag can you not and a sound effect for it. Just to draw attention to these people, because they do like to hide in the shadows, whether they're racist, sexist, or just inappropriate in general, right? Keeping quiet and turning the other way, it just kind of encourages it. And I know in particular for a lot of, and they've done very well now, my people of color streamers, the one in particular, Gmax Yoda, and even one of my mods, I'm like, why do you have your names like this? Why is it spelled like I was very confused in the beginning, and they're like, no, because when you actually have like an Indian name or something, you become a target. And that's not right. Even as a viewer, they became targets to racial slurs and things. So from my point of view, I don't feel like the platforms are doing enough, because you can report, but there's I don't see anything happening per se. There might be stuff happening in the background, but I just feel as communities and chats speak out, whether you see it on the socials or in the chat, just be like, no, we're not having any of that here. Go find your other people, because these aren't your people, go away kind of vibe. Or if you have the patience, try and educate them, but it's a touch and go.
I think it's what we do so well in the South African scene is we have a lot of discussions about allyship, and we're often sticking up for each other as well. So I think we figured out our own little thing here in this little community. When someone gets picked on, we all sort of get on top of that. So yeah, I think it's just discussion of allyship that could happen more, and how you can be a better ally as well. I remember during Pride Month, I thought I was doing something great by raiding a trans streamer, and she received it so. At that time, I felt it was bad because she wasn't very welcoming. She seemed very guarded, and almost rude towards me. And I was so hurt and angry, and I couldn't understand why she was being so cold. And then when I spoke to a trans friend, she explained to me that actually she didn't know who you were. You even though you followed her for a long time, you didn't really, introduce yourself or make sure that she knew that you were a safe space or a safe person. So naturally her guard was up, and you could have come across as someone that was just trolling. So, because I realized at the time during Pride Month, that's actually when the LGBTQ community receives the most hate. So I should have had more discussions and learned at that time how to be a better ally, to understand how to approach it better. So yeah, we learn, and we need to have these open conversations. Yeah.
Hi. So it's funny you mentioned that actually with Pride Month being just like troll magnets. And it's not just limited to Pride Month. It's any crucial event that pertains to diversity in gaming. Like when The Last of Us Part 2 was released. Don't even get me started, but I'm going to start anyway. So I'm a big fan of The Last of Us. I think it's such an excellent series, and I streamed on the day of release. And it was kind of like just off of the crux of, dare I mention, Gamergate. I don't know anyone, yeah. So it's kind of like just off of that social hype. And I had, within minutes, hundreds of troll accounts posting spoilers for the game, really weird homophobic comments, anti-Semitic comments because one of the main characters is a Jewish woman, sexist comments, rape, just basically everything you can think of in one go. And it got to a point where I had to play a little game with my followers where I banned words like main character names, the word death, the word, bitten, because it's a zombie game. And it became this weird kind of challenge where my viewers, who weren't trolls, would like come up with codes. Like if they wanted to talk about Ellie, they'd say e-girl, or, just like weird things. And it was in that moment that I realized that we had turned something that was otherwise an incredibly unpleasant, bigoted experience into something that was community galvanizing and ended up being, in a weird way, kind of fun. And that was a moment for me where I realized the strength of community, especially coming from, as I've mentioned, a country in which being gay is illegal, but also a country that I'm sure, I don't know how many of you know about Zimbabwean history, but there's a lot of, especially from my cultural background as a white Zimbabwean, there's a lot of anti-black rhetoric towards indigenous Zimbabweans, and it's still like that. And when your race group is actually like a statistical minority, and you still experience that kind of social monopoly, it can be really eye-opening. And it was for me when I moved to South Africa, because there are obviously similar but overlapping but different racial tensions in South Africa. And that's when I realized that so many of these issues are intersectional. Because like I'm a gay person, I come from a country where being gay is illegal, but I'm also a white person. And I feel like a lot of the really awful homophobic things that gay people of color experience, I don't, because there's a lot of social capital that comes with delineating identities. Yes, I'm gay. I do experience homophobia, but I'm also a white person. I don't experience racism. And when it comes to bigotry, I find that if you're racist, you're generally homophobic, and vice versa, or you're sexist, or, any of those things. And people who fall on multiple intersections of those identities tend to experience it from both ends. So for me, my biggest thing was, I can't remember who mentioned, I think it was you, becoming the person you wanted to see in those spaces. And I realized that, a younger version of me, a little Nick growing up in Zim, never seeing a gay person on TV. I didn't even know gay people. I knew a lot of gay people being blackmailed, which is why that fear was instilled in me. I would have really benefited from seeing someone like me in gaming and media, not to sound, self-gratifying about it, but I really think it would have made a huge difference. And I like to think that being that person for other people makes a difference in their lives. And I'm sure it's like that for all of us, because regardless of your identity, whether you're marginalized for the way you look, your color, your gender, when we work together and we create these spaces for ourselves, a rising tide does lift all boats. And I think it's really important for us to do that together intersectionally. Yeah. Did you? Yeah.
I don't have anything to add.
Well, that sounded like a good closing. Okay, bye, everyone. No, I'm joking. So I just actually want to go back to something you were saying, Andy. Well, you know, you came in, this is a man's world. What was some of the, like, the haha things that people might have come into stream saying to you, you know, because you're coming here playing, this is my game. No, you can't be playing my game.
So I just want to preface this by saying not only am I a black female gamer, I am a black woman in tech, okay?
Damn.
So I've been struggling since the beginning, guys. Double homicide. Damn! But like coming from that background, so I'm a software engineer as well. So coming out of that background already, like I'd already been like exposed to like racial microaggressions, etc., etc. And I mean, I had a feeling it was gonna come up again at some stage. I just didn't realize how intensely it was gonna come up, because keyboard warriors are a lot braver than someone standing in front of you in real life. And I mean, unfortunately, in the South African scene, like within the streaming community, gaming community, racism, sexism is rife. Like, you see it internationally, but you don't realize how bad it is here locally as well. I don't know. I think most of us are like closeted or protected from that space. Some people are ignorant of it happening as well. But I'll remember one of the games, so early on when I was streaming, I used to stream without a camera because I couldn't afford it. But also I was like, damn, I don't want to, I'm also a woman, I don't want to deal with that flack just yet. I'm not brave enough. But I remember I was playing a league game at night and I came across South Africans in my game, which is very rare considering we play on European servers. And I found South Africans in my game and it was very exciting. I was playing with some friends and our like favorite thing to do to check if they were South Africans was we type in all chat, I wear master cunt, okay? And we found these South Africans and everything was going well. There was like banter in all chat and everything. And at some stage, the opposing team started losing. So where the other South Africans were. And I think my friend and I were playing 2 black characters from the game. And did the K word not pop up in chat, guys? So you must know, like, that's one of the things. I think from an international audience as well, you get these trolls on Twitch that like to see, like, how they can trigger you. I don't know why or how they get off on the fact that they get noticed in chat and you're going to ban them or whatever, but people love trying to get the N-word in. There was a stage where hate raids were, like, rife on Twitch, like, earlier on. I can't remember if it was earlier this year or later last year. And people were creating these bot accounts that would come en masse. You'd get like 200 to 400 followers, and then your chat would just be spammed with any kind of hatred you can imagine. And yeah. And like the problem with something like that is that Twitch give you as a streamer the responsibility to look after like what's going on in your stream, etc. So you need to shut down the hate before it becomes like your problem essentially. And I know, like, they were very targeted with these bots. I know there was Zimbabwean references to their history, references to Cecil John Rhodes locally. Like, it's been a struggle. But, I mean, talking about community that we were earlier, I found comfort in mob justice. I have a very angry community that I just, whenever things go wrong, we're gonna riot essentially. Unfortunately, we're not the peaceful kind. I've run out of patience a long time ago, so we run in with torches and pitchforks. But we do have a very supportive community, and there are people within our streaming community that are very empowering and use their privilege to an advantage to help us get rid of these trolls essentially. So, yeah.
No, just on that, it doesn't matter how much effort you put into blocking terms, they get so creative. Yeah.
And they're not smart.
No, they're not. They're really not. So I've got... I'm curious to know what the safe, the safest ones that you can mention because we're live streaming. But I blocked every word under the sun, and someone still managed to find a way to insult me. They came into my stream, they're like, "How's it, curry monkey?" I was like, "Wow, I'm just trying to play Among Us here, Lila."
You know what I got the other day, and I actually had to laugh because it was kind of funny, even though it was really rude. So someone had taken the word baguette and put a PH instead of a B. And I was like, okay, that's kind of funny.
Wow.
Yeah. Hate you, but I'm taking that one. Yeah. I use it for fun now.
Who, me? Surprisingly not, because I don't stream live, so I don't get a lot of hate in my comments, surprisingly enough. So, I mean, I've got in-game, like playing in-game, and then it's been like really vile stuff, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm gonna fight you in these streets anyway. Meet me outside.
Oh yeah, I had a point. No, I had a point. I had a point to the curry monkey comment. My point was that these platforms, they haven't done quite enough for us to be safe and protected, which is why we're forced to be in that mob mentality and stand up for each other. And that's it. Everyone's like, oh, cancel culture, blah, blah. But we're forced to be in that situation because we're not protected enough and we need to stick up for each other. So it is what it is. We need to fight.
If I can add to that as well, so many of these platforms that we use they originate internationally, in Europe, in America. So like when I had that instance in a League game where the K word was thrown around, the game doesn't filter it. So by default, a game will filter like bad words, etc. And that wasn't filtered, for example, and it's because that's just not a word necessarily that they're aware of. It is very localized. And in that case, I can report the person and say, oh, this is hate speech, blah, blah, blah. But I'm likely going to go the extra step further by taking a screenshot and actually submitting a support ticket to say, listen, your game doesn't flag this automatically, and I just need you to know that, like, locally, this is, like, very not okay, So, yeah, that I think also takes in as well, because, I mean, how many languages do we have locally? How many different, like, very specific terms do we have here that an international company is not going to recognize and see? So I think maybe that as well is, I don't know, attempting localization for issues like this so that we are to some extent protected or filtered out a little better than normal.
Sorry, can you want to say?
And then just like, again, I only can really speak from like the femme side of things with the originality of names. They don't even try. They don't even try. So just talking like, and I'm putting Twitch on blast, but it is what it is. That's where I stream. Is I got bot rated and followed with like 250 people, and most of the names were graphic, violent, sexual names, and so not very pleasant to read. And obviously, thank goodness, I've got a shield, if you want to call it, that protects, like they quickly get removed from chat, but I then have to go, because I did reach out to Twitch support, and I was like, look, I don't really want to read through these names and report each one. It's 250 of them, and they're like, unfortunately, that's the only way you can do it. And I'm like, so then you have to go to a third party and all that stuff. So even from that point of view, we're not fully protected, because even though you're kind of trying to put stuff in place, they're still creating these names, first of all, and they're quite obvious, even if they maybe in, one of them it's AN, like that line, and then under dash, uppercase line, and S, you can read what it is, right? Yeah. And then you've got to physically go and read them and report them and delete them. So that is a big issue. And then on top of that, we're not really protected, and we've got to have that additional responsibility of when someone does do that in chat and maybe you don't have a mod, if someone screen grabs that and is like, oh, this person's got inappropriate content because you haven't deleted it immediately, they can report you. And you're like, what now? Squeezums. So it's just, from that point of view, you can protect yourself as much as you can, but I come back to it. As a community, as people, just speak about it. Talk up. Don't shy away from it. It's uncomfortable for everybody, but this is where they thrive, in the shadows. And my other big point is in games. As a female, I instantly mute, which I think is ridiculous. Why should I have to mute because I'm a female? Because, oh my gosh. And they're also not creative with those. Make a sandwich. Oh, well done, sir. Oh my goodness. The 1940s wants their line back, It's just, and it's just, I shouldn't have to mute. I want to enjoy the game like everybody else on the same platform and stuff. And also they can't take banter back because, oh my goodness, they get upset. But so just from that point, I don't think enough is being done to protect the marginalized people, as well as then responsibility still put on us to make sure our viewers are protected. And it's a bit weird, but yeah.
So this one also might be spicy. Listen, I'm not trying to get your ban off your platforms, but you know, I think Nick, you can answer this one especially because I know TikTok can sometimes be very spicy. Do you feel like sometimes the platforms are like silencing what you have to say?
Yes.
Okay, enough said. Okay, thank you, bye. Because I know, like, you'll speak out against the haters and all the people talking trash on these streets, and then shadow bans and all those things.
So it's funny you mention that because I actually had a meeting. We did a content creators panel with TikTok the other day. I can't tell you what it's all about, but we actually did bring that up, talking about censorship and. Unfortunately, because a lot of these platforms use algorithmic-based moderation, they tend to decontextualize a lot of cultural niches. So, you know, whenever, because I do a lot of, shall we call it comedy on TikTok? I don't know. It's subjective. But a lot of my stuff has to do with queer concepts. I like to make comedy that centers around social commentary pertaining to marginalization, not only for LGBTQI people, but for women, for people with disabilities, for people of color, like that kind of thing. And I think when these algorithms detect queer content, for example, there's this sort of unbreakable parallel between queerness and inherent sexualization with people who aren't queer. Because I've always said to people that when it comes to being queer, the sexual element is like 5% of it. It is very much a subculture, because when you, any cultural group that is marginalized from or on the fringes of general society do develop their own culture. It's a very well observed phenomenon. So, you know, like drag culture is a wonderful intersection between queer culture and black culture in America, with, you know, the ballrooms and you know, Paris is Burning. If anyone's watched that, it's very good. And so when these algorithms see these themes, they immediately flag it for sexual content, even when it's not inherently sexual. Or there's a sort of subjective contextualization between what people in queer culture would think is just funny and what someone, or what like a heteronormative perspective would be inappropriate. Like, I say the word bussy a lot. I don't know if anyone has seen that. I don't know if you guys know. I won't explain what it is, but it. Oh gosh, yeah. So I'm playing Plague Tale Requiem on stream, and I call it Play Gussie Ratussi. I'm not going to explain that.
Google in your own time. Google, not now.
Yeah, the girls
not
who
now.
don't know. And I think a lot of the time, because it seems like I'm just putting a suffix on every word that is reminiscent of pussy, sorry. I think people think that that's like an inherently sexual statement, but it is actually part of the comedic zeitgeist of queer culture. Like, it's not a sexual thing. And I think there's a lot of learning to be done there between the two cultures. I know I also think it's quite funny. So I actually had a chat with TikTok about this, because we had that panel. And they were like, yeah, that's really interesting. And I was like, yeah, we've been talking about this for a few years now. So yeah, I think the real problem is that as much as we really want these platforms to put moderation tools in place to help us, and I think Twitch has recently given us Twitch Shield, which is cool because it replaced a thing that I programmed by myself for like a few days. And also I think Jess sent me something as well. It was a moderation thing. We shared it with each other. Yeah. So very cool that they did that, but I think the onus of responsibility is really on us as a community, because there's only so much moderation tools can actually achieve. I think, you know, when we were talking about, especially, and I play a lot of Valorant, and it's true, whenever I hear a woman that I'm not in a group with talking in Valorant, I can hear, you know, they're terrified of the response. Because, and 9 out of 10, some, you know, Reddit forum moderator who lives in his mom's basement is giving it something, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the time, and I do wait, because I think, like, you know, I'm going to first give this person the opportunity to defend themselves, but also see what other people are doing, and there's never any pushback on that. And I'm shamelessly abrasive with bigoted people. It's a hobby of mine. And so I'll say something back, and I'll be like, well, I don't know if I'll say it yeah, but I'll say something, and it becomes, and I've had a few times after a game where someone will message me saying, you know, thanks for standing up for me, because not to pat myself on the back, but we all should be doing this, because by virtue of the fact that I'm receiving messages from people who are clearly very grateful for the backup, it says to me that it's not common, and I see it as well, and I see it with myself, because you know. There's no such thing as gay voice, but if there was, I think I'd definitely have it. So like when I talk in video games, sometimes people will be like, you know, why do you talk like that? And I'll be like, well, why are you bad at the game? You know, it's just the way it is. And yeah, it happens to me a lot. I get a lot of homophobia in games, completely unprovoked. And League of Legends as well. I was playing Cassante the other day, and you must know, so Cassante is a new character in League who's the first League of Legends character who's featured on like, a cultural West African influence. And Cassante is not only a black character, but also a gay man. And you can imagine the very colorful things you get in chat when you're playing Cassante and you're just ruining someone's day in top lane. It's very fun. Well, not when you receive the feedback, but yeah. It's very fun to destroy them and then be like, you got beaten by an F-slow, my guy. So yeah, that's my opinion on that.
Damn, so you're the one leading the mob when we're busy.
I bring the pitchforks, yeah.
Okay. This one, I have to read this question because I'm going to get it wrong. And then Rushka going to fight me because Rushka want to answer this question. I know. Okay, so content creation can help dispel negative stereotypes and personal biases about different groups. So, all in all, what I want to know, and anybody else can also answer, do you ever maybe feed into whatever the quote-unquote stereotype is for, in order to be like, I don't know how to phrase this properly. Nay, it's going to sound wrong. Or do you just, you know, this is who I am, this is how it's going to be, and you know what it is. You come to watch me, and I'm going to perform the way I want to perform. Or do you ever... What is the word? Exaggerate, there we go. Exaggerate on something in order to maybe prove a point or, yeah.
Good job.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm trying my best.
What was the question? I didn't answer it. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, so I really want to get into this because when I was younger, I think a lot of us went through this, that self-hatred, and you know, it's not cool to be a colored or black or gay or whatever. We all went through that. And I started working when I was about 18, and I started code switching. So I don't know if many of you know about code switching, but that's when you try and sound more white passing or Eurocentric, so you can come across as intelligent to the racist receiving the conversation. So often in a board meeting, I'll try and sound less colored, you know, and try and sound more, you know, white passing or whatever. And then often, sadly enough, you get heard more. But later in my later adult years, I learned to be unapologetically colored. Even more so now that I'm streaming, because I just realized how much young folk are watching me. And it's important that they see people like me, and people like me being me. So I don't know if any of you want to speak on that as well, but yeah.
I do,
or...
cut the cameras. So it's funny you mentioned that. I don't want to co-opt on the code switching aspect, but on a similar note, actually, is a very interesting phenomenon that I've observed with other game men, particularly when I think anyone who was at the Comic-Con Africa after party this year will know it happened to me. We went to a really kind of like rough hole-in-the-wall rugby bar. And I go in there and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get hate crimed. So, you know, as a gay man, your voice kind of gets a little deeper. You know, you try to stay away from the yes queens and stuff, the phrasing. I do sometimes find myself doing that. And then I kind of snap out of it because I shouldn't have to. But it's funny when I think touching on the way you were trying to get your question out, you know, talking about stereotypes and what stereotypes are harmful and what stereotypes have been conditioned to appear as harmful because of marginalized or oppressive rhetoric. And I remember once I was watching Will and Grace, and when I came out, actually my dad used to watch Will and Grace with me because he thought it was a nice way of showing that he was supporting. Not to throw my mom under the bus with this story, but my mom came through and Jack, I don't know if anyone's watched Will and Grace, but Jack is this outrageously flamboyant character. There was this one scene where Jack comes bursting through a door doing something flamboyant and Will says, oh look, it's Notorious F.A.G. And my mom, my mom comes through and she says, you know, it's a real shame that, you know, characters like Jack perpetuate these stereotypes about gay men. And I said, you know what, actually, that's a very commonly held belief, but it's men like Jack who are outrageously flamboyant, who couldn't just pretend to be straight, who championed gay rights because they didn't have a choice. You know, and the fact of the matter is that stereotypes are only negative when those stereotypes are weaponized against us. But being a flamboyant gay man is not inherently a negative stereotype. It's actually, for a lot of people, very much who they are and part of their existence. And we're grateful for it because it's what gives us Drag Race and pretty much anyone who's ever been to a hairdresser. You know, like these stereotypes that we perceive to be harmful, it's important to ask, are they harmful or are they vulnerable stereotypes? Are they easy to weaponize? And when you're talking about code switching and you know, people being made to feel ashamed of their cultural and ethnic identities, and we talk about stereotypes, I've heard a lot of times, and unfortunately from people of color as well, talking about cultural stereotypes that they've perceived to be inherently harmful, when I know for a fact, coming from a Eurocentric white background, that there's nothing wrong with those cultural identities, nothing wrong with those cultural concepts and tropes, but that, you know, that westernization of culture, especially in South Africa, weaponizes them against themselves, and unfortunately that's just the nature of cultural oppression.
So just, again, to the point where, you know, if you exaggerate anything on stream and stuff, like I'm a tomboy, have always been, you know, so I don't really fit into the girly stereotype. Though there have been a few times I've been very tempted to really just do the gamer girl thing and try and see if anyone like comes for me, because that is quite enraging, I must say, and especially when they use a woman's body to make, like, you know, slut shame, and like, you know, I'm all for, like, again, like I brought up hot tubs. If you want to sit in a hot tub, and that is your choice, you do whatever you want to do, right? Doesn't make you a bad person. But when, like, a female is wearing a low-cut top, or she's maybe wearing little shorts, and then she'll get up and put a name on a board, or whatever the story may be. I'm not talking about on streaming in particular, or even on the YouTube where they sit, you know, and they're, you know, they're out, they're proud, they're there. There is nothing wrong with that. But what drives me crazy is when their work and everything gets just completely blown away, because they're like, oh, you only get followers and subscribers because you have your goodies out. And you're like, bruh, no, that is not cool. Maybe that helps, but then good for you, you're using your assets, right? There's nothing wrong with it. If people want to spend their money where they spend your money that way. But you don't take away from the work and effort. And again, I'm talking as a female, but I know from people of color, all that, you know, kind of, oh, you're only here because you're black. And you're like, I will get the pitchfork, Nick, get it, you know? And that for me just, it enrages me. So there's been a few times I've wanted to be like, I'm a tomboy, so I wear t-shirts, I wear hoodies and stuff, but I've just wanted to, just to call these douchebags off. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so that, yeah, exactly. And just make them show themselves in a place that I know for a fact it will not be tolerated. And these people on socials as well, like, oh, look at her posting a picture, you know, down so she can accentuate and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, let people live. Goodness gracious me. Like, you know, yeah, sorry for, you know, or sorry that I want to show, you know, how amazing my eyes look at this particular angle. I don't know. But so that's my thing as a female in the whole situation, yeah.
So you made it easy for me to tie into this next question. And maybe the last question, I don't know, I'm assuming so, Glenn, looking me in my oculars. So I'm mainly gonna aim this at Rushka and Andy, but you don't have to answer. You don't have to. I'm not gonna put you on the spot. But do y'all ever feel as though, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get in trouble. Do you ever feel you're invited to specific things or to participate in?
Yes.
I didn't even finish the question.
I know where you're going.
Let me finish the question. Do you ever feel like you're invited to participate, whether it's in whatever, you know, in somebody else's stream, in a thing, because of one, your race, your whatever? Do you think that happens often? And how do we then end up combating that so that you don't feel like that, if that makes sense? Go, please. You're ready answering.
Okay, so I'll speak to this particularly from like a race point of view. I know I've worked with brands and gotten jobs, firstly because of the color of my skin, but there's a certain part of this that I think is, I don't know, I'm targeted quote unquote more because I seem to be a more palatable version of the black woman in South Africa. You can hear, I don't have what's called the black scent, okay? That comes from a mixed background, but you know, so I know, I've been on campaigns where, you know, you can, I don't know, I think it's something as a person of color or a marginalized individual, you can see when you work with some brands, some people, anything, you're approached because you're the token. And that in itself like really sucks because at the end of the day, we've all gotten here by some merit of our own. We have good work behind us. And it just seems like sometimes that's discounted because, oh, we have a campaign, but we've got too many men, we've got too many white people, we need to add that diversity factor. So, hey, by the way, we know you're, I don't know, recognizable or whatever, please join us, you know, for that fact. And I think it's just, I think we're still struggling in a space where that does happen a little too often. And like my thing is always to look at brands and just say like, look at the country we live in, look at literally the demographics of the country, and just when you do your advertising, your whatever it is, your marketing, do some market research as well. I think we're stuck in a space where gaming is still marketed towards, you know, the dude, like the typical white male, and gamers are still looked at as the guy in his mom's basement, whatever it is. But I think even looking around this room, looking at the people up here, we're not necessarily like that, you know? There's diversity within us. We could be the person walking down the street that you don't recognize, but I think it's just to say, like, do your market research, know what kind of people you're approaching, you're looking at, you're appealing to, because it's not that difficult to find the right kind of people that you need. I mean, we are a community, we've developed a community, a safe space where we try our best to push diversity, and we're all an awesome group of people. And utilize that, you know. I think we all can merit for one another. So if you need, if you need help finding the people, it's not difficult. You just got to ask.
Yeah, I combat the tokenism that happens a lot by just hitting the ball out of the park every time with my content, and you know, whatever the job is, I make sure I do it well. So people can't say, oh, she's just there because she's a curry monkey or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm really triggered by that comment. But yeah, I just make sure that I work really hard, and I know myself that I earn the spot, even though it can be very hard at times, especially when tokenism is such a common factor, especially in South Africa, imposter syndrome also kicks in because you realize that you're there to be the brown girl or the black woman or whatever, and you're like, well, did I actually earn my spot, or am I just filling in that BEE certificate there or whatever? But yeah, you combat it by showing everyone that you are capable and you are qualified.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm a big talker. I'm going to make this one quick. It's funny you mentioned that because I had a conversation with a friend the other day about tokenism and stuff in opportunities. And yeah, there's something to be said about the fact that sometimes people like us get opportunities exclusively based on our identities, but it's also important to remember that we also get excluded from opportunities exclusively from our identities, so I'm not complaining. And I also think that it's also important to recognize efforts to include us and bring people like us into these discussions, because it is really important, and it does come back to the original question of what this panel poses: why is diversity in gaming so important? And especially in a multicultural melting pot like South Africa, diversity is a catalyst for change and creativity in any industry, and we see that with gaming especially. But there's still such a pushback against fresh stories in games in favor of, another Uncharted ripoff, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to expand on that in case I get in trouble, but you know what I mean. And then also talking about being the palatable version of the communities you're representing. Like I mentioned with an earlier question, I am gay and I do experience homophobia and marginalization for my identity, but I'm also white. So there's a little bit of social capital that kind of balances it out a little bit, and that's why I mention it's intersectional. And it would be really nice, in the future, seeing more gay people of color on panels like this to discuss the depth of that intersectionality that I can't, because I don't have that cultural lens and that experience. But for where I am now, and especially knowing what I've achieved to be here, it is very important to me and validating for me to have that experience, because I think that it's a great way to encourage organizations like this to include us, but also to help lift other content creators who have different diversity experiences that kind of overlap with mine.
Is this the part where we ask the questions? Does anybody have a questions?
Oh. Yep. I know.
Hi, so I'm wondering, from a viewer's perspective, how can we best support you? How can we help bring, from our side, more diversity into spaces? Like, how is us on the opposite end, on the other side of the screen, help you guys the most?
I think maybe it's bringing diversity is always about representation and exposure for us, because we are all here. We're just not necessarily broadcast as widely as the non-minority groups maybe. But I think something else as well is pertaining to the trolls and all the clapback we get from racism to sexism, homophobia, etc., etc. I think it's literally just about being that ally. So a lot of the time we'll have issues flare up in the community where someone is targeted for whatever reason, and too often they are just bystanders. So people will, a tweet will go out, things will go down in the DMs, and it's kind of just we have all of these issues. I think all of us here have probably been a victim of such an issue where you get openly targeted in public, and people who you think are near and dear to you, or people who you think are allies, etc., are quietly watching from the sidelines. And that is, I think, in some cases, a lot more damaging than the people who are publicly being problematic towards us, because you're giving this image that you are supportive, etc., but when the time actually matters, you're sitting back quietly, and it's that whole thing of, if you're not with us, you're against us, essentially. And that's a harsh thing to say, and a lot of people don't like hearing it,
But unfortunately, that is the truth, because like me, as a black woman, if a racist comment comes my way and I know my white or lighter colored allies are not saying anything about it, I'm gonna have an issue with you, because you can say, oh, I support you in private, but I need you out there using your privilege to stand up for me and help address this issue at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Yeah, from my side, if any of you were to clear your cache on any social platforms and you look at your recommended feed, it will just be white creators, white creators, white creators. So you have to actively go out and find people of color and make sure that you like and interact with the content so that it can be pushed forward to the feed. That's what I do to sort of support marginalized communities, and that is just actively go, and if I see someone of color and their content is quality, don't just support because you know you have to, but you actually want to and you enjoy their content. I make sure to comment or like or retweet or whatever I need to do so that it's someone similar is going to pop up on my homepage again, and just that just increases the discoverability in that. Because a lot of the time I clear my cache a lot because my browser's messy. I have to, yeah, I like what I like, okay?
Tell us.
Later. And then often I have to redo it again where I need to go and find this person and that person so that I get brown people pushed to my feed again, black people pushed to my feed. So yeah, that's one way you can help out.
I think from my side, very simply, is show up, you know, especially for, and I know it sounds a little bit corporate, but for opportunities like this, you guys just being here is incredible. It really helps build the platform around the conversation and engage with content creators who are part of these cultural identities as well. It's very important, and especially with paid opportunities as well, because what then happens is we make money, which is super cool, but also we get recognized on a professional level, and I think that's one of the harder aspects for a lot of marginalized creators, is being recognized as professionals in their spaces instead of just hobbyists. I think that's also very important. Yeah.
Hey. So I wrote the question down because I wouldn't get it out if it wasn't written down. But when you're in a minority group, and oftentimes that minority group is in your chat. Like I know for Jess, like it's just the gays and the girls in the chat, and like I love that. But how can and Grant, how can this?
We love you.
How can like streaming platforms / gaming industry, what can they do to like open up your community to other people that are not in those minority groups, but still keep it safe?
So kind of answering your question, but maybe not exactly, is what I was going to say earlier as well. But and I don't want to put the responsibility on the viewers for this, but what I have found, like in my community and stream, I've got like a nice, and I'm very, very blessed to have a wide variety of people and quite accepting people, because the ones that aren't kind of get me. But I had a lady come in, and I'm trying to think of her name, something Dragoness, I'm not sure. And yes, and what I loved is she started a conversation, very brave, because I know you never know who's in that viewership or how the creator's going to react. But again, I assure you, if someone has ally in their tags, it should be safe. And if they're not, you please tell us, because don't be using our tags. But she opened up with regards to her transition from man to woman, and obviously she was still in the in-between, and she had a very open, honest conversation, and it got a lot of my viewers who thought they were open-minded, thought they knew everything, to ask questions or to actually just opt out, because I don't normally watch my view account, but it did suddenly, and I'm like, I see you, I wish I could see who left at that point, but they asked such important questions, and she was brave enough and open enough to answer them. Obviously gave her a shout, and I went to go and check out her stream, and she's just such a lovely soul who's just trying to get the words out there, and obviously she'll get backlash. So I think, I don't know if I actually answered your question 100%, but to get our communities to open up, we kind of need our communities to come forward and talk about their stories, or brave enough. I know it's not easy, and you never know what you're going to get, but hopefully there's the trust there that people will stick up for you, and the creator will also be understanding. Not everyone has to agree, but just respect and understand, right? So that's, in my opinion, I can only be as open as I can, and if people feel comfortable talking to me and talking about their story, great, because I want to have those conversations. So yeah, I hope that answered it.
If I can add something quickly, Rushka and I were actually chatting a while ago, and we were joking and saying, you know, once a month we should just put out a really controversial tweet to weed out the wrong kinds of people. Because in this last year, I know, and particularly in the last 2 months or so, we've had to deal with a lot of backlash.
Anyway, that is the end of the whole panel.
Sorry, guys. We've been dealing a lot with, there's a particularly troublesome group of individuals on Twitter right now targeting a lot of the LGBTQ and people of color within the gaming community. And we were saying, it just feels like every second week or so we're having to put out some tweet saying, guys, this is not okay, or beware of X, Y, and Z. And just as part of this, I think that would be part of including external community, because there's a lot of people who might not recognize racial microaggressions, for example, et cetera, so pointing this kind of stuff out is a way of educating others and getting people involved, because I think there are, more often than not, a lot of people who have questions or who think that they're open-minded or an ally, etc., but they don't realize to what extent that does actually go. And us being able to point that out, hopefully, plays a part.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that our brands has become us constantly fighting, but I just feel like we're constantly fighting so that 10 years from now, people like us are fighting less. So, yeah, we have to do what we have to do right now.
Okay, look how Glenn looking at me, y'all. Thank you, cuties, so much. Please make sure to check all of these people out. If you see them there, go ask them for their tags, And yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you.
No, you can go. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very, very much for a really... Tiana, why'd you break my microphone? Hey? Why'd you? Yeah, obviously a really, really great discussion there around diversity, but also around some of the struggles with regards to the content creator space. So we're going to move on from that, and we're going to kind of bring it into a different space within the esports world, and kind of discussing the need for business in esports. And so I'm going to I'll be moderating that panel. You all know me, and you've seen my face and heard my voice for far too long over the last few days. But I'd like to bring on stage with me Brad Kirby, Queen Arrow, Acidic, Warren and Salom to please come join me on stage so we can kick off this panel. Huh? How did 10 of us turn into 3? Listen, it's been a people have come and gone. All right, just take a seat next to each other. I'll be the moderator there.
Nice to have a big full room. How's Warren? Hi, Brad. Hi.
I actually haven't sat on these chairs yet. I've been on stage all day and haven't had a chance to sit. So you're going to see me just doing a bit of this and spinning around, All right, everybody, we're going to kick it off. As I said, the discussion is around business of esports. Esports is a conversation that's sort of come up quite a bit throughout the course of the last 3 days, with regards to its role in this ecosystem of, game devs, but also content creators and everything in between. But before we get into all of that, I want to give everybody an opportunity just to give themselves an introduction. So we'll start with you at the end, and just give us just your name and then just a quick introduction of, what you do.
All right, sure. My name is Salom Sikanku. I'm representing Esports Africa News. We are based in Ghana, and we are basically a media company where we are looking to curate all the stories, get all the information, everybody in the esports space, creators, developers, streamers, gamers, everybody, and connect the African continent through one platform where everybody's able to find who is doing what, who is playing what, who is who in the esports game.
Hello everyone, my name is Sylvia Gathoni. I go by the name Quinaro. I'm an esports athlete from Kenya and a content creator as well. Both signed to UYU and most recently a Red Bull athlete. And I'm also a law student doing my bar studies at the Kenya School of Law.
Yeah, I agree. Can you give her another whoop whoop because... So remember the name and remember that you met her here first because I assure you this woman's going to be world famous in the next couple of years. Damn right, damn right. But we need to make waves on a larger international stage and she's a huge inspiration and I'd love to see more people follow in her footsteps. So my name is Brad. I've been in this game for an awful long time. I ran my first tournaments when I was around 10 years old in the arcade systems. I'm credited with deploying the very first dedicated servers for gaming in South Africa and created the first online communities in esports tournaments pre-social media, before it was a thing. I'm now with MTN and I have some very ambitious goals of reducing the barriers to entry for esports and democratizing the space. So, yeah.
Lovely. Hi, everybody. My name is Warren. I run a company called 80K Esports. For those of you that don't know us, we have venues, teams, we host a number of events, and within our group we own a couple of other esports properties. Dynamic is one of the kind of the newer ones that have been added 100% to our holdings, and Monarch as well. So. Quite well entrenched in a couple of the verticals and within esports locally, and obviously we have good exposure with our teams offshore.
Hello everyone. My name is Sidik Bakayoko. I'm the founder of Paradise Game. I was crazy enough to launch a company about 7 years ago with the idea of transforming the video game industry. We've been active in esports. We own venues, we organize events. The big one that we have is called Fissure, where we bring in people from about 10 plus countries. We tried to bring South Africa this year, unfortunately it was a bit late, but hopefully next year we can have them in. And we also create content, we have a TV show, we're active on YouTube, Twitch, and we recently launched a Visa prepaid debit card branded Paradise Game to try and help gamers who want to pay online for video games.
Awesome, awesome. So, I mean, as you can tell, it's a very varied group of people and different perspectives, and I think that's what always makes these sort of panels, a lot more interesting. I think we talk about esports quite often. There's always a lot of things said, but, and obviously some of the questions we'll go through, but I want to also not make it the same as old. I mean, Warren, how many panels have we been on? Instead of all together, actually. So I don't really want to recycle a lot of things that I've often said before, and again, those discussions are happening. But because of all these different perspectives, I do want to start with, kind of an obvious one, and let's talk about maybe some of the pain points within the esports space, right? And again, there's so many different perspectives, so speak about it from your side, and yeah, just jump in, take the mic, and go with some of the just the key pain points from your perspective.
Look, I think the one thing that we all acknowledge is, apart from load shedding, because that's a tired one. We all know. I mean, it's been, I think we're in our 15th year, right? Yeah. Of putting up with this, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. But the one part in esports which really needs work and some assistance is our federation. So we spoke about this briefly, and obviously we're not going to say too much about it, but the amount of opportunity, the number of opportunities that are just being squandered as a result of a federation that we have in place at the moment it's criminal. And that is upsetting to me, because sometimes gets left to us to pick up the pieces and provide those opportunities, and we have to fund them through our own means. That is, to me, the biggest hindrance within the region. Obviously, we have socioeconomic issues and things that we're trying to solve as ATK by providing opportunities or providing hardware even at the most basic level or regular tournaments. Once you get to the next level, it's the lack of those opportunities coming out to where they should be and to deserving people is to me the one that should be highlighted. So I think a lot of people know that we're trying to solve that. Putting out a tweet doesn't solve it. You actually have to do something about it. So even though there are platforms and people can say things, without action, nothing happens, and there'll be no resolution to it. But that being said, there is positive movement towards getting that sorted out, and obviously having spoken to the international community and guys like British Esports and IESF and GEF and even the Olympic Committee, they acknowledge that we have it all to do, and where the gaps are, we are able to get that support, which is fabulous.
And I mean, just to touch on a point as you hand over the mic as well, that's one of the things that we've spoken about it in previous discussions and panels around trying to create more of an inter-African engagement across the board in esports, and that's definitely something we'll touch on just now. But I think that's a pain point that absolutely stifles that opportunity and actually making it a lot easier and a lot more accessible in bringing that into a cross-country continental esports landscape. So yeah.
So I agree. I certainly don't disagree with what Warren says. I am one of the people who try to change the federation from internally. It's all fine and well to sit on the outside of the camp and go, look at these problems, but until you actually go into the belly of the beast and try and change it, it gives you sometimes a different perspective. So I certainly acknowledge that. I don't deny that. I think the two largest pain points for me, and something that I'm struggling with now, like I said, we're ambitiously trying to lower the barriers to entry. The barriers to entry in this space are exceptionally high. And esports itself only caters for the very top of the pyramid. And it's catering for the elite of the elite who already have sort of privileged spaces to play in. So with a dollar-based economy, a lot of these ambitions or these facilities are really way out of reach. So that's the one problem. I think the other problem that we have that most people are not recognizing is that we've got a broken economy or a broken ecosystem. Unlike in the West, where we have large major tournaments and that are attracting phenomenal talent, we're just not getting the local views to support the brands. So the brands are recognizing that that's where they touch their millennial audience and their youth audience, and they want to throw money in it. But the returns that they're getting sort of hinders and helps them. And with the money that's being made on the global scale on esports, an awful lot of entities and companies are trying to get into the space to fight for a small slice of the same pie instead of looking at creative ways on how we can build a bigger pie. And everybody wants the money now, and they want it fast, and they want a quick return on investment. This is the business of esports. I don't blame that. But we need people who have got sort of deeper pockets and are more interested in the long-term value and the growth, and not only about the money, but how this can change lives. And like something that I've been saying quite a lot to Glenn recently, esports has the ability to not necessarily change the world as a whole, but it does have the ability to change a number of people's worlds, and that should be enough.
So I'm going to speak about my own the pain points from a legal and diplomatic perspective. I feel that the language that's used in our own legal systems gives a very weird impression of what the business of gaming and esports is. As per Kenya's laws, gaming is synonymous with gambling, and this is something I've spoken so many times about, that if we hope to change the realities of what the business of esports is going to look like, we need to change the legal language. In Kenya, the Betting and Lotteries Act of 1966 uses the word gaming. And it's going to give the impression that it's casinos, it's Russian, it's roulette and that kind of stuff. and even our own consumer protection, the Consumer Protection Act of 2013, same case scenario. So if you're going to go introduce yourself to someone, maybe in government or even just some random person on the streets, I say, I'm a gamer, I'm an esports athlete, they're like, are you gambling? So that's the first pain point, and it makes it even hard to get the prerequisite licenses to run your own events, because if you use the word gaming in advertisement of your events and stuff, that's gonna get you in hot soup. Yeah. Number two, diplomatic perspective. I've traveled around the world extensively this year, and one of the most annoying things I have to deal with as a player or an esports athlete is having to get a visa. If I want to go to France, I have to go through the embassy of France, and sometimes even getting an appointment will drive you nuts, and not to mention the asks to get, even that visa, the high costs. I have to pay like 80 euros. I have to get, what do you call it? I have to get travel insurance. I have to get a letter from my own institution of study. I have to write an introduction letter saying what I'm going to do there. Same thing if I have to go to the UK or if I have to go to the United States, or even coming here to South Africa, though I'm really happy that our governments have decided to do away with that visa policy for Kenyan citizens. But it's not only annoying, but it's a very dehumanizing thing, because you're over there practicing Tekken, but while you're trying to learn a matchup, you're also wondering, am I even going to make it out for this event to begin with? So if we are going to create an industry that's accessible to all, we have to change our legal and the legal and diplomatic language, because I do not believe in talking about hashtag world connected or hashtag Africa is a partner or an equal, if we are not if we're not going to even make it accessible to those of us within the African region.
And it's so great that everybody, a lot of the pain points are from such different perspectives, but they're all very much pointing to a lot of things around systemic issues, lack of infrastructure or the wrong infrastructure, or, the infrastructure that's actually being applied incorrectly. And that's a huge thing, and that's not something that's going to be solved, overnight. And as I said, we'll definitely dive into that a bit more. But yeah, it's just interesting. Those different perspectives are all very much pointing to similar issues.
Yeah, and I also want to agree with your first point about gaming. In Ghana, the similar situation where gaming is thought of as betting, as gambling, and so that also creates the perception, even with parents, aside regulatory authorities and all of that, with parents who think that if kids or their wards are into gaming, they are doing illegitimate or they are engaging in illegal activities. So that's also something that comes up often for us. Which again comes back to what we do at Esports Africa. And you also mentioned earlier about the interconnectivity or intercontinental activities. We sort of figure that or realize that there's a lot of action and activities happening in small pockets. So there's stuff happening in Ghana, there's stuff happening in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, but they are not connected. The people doing esports in Nigeria are not really that connected to those doing it in Ghana, even though we are sort of close by next to each other, like Ivory Coast. I've met a few developers here in Ivory Coast, and I didn't know what was happening, even though they are just like an hour across the border from us. So there's that thing too with esports in Africa, where there are solid, awesome communities, but everybody is like operating in little spaces, in little communities. And for us at Esports Africa News, that's what we want to do, to bridge or to create the network between several countries, several communities, and put everybody together in one space here.
Mm-hmm. The cool thing about coming at the end is that everybody said everything. No, I think I definitely feel the same pain. On our side is, maybe one of the two things that I can add is in terms of how to fund your esports activities. As of now, most of us have to deep into our pockets and figure out how to do it. Unfortunately, we haven't reached a point where advertisers understand and are willing to, invest into the activities. But I think Brad was right. It's about the viewership, and that's going to be a key point. And I think, we talk a lot about content creation as being cool, but it's the reality. In the esports section, we have to spend a lot of time and energy into building that audience, because that's what makes the US or all those international locations right for esports. Because one of the finals, you have 11 million people. What advertiser doesn't want to talk to 11 million people? So if we're able to get to the same level of having a lot of people that are watching the streams and things like that, it will definitely change the way people think about supporting esports activities. And I think this is also related to cost, data cost. If it's expensive to connect to a stream, or let's say you buy a $10 pass and then you can only watch 1 hour of Twitch, you can be sure that it's going to be very difficult for a young guy that doesn't necessarily win a lot of money to go and pay for another pass the next hour to watch the finals. So I think there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done into making sure that all those platforms understand that data and the cost in Africa is important. Also the fact that people go access those platforms using their mobile phone, and also there's a lot of advocacy to make sure that advertisers, to make sure that lawmakers understand better our industry, where we come from, and the kind of impact we can have, so that they can open the doors and we can make it a successful environment and make a business out of it.
No, 100%. And as I said, I think the point that everybody's highlighted again points is quite a similar issue around, a systemic issue. And to that point, it's a big thing to tackle, and it's not something that's going to be dealt with overnight. So I'm going to direct this question at Warren to kind of kick it off. And again, we've spoken about these issues, but what's been interesting for me is watching how, even we see how it plays out just in like the local scene. We've started to see everyone taking very different strategies and different approaches and different sort of methods in trying to create a sustainable space. So let's talk about what do we need to be doing differently, right? And of course, we're not trying to solve the problem like right out the gate, but let's talk about, like, if we're talking about it's the end of the year, it's been a long year. We're coming out of, a lot of the long-term effects of COVID, which have also brought new problems with it as well. So let's talk about what, if we had to look at for next year, what would you say we need to start doing things differently with?
Look, I think we're on the right track. I think we've moved to this point where you see more events, you see more people participating. You see the viewership numbers are going up in almost everything. So, and it used to be very focused on certain types of games. It's kind of spreading around now. I see, the more I speak to individuals, you see the schools now taking it seriously. We went to the same school. I'm dealing with those guys, and you can get colours now for esports, in the same way as you could cricket and rugby. And we're talking to rugby unions about replicating what they're doing in North America, for example. You go to the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys own this little one entire city block of esports in complexity. Our guys want that. There's we talk about making it accessible and bringing people to esports. I think it's going that way. I think people are starting to understand that as a form of entertainment, as a revenue generator, certainly from our business, we don't talk to the niches so much as the endemics. We've got Mercedes-Benz, who are very forward-thinking in terms of what they're looking to achieve and how they're looking to market to the masses, or the gamers, which has not usually been their thing, locally. And every single car manufacturer, for example, is asking the same question: how do they get more involved? The opportunities are there. So if you look at, I was in France a month ago for esports, because in the FIA, for example, who everybody knows through motorsport, sees esports as another discipline in motorsport. Now, that's fantastic. Now we're getting those opportunities. We're sending people across. They're getting this exposure. I get to go across and observe it and meet all the people who have exactly the same vision. So I think we're moving in the right direction. Like when I started in the business, when was it, 5 years ago, and put down the first facilities, we were trying to solve this thing of, can we put down facilities to make it more accessible? Can we give access to the schools so that they don't have to go and run their own network separate to everything else? Can we just give that opportunity to the schools, And so many schools have come to us now to say, okay, well, can we use your facilities? And we've got the kids that are interested in esports. We have a gaming society that we can that be accessible to them? And of course, the next step is for us to start working together. This is a very small community. You cannot move around without bumping into the same people 3 or 4 times, just wearing slightly different hats. And that people need to understand that we could very easily work together. You know, if I go, I've had a very busy year. I've traveled a lot, and you end up bumping into individuals that you've only ever seen on the cover of magazines, or bizarrely, I watched this when I was researching esports. I haven't always been in esports. I was in investments before, but I watch these movies as references, and you see that guys like Jack Etienne. You're like, well, Jack Etienne's quite a big guy in Cloud9. I had lunch with Jack Etienne. You get to talk to people like Nicole Lapointe Jamison from Evil Geniuses, and they want South Africa, and they want Africa as their next growth point. They see the opportunity. It's for us to put on a good show, to show that we can work together, to show that there is opportunities and that we are willing to take them, not stand on each other trying to get to it. And I like the way I'm seeing it progress. You know, we all kind of are headed in the right direction. I'll say it again. I'm very encouraged by it. The facilities that we're rolling out for next year, well, also it'll help that. We have an ability. We've shown that we can do it, as talking my own book. So, and I want everybody to come there. It's good for everybody. A bit more collaboration is key for all of us. And the brands will come. They're eyeing it. We're on the radar. It's an exciting time. So I'd like to see it carry on.
I mean, Cedric, just on that point, I mean, there's something you had mentioned around funding and the fact that it requires a lot of personal investment and obviously a lot of us know around chasing it and going for it and finding that money. Tied to that question around doing things differently, that being a big pain point, how do we start to approach that, or how would you start looking at approaching that for next year in terms of doing it differently? Because again, that's unsustainable. We can't get to a point where we keep having to pour money down or pour money in to hope that, we strike it lucky.
Very good question. I mean, I'll take the 2 angles. From the angle of, who else is out there, who can help us, and what's going to happen next year. I can say, I totally agree with him. There's definitely a lot of people watching Africa as being the next big thing, or where the growth is going to come from. So everybody's trying to figure out what's the approach. What do we do? How do we do it? Who is the right partner? How do we approach it? Let me take an example. For example, this year, Bandai Namco supported our event. And they gave a little bit of money to support the cash prize because they see that, okay, there's players out there who are playing great. And, we've been in talks with them for like 5 years. But even last year, they started doing and enlarging the global event to include more of Africa. South Africa was part of it, but then you have West Africa as well. So one of our players is going to go actually in Amsterdam to go play the finals. So it means that they're looking at it now and trying to take steps. Some are low. I mean, I'm not as fast, but I think some great things are going to happen, and I'm sure it's the same thing across, regardless of the title that you're looking at. So good things are going to come. Now, when I look at the perspective from us as industry leaders, I mean, I may be a bit crazy, so for me, it's like I throw the ball and I run crazy because even if we don't have, we're going to push the wall and break it and then move forward with it. So we are definitely going to try different things. This year, we tried to do a crowdfunding. We failed, but we're still pushing for it. And we're like, okay, we're going to learn from it and try something different next year. We're going to try and knock at more doors. We're going to try and see, okay, how can we make it different? This year, for example, we did a partnership with Visa to help go in schools and talk about financial literacy. And that gave us a little bit of money, and they supported the event. So yes, you're not branding it as, okay, they're sponsor for the main esports event. You telling them, okay, I'm going to help you solve some of your problems, and at the same time, you're solving mine. At the end of the day, you get the money, you're able to do the event, you're able to make it nice and cool, people look at it, and then tomorrow somebody else is going to come and be like, okay, let's do something bigger, because you guys have proven that you're able to do things, and I think we need to continue pushing. It's true that, yes, esports should be in a better place in Africa. We should have more opportunities. We should be able to do more. Yes, we don't have that yet, but we need to keep pushing. And it's because you're going to keep pushing that tomorrow we're going to get those doors open. And, so from my perspective, I think good things are going to happen. In terms of what else we could do, is if I was speaking to content creators or people who are in the space, I will tell them two things. One, make sure that when somebody else, even if it's your enemy or somebody else that you don't like that's streaming, go watch it, go comment it, because that will help the entire ecosystem. Because if they see more viewership, then they'll feel like, okay, this is good. So they won't look at whether you like him or not. They'll just look at whether, okay, there is viewership, they are doing things. And if you can yourself be consistent and create content on a regular basis, it shows what your community is doing. It shows what other people are doing. And even if you're not good in Twitch or YouTube, just do Twitter or something. But at least they need to feel like, okay, there's a lot of people talking about what's happening, and start looking next door. You could be in South Africa and look at what's happening in West Africa. You can be in Nigeria and look at what's happening in Ethiopia. I think we have a stronger and better chance of making it if we start with the whole global approach, where it's like, okay, we need to emerge as Africa. Once we do that, then, okay, everybody can decide to do their own thing. But before we get there, we need to make sure that we work together and that, it's a common effort so that we can get there.
Good. And it's something we've spoken about before, but I'll get to that around that conversation around, bringing more conversations and more stories across the board, and that's something that you're actively working towards. But Sylvia, I want to ask you first, right, with regards to, obviously, you've had a lot of success. That's obviously very clear and something that we've all noticed, and it's been amazing to see, like, as a continent, everybody very much cheering for you and gravitating towards that. You've had to put a lot of work, and it's been a really difficult journey to get there. Do you want to talk about potentially things that could be done better, or how to help assist successful players get the support that they need? The fact that you have a lot of corporate support and sponsorships in a lot of ways, but you're still struggling with, for example, things like visas and all of those things. What would you say are things that can be done differently or focused on for next year? Because we have the talent. It's very clear. We have players that can compete on an international level. And obviously, Warren, you've also got a lot of that experience. But what would people need to do? What can we do or focus as an industry to help support players more, to be given these opportunities and to be allowed to succeed and thrive?
I think there's a common theme that both Warren and Sadiq had mentioned, and I think before trying to seek validation from outside of the continent, we need to put out, and even held like trying to come together as a continent, we need to put our own houses in order. Because there's something Brad has also said that we're too. I think we have too much of a crab mentality, trying to drag others down, because we're so focused on the scarcity of the maybe opportunities, because we're a very niche industry, rather than trying to expand the cake and trying to set our foundation straight. And if we are too divided on that, and there's no way we're going to have equitable opportunities across the board. And I think that's something that needs to be sorted out, because it forces me, unfortunately, to travel outside of my own country and region to seek whatever it is that I'm looking for to grow as a player. Because overseas, they more or less have their own houses in order. They have the support of their own governments. And it would be awesome if, once we put our house in order, we come together and now we're able to come together as a region to make sure the opportunities are stronger. Then, yeah, I guess we'd have something for everybody here. And I think that's what's more or less what we need in terms of support. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And so going to that conversation, we go again around how do we start creating more of those continental stories and starting to get more information. Is something we had spoken about, over the last couple of days. How do we encourage and provide more opportunity to share experiences and learnings? Because again, hearing all these things, all these different countries across Africa, yet we're all dealing with somewhat similar issues at, in different scales. So how do we start promoting more of that, cross-country talking and discussions and sharing and growing and learning together?
Yeah, so to go back a bit earlier this morning on the future of esports, where you see ourselves 5 years on that panel, I think was Hugo I can't remember.
There's been so many amazing talks happening.
Yeah, but basically about integration. So esports as it sort of happens on its own, and what Siddiq said about the visa campaign, for example, to be able to insert ourselves in main cultural events or societal events that's happening in our community. So if it's a student show, and I spoke to RGB Gaming earlier during the week, if it's about being in schools, if it's about being, I don't know, in society, in communities, fairs, farmers fairs, hospitality events, whatever it is, where we're able to integrate ourselves in the normal lifestyles of the people that we are trying to reach out to. So in that way, we are able to then put esports in a position where they are doing what they would normally do, what they would generally be doing anyway, but then have an opportunity to see what's happening with esports. That's one. Secondly, it's also about communicating amongst ourselves. So like I was saying about the earlier panel, it was Mandy who mentioned that for all the people on the panel who were esports like leaders, industry leaders, they really weren't communicating amongst themselves what they were doing. So for example, if in all our societies, in all our communities, we sort of know who does what in Ghana, for example, who does what in Nigeria, and there's just that bubble where we're just speaking to ourselves only, but we're not sharing what we are doing with our other communities, with our friends, with our family, with our school colleagues, and sort of that thing. So it's about bringing those people on board, spreading the information through them, letting them propagate it and amplify it, and also their smaller circles. And then it just keeps going round, circle, communities, till it forms a bigger circle, and then we are all in it together, and that gives us a stronger voice to reach out to people.
No, 100%. Make the circle bigger. And I think, going to Brad, to you again, one, because of your experience you've had being in the scene from a very early stage of it to watching it grow and being a part of that growth as well. And again, we're here to talk about the business of esports, right? So let's talk about brands. That's obviously always a discussion and a conversation there, and obviously you coming from a telco side as well is such an interesting perspective. How do we start bringing brands and approaching brands a bit more differently as we want to engage with them and have them be a part of this and support all of this growth that we want to do? Because at the end of the day, we do need brands to get involved. We do need brands to help provide not just necessarily financial power support, because obviously that's a big part of it and that's an important one, but there's a lot more that they can do in terms of that visibility, in terms of the viewership and all of those things. So we're again back on this theme of doing things differently or new opportunities for next year. How would you suggest we start to look at brands and their involvement?
Yeah, I think we've spoken quite a bit about like collaborative spaces and people working together, and that's a lot easier said than done. Even in the local spaces, you have entities who are, again, fighting for the same slice of the pie. From a brand's perspective, where I see a lot of growth and a lot of potential is finding a large brand who has the appetite to go cross-country. It's all fine and well to say that we want to bring all of the African continent or countries together, which really makes sense, but it's difficult to do that if you have a brand that only sells a product or a service in one particular country. So that's why I think I'm very lucky and blessed to be with MTN, who covers across the whole of Africa, so we would ambitiously like to do that. But we also need to find other brands who have the appetite to want to do that. And also wanting to inject funds into it. I know you say it isn't all about funding, but to a large degree it really, really is. And significantly, at the risk of repeating myself, lowering said barriers to entry. It's all fine and great, and I support everybody on the stage in everything that they're doing to help grow the space. But it's all fine and well to build a space or a platform to bring people towards esports. But what we really need to start doing is bringing esports to the people. And again, whether that's an entity doing corporate social responsibility. I mean, we were talking about how we've seen the rise of esports in schools and how valuable, okay, I'm not going to go down the federation route, but how valuable those local and national colors become when it comes to bursaries and those types of things. we've seen what's happening in the schools now, and even in the primary schools and in and around esports, which is great. I don't knock that. I don't support that in any way, shape, or form. But like I said to you, look at the schools who they were there. It's your bishops, it's your Paul Boys, it's St. Scythians, it's private schools who've got huge money. We really need, whether it's a brand, whether it's government, whether it's federation, to really create the opportunities and go into the schools where they don't have those abilities. Not only the schools, going into some of the sports clubs, the physical sports clubs, and start doing the marriage between the two. Because if you do a moonshot and you look within the future, esports is great and physical sports is great, but there's going to be a time when those two are married. So if you think that's a little bit far-fetched, it's not. Think about drone racing. Drone racing is a physical spectator sport, but all of your pilots, they don't see that. They're sitting within POV type of cameras. So it's an exciting space. It needs to be a little bit more an agnostic space. And again, I know it is an awful lot easier said than done, but you need a few enablers who start pulling everybody together, and people need to start playing nicer together.
For sure. And I mean, again, a lot of that also comes back to collaboration and working together. And as much as it's, it's hard to do and something that we need to get better at, I think these are, again, the kind of discussions that help to foster a lot of that and bring people together in the right rooms and in the same spaces to start to make that, a lot easier. And then hopefully, again, I think, moving into next year, that might be something we can, I think, get better at. And I've mentioned it a few times, and we've actually been saying it. It's like, we shouldn't be talking about Africa once a year. It should be something that is constant and in the way that we engage on things. I want to make sure we have some time for questions and have some of those discussions there. But just before we get there, let's just do some final thoughts. Either it can be something that you want to mention now during the course of this panel, or if you want to talk about one thing that you're looking forward to or excited about within the space of esports for next year. So we just go one by one before I open it up to the floor, left to right.
Right. For me, I think the one thing going into next year will be more collaboration, more integration. Invite more countries into like tournaments in different countries, get more players from different teams, from different areas, so like north, south, east, and west. Let's engage each other and get more perspective and get different. I mean, the panel before us was diversity and inclusion. Like, let's get more people engaged, and then let's share the information as well. So shout out to someone in Nigeria, like, hey, this is what we are doing. Look at us, join us, stream us, just see what we are doing, see what's happening in Zambia. Let's just share the information and invite others to participate as well.
So there are two things I'm actually pretty excited about, and I think that more and more brands are starting to understand the value of, I'd say, approaching stuff from a grassroots perspective, because I feel that's what Africa really needs, because a grassroots perspective will help educate a lot of people and break down the misconceptions that surround the esports industry, and there'll be more support going forward, not just from the corporates, but also from the people actually involved and also the society at large. And I guess now too is that I guess the International Olympic Committee is now starting to get to the program, and seeing as esports is becoming more and more popular, and since Paris 2024 is coming pretty soon, and the French president is behind supporting the esports industry and making sure that it's actually a part of the Olympic lineup. That's pretty exciting to see, and hopefully we'll actually be able to go represent our respective countries once it's actually recognized as an official Olympic sport.
Cool. I mean, it's all fine and well to sit and talk about the problems and the hindrances that we have, and I think sometimes we need to also have a look at some of the positives and some of the cool stuff that's happened. So, I mean, I can't wax lyrically enough about Sylvia and the cool path that she shadowed, that she's fostering and people are following in their footsteps. But also let's look at what we've created and some of the opportunities that we've done and where we are from a gaming space nowadays. If I told you 10 years ago that we were going to have a small convention around games and we had 5 people coming from Epic Games to come and showcase their engine, you wouldn't believe me. So I'd like to see a lot more of the international players coming in within the South African space. We've seen in the past, even from an esports and from an influencer perspective, where we raise people up within the country and then they're gone and they're sitting within the States. What does that do for everybody else that's left here? Not much. So I'd like to see a lot more, not only the publishers and the distributors coming to the space, but I would also like to see a lot more of the international teams coming here. Let's bring Evil Geniuses, let's bring Fnatic, let's raise the state of play within Africa that we are competing at that level where we should be.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat a bit of what you said. So I know that for next year, and having traveled a lot this year, we met at the Commonwealth Games, for example. Africa is a great place, and there are opportunities like nobody's business here. And I kind of feel like I'm the one I feel like a tourism officer or something when I'm overseas, because I cannot tell them how great it is here. I can't get it across. And ultimately, Evil Geniuses are coming to visit me in November, or in Feb. They're coming in Feb to take a look, and I'm going to be glorified tour guide, and I will show them the best time of their lives. But we really are in a fantastic part of the world. And I see opportunities like nobody's business here. It's just, I wish I had more people. I wish I had more ability to roll out. By the first quarter of next year, we'll have 2 more venues rolled out in the country, which will give opportunity to the grassroots. Our school programs will be going better. Real sports comes into esports, we're kind of forcing it down their throats. But there is something of value there. There's people, as an entertainment form, as an industry, the people aren't only the gamers or the like that top echelon of people that make it and can go to America. We're going to bring the people down here. I'm looking forward to that. So.
I'd like to take a comment from my favorite superhero, who is Batman, that says, it is not who you are, but what you do that defines you. We can all in this room be the change that we want in esports. If right now you take your phone, you go on Twitter or YouTube, you click on Paradise Game, and then you like it, you comment it, you share it, that will change our life. If you do the same thing for her, for him, can you imagine? And this is what we need. We all need to take action. It's not about, tomorrow they gotta do this, they gotta do that. Looking for that superhero. Superhero in movies are dead. We need to be the change that we want for our industry. Make sure that you do something, even if it's small, you do something every day for your community, for your people, for the other ones that are doing something. Some people in the room might not like him. But when he brings his people here, you need to make sure you support it, you talk about it. Because tomorrow, then another person will say, oh, I saw that there was some things happening in South Africa. I need to go, and maybe they'll come for you. I think that's what we need to do, and that's the kind of mindset we need to have, and help each other, support each other. And I'm hopeful that things will be good.
No, that's amazing. And I think I'll just take this moment just to kind of, in summary of everything. It's about support and collaboration. I think there are amazing things happening. We're all very much aware of it. There's a reason why we're all here and why we've been here for a while, and some of us for a long time as well. We do see the potential, and there is a lot of value that's been shown here. We've seen some of the opportunities and successes that have happened that have come from Africa, especially on a global stage. So for me, the thing I'm really looking forward to for next year is more support, and genuine support as well. I think the retweets and the engagements and things are obviously a big part of that, and that's important. But there's also the real impact again, and it's something that I agree with Warren, is it's not on Twitter. Right, it's not going to be a really cool IG post. The real support and the real change comes from how people support each other in boardrooms, when people aren't in the same boardroom, how people talk about one another, how people talk about the ecosystem. And I think that is a huge thing that can go a long way when we can make that shift in our mindset of just being more supportive of each other and realizing that when one person wins, everybody can win. Esports doesn't need to necessarily be a zero-sum game until it's on the battlefield. Then that's a different thing. But, we're trying to build a great industry. It's a lot of great people here. So on that note, I'm going to open it to a few questions. We've got some time. I'll be running around with the mic. There. Sorry, firstly, just please a round of applause to the panel. I'll come to you just next.
Thanks, everyone. So it's interesting to me, the overlap between the previous panel and this one, in the sense that a diversity priority and a business priority for esports are exactly aligned as I see it. Esports in South Africa specifically, I can't speak to Ghana or Kenya, it's dominated by white people with money, right? That's what it is. So you want more black people, what you need is to make it lower financial barrier to entry, right? And this is something Brad's been talking about. But now, what's interesting to me is that there's actually 10, 15, 20 years of other countries doing this kind of development, which we can learn from, but from where I'm sitting, it's not clear it's happening. So I lived in the Philippines for 2 years, coaching a professional Dota 2 team. Dota 2 is almost like a religion in the Philippines. You will not meet a Filipino who doesn't know this game. Every person you encounter on the streets, your Uber driver. But the Philippines is not a country that's very different to South Africa economically, right? They've also got huge inequality. They've also got huge poverty, right? And there's similar examples like Brazil, Peru, Jordan. What's different about these countries and how esports developed in them? They've got a huge culture of low-end internet cafes. That's it, right? It's that simple. Lots and lots of internet cafes that are cheap to access, that their business model works by the fact that they're constantly full. So they've got whatever, 100, 200 seats that are full all day, every day. It doesn't cost the individual that much, but the numbers work because you make it accessible. And I've raised this suggestion several times with people in South Africa, and always the response is, well, crime. We can't do that. We can't open those kind of internet cafes because they're going to get robbed all the time. And personally, I think that's a very, very defeatist response. I think it needs to be explored. We need to be proactive and creative about it, because there are these examples. I mean, you ask them, some of the best Dota teams in the world, and now that's the esport I know, but I'm sure it's true for other esports too. You look at the international, one of the most represented nationalities every year is the Philippines, right? A country in a similar position to us. Brazil had that position in Counter-Strike for a long time. Jordan also for Dota. Peru also for Dota. The only difference is they have low-end internet cafes all over. So my question is, who's trying to replicate that here? And if nobody is, why is nobody doing that? Because the model exists. We don't need to sort of like magically create some impossible solution. There's a model that works.
Well, there's a business model for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, you've been to ATK, right? We're a glorified internet cafe. We're internet with a bit of sprinkly dust on it. The intention is to roll that out. I don't think it stops there. I mean, you know, when it comes to these things, it's not. I think the low end is maybe not where you want to go. You want to go kind of mid to upper, because it's not only about Dota in this country. Dota's kind of small in this country, right? It's not a. It's you got Counter-Strike. You need a beefier machine for Valorant. Then you need servers. So Epic's here. All the kids play Fortnite. How about throwing us a bone? You know, it's tough to play a game where you're, you know, hundreds of milliseconds behind everybody else. So there's a couple of things that it's not, I think, as simple as that. And once those things come, Counter-Strike has had servers here for yonks.
You're welcome.
Here we go. Thank you very much. And then this is the reason why we have Counter-Strike players all over the world. Well, not all over, but in North America, they're doing pretty well. We've shown that we have an ability. We have if we have the servers and the infrastructure down, sure. And we're rolling it out. I mean, it's up to other people to roll out a bit more. It can't all just be left to me. Yeah. I think we need some help.
Yeah. So let me add to that. So I do agree, and I'm glad that you're doing it, and I don't disagree with anything that you say. And when I said tongue-in-cheek, there's a business opportunity for you, I mean it. There's plenty space. There's plenty space. High tide rises all ships in the harbor. But another thing that you were talking about, you specifically mentioned Brazil. If you saw a month ago the challenger stage on IEM, what was happening in Brazil, did you see the support that they got? Did you see how crazy those crowds were going? That is esports. That is what esports needs to be, and we need that support here. We need more views on it, not necessarily just from the players. We need more views on it. We need to grow this audience. We haven't quite reached the tipping point yet, but we need to inject more opportunities, create more opportunities. As you said, like you repeat what I'm saying, lower those barriers to entry, create more and get more eyeballs in it. So thanks for great question, and I agree. Grant always has 2 cents to add. Run, Justin.
No, I think...
Cheers, Justin. Bye.
Yeah, that's a cheers, yeah. No, I think what Anthony is actually talking about is more like building a culture around a game is something that's really important. Like we have a culture around rugby that, you know, it's hard to beat. It's most of us kind of understand rugby or watch rugby, and the same with cricket because it's a part of our culture, right? And they've managed, you know, in the Philippines to make Dota a part of the zeitgeist, part of like everybody's culture. And the way that Anthony's trying to explain it is that it's accessible. It's accessible to put a soccer ball on a field and kick a ball around, right? It's accessible for people to maybe pick up a phone and play a mobile game. And I think Fortnite has been one of the biggest catalysts in our country when it comes to esports. And I said it when it came out, and a lot of people that were like hardcore, because the gaming culture here is like, hoorah, guns, FPS, Counter-Strike. Everyone was like, oh, Counter-Strike, nothing's going to be Counter-Strike. But Fortnite is accessible from, it's digestible for a television, which is where my forte comes in. I can put it on TV, and you know, parents are okay with their kids playing it. And it's the biggest win that Fortnite did was that it's cross-platform, from a pretty low-end phone all the way up to like your 4090. So everybody can participate. Which is great. And I think that we saw a huge culture shift in gaming when Fortnite came out because it was competitive. You could play a 20-minute match at little break, you know what I mean, at school with your phones and your friends, and then have that continue. I think Fortnite's going in a direction as a game which is difficult to commoditize as an esport. But if they do that, it's the kind of thing where we could start building a culture around a game where people just know and play it. Right. And I think Fortnite's been the closest we've had to that. But we need servers, please, because that's been a huge
leave Justin alone. So I agree with you, and I agree with you on the rugby stuff. I agree with you on the football stuff. Where I have a little bit of hope for potentially next year, if you're standing on a crossroads of a street corner and you've got 4 blocks, and on the one corner you have a game of rugby, on the one corner you've got a game of football, on the one corner you've got whatever it may be, NBA. On the other corner, a fight breaks out. Everybody's watching that fight. And for the same thing, Dota for the uninitiated. Okay, let's do a quick comparison. If I'm watching something on Jinx for the first time and I'm watching a game of Dota, I can sit there for an hour and I don't know what's going on. But if I'm watching a game of Counter-Strike, it's relatively easy. But back to the fight analogy, if I'm watching 2 people fight, it's really, really simple, and it's easy to digest, and it's easy to see what's going on. And next year, apparently, we're going to have Mortal Kombat coming out with a mobile title. So I'm hoping that that title doesn't tank, and I'm hoping that that is a title that can potentially, again, lower set barriers to entry and will hopefully diversify our audience a bit. So I don't know if that answers what you... Oh, shit.
Okay, so my name is Jason. I'm from Epic Games. So
thanks for coming.
I don't work with Fortnite, so let's not get overexcited. So I have one anecdotal comment that I would like to make, and that's kind of the growth of esports over the years. So I've kind of watched it, and you know, in the beginning I was like, oh, why don't you just go out and play? And then I realized I sit at home and watch rugby or cricket or whatever. I'm exactly the same as someone watching esports. But what I noticed was that the Swedish Football Association got behind esports. So they actually, when they run the football league, they actually have an esports league on the side, which is actually, it's on TV. It's really, really interesting to watch about how good these guys are. I'm not a very good FIFA player. I am the best FIFA player in my house, though. So that was the one kind of anecdotal thing. And then I kind of have a question around, like, maybe for you, Warren, who runs facilities, like, what do you expect from, not brands, let's put brands aside, but the publishers of the games, and also the hardware providers. So that's my question to you. And then I maybe have one, like, kind of / question comment, and that's also around Fortnite. And for the content creators here, mostly, I think my question is, like, as Epic Games, okay, we run the Fortnite World Cup and we run a few tournaments and things. We haven't done anything in Africa yet, but I think what we're most interested in is the people around Fortnite Creative and your experiences that you're creating for other people. That's kind of what we're most interested in. So you're creating your own tournaments, your own things, and like, how are you guys with that? Like, what are you doing? Because we haven't seen anything really come from Africa in like a big way. It's mostly from the US and Europe, of kids creating their experiences, but for their friends and things, which is not really esports, but it is also esports. So that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So what we've seen recently in the last, call it year and a half, I've seen obviously more opportunity come from guys like ESL and DreamHack, where we get the opportunities that everybody else gets in order to show what we can do on an international stage. We're far behind, obviously, from a skill level because we just have less exposure to those opportunities and to play in the events. The service would be nice, and that would go somewhere. Like if you look at the stats and in the facility, Fortnite is by far the most played game at our venues. Counter-Strike is kind of languishing behind, but when you look at things like real sports that move into and mimic with an esport component to it. We started this, actually one of the first things was running our sim racing events in the lead up to an actual racing event, for example. Very accessible, everybody understands it. When people come into the venue, they understand, you know, you get the parents who go, oh, you know, my kid plays a lot of games and we're just going to do it for an hour or two and I don't understand it. You put them in the sim racer and you put some VR goggles on. The kids are waiting to leave and the parents are still racing and they come there the next time with their mates. More support from publishers would be the tops because we get more of it. So opportunities to participate in, for example, the Fortnite World Cup that happened. If we have those opportunities and we're not having to compete with everybody else in 180 milliseconds, I don't know what it is these days, but it's pretty... Yeah, infrastructure. Put down some servers. We can show that we can at least play something. I mean, if you've played Counter-Strike and you play on 15 milliseconds and then you go and play something else like Apex Legends, for example, where you're shooting where the guy's going to be, not where he is, because that's just how it has to go. In League of Legends, it's the same. We sit there. Rocket League. What is Rocket League's server situation? Well, you know, you have that. You've got a crutch. You've got you're carrying around a bag of cement when everybody's kind of having a great time. And that's what we try to do is like, okay, you're good at Apex Legends in the local scene. You need to go to the other side of the planet now. I need to pay for you to get there. I need to put you in a house. I need to get you a visa that is, we're just going to pretend you're a tourist. Basically, it's what we have to do most of the time so that they can go get the exposure. If we have infrastructure down, great. If we have recognition and we have an ability, Rocket League does a fantastic job of giving those abilities and giving those opportunities. Counter-Strike is happening. We need more of that. Can I just say one thing? That when it comes to this progression, people understanding esports and becoming a culture, it's just a matter of time before everybody understands esports. There's a couple of us who are a bit older that get it. The younger kids, the younger kids is just part of, they watch rugby, as Grant says, they watch rugby, they watch cricket, and then they watch Counter-Strike, and then they watch Rocket League, and then they'll watch some FIFA. My wife, who's sitting at the back there, tells me about what's happening in Counter-Strike. She gets it. She loves rugby more than she loves me. But it's genuine, it's true. But she knows what's going on. When we were in Pro League, I'd leave, our games were on at like 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever, we'd be halfway through. I'd leave, take kids to school, come back, and I'd hear screaming. I thought, okay, well, that doesn't sound good. And she's screaming at the TV. Now, she gets it. If she can get it, and she's in the mid-40s, then in 10 years' time, it's just a thing that everybody does. Everybody's played Fortnite. Then by that time, these people have grown up, and they socialize by taking a ball down to the beach or the soccer field, or they jump online and play some games. It's a transition that's going to be very quick.
Do you want to add one for you?
Yeah. Can I add just one thing to that question? When you look at Unreal, for example, you can see that there's a lot of efforts into making sure that developers grow to start building more and more games. So there's investments, there's grants to support them so that they get to a level which makes sense because then they're using the engine. I'll make the same parallel with esports. I believe it will be important for publishers to invest into helping and supporting either venues or tournament organizers with grants so that they could run esports tournaments so that tomorrow the ecosystem or the industry could grow enough so that there's more players that play because they feel like, oh, there's a lot more cash prizes, there's a lot more activities. I understand you're not brands and you're not promoting because the brand is already there, but unfortunately it's like the chicken and egg issue. Advertisers are waiting for the viewership to explode before they start investing in the ecosystem, and then content creators and event organizers are waiting for funds so that they could run it. So I think it will help, and I think it's definitely something to try. And I've seen a couple of others starting to try it, and it makes a whole difference, and it's starting to help. Now, in terms of why you haven't seen big things, I mean, it's all related to the same issue of internet being a little bit more too expensive, of not having enough funds to be able to run tournaments that attract a lot of viewership. But I'm hoping that this will come because there's a lot of initiative happening. And we can see that the numbers are increasing. So hopefully, quite shortly, we can get to a point where it strikes everybody's eyes that, okay, there's something solid that's being organized in Africa and that you guys should pay more attention to.
So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. We're actually really behind, and the venue does close. I know. Snake, you're a caster. You talk to TI, okay? Dota, sit down. Unfortunately, as we do not have time for any more questions. But again, to the panel, thank you so much for those conversations. Really, really important. Yeah, thank you, everybody. So we have one last panel that is coming up to close out the day. It has been an incredible day. The last panel is going to be around the future of content creation. Again, you've heard around the need for diversity. You've heard around esports, and esports as well as a space that could learn and grow and benefit from content creation. So I am going to be asking Jess Hines to come on stage as the moderator for the content creator, along with Rusty Pie lover Grant Hines, Sakile, and Kalipa. I'm very curious about that. This is for the panel. Yeah. So, where's Sakile? No, that's Kalita.
Am I going to sit over there? Yeah. Can I give you this? Yeah, of course.
No, I'm just holding you. You have the panelist mic. Sit down. Everybody, can we please let the panel get started? Dale, you specifically have now called you out as the teacher. Guys, the panel's about to start. Let's just give them a chance to get it going.
Okay, I have a microphone, so I'm just going to talk over everyone that's talking because my voice is louder. Hi everyone, I'm the Jess Hines. I'm a content creator in South Africa in the gaming scene, and I'm just going to give everyone else a quick minute or two to just introduce each of themselves, and then we're going to play a quick game. which you can be involved with, and then we're going to get into the panel. So let's take it away.
What's good, everybody? My name is Sakile Dembe. I am a content specialist at Founders Factory Africa. Shout out.
Okay, this might be a little long. Hello, everyone. I'm Rusty Pilover, ginger streamer, professional high-pitch screamer, entertainer extraordinaire.
Hi, guys. I'm Grant Hines. I am Jess's husband. But I am also a content creator.
Hi everyone, I'm Kalipa Ntoko. I'm a digital marketing manager, content creator, and South Africa's top flat lay photographer.
How's it? I'm Jill Strawberry and I run an influencer school. I teach influencers the business of being an influencer and content creators how to monetize their content. And also some of the hard truths and contracts and things that we have to navigate and that kind of thing. So you must already know how to blow up on Reels before you come to me.
Okay, awesome. So we're going to start off with a really quick game called Trash or Trend. So I'm going to name some kind of trends that are going on in social media, and you can tell us if it's trash or if it's a trend, and you can get involved. I don't have signs for you. You're welcome to just scream, "It's trash! It's a trend!" Okay, cool. The first one is that famous TikTok text-to-speech lady. Your day. You know that. Okay. Okay, I thought that one would be more divisive, but okay, cool. AI-generated art portraits. Be real. Series videos. This is part 1 of whatever. Brands being chaotic. Brands being professional. Affiliate links as payment. YouTubers doing MMA fights. Cross-posting your content. Cross-posting your content. No. So like your one video on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and yeah, like the same video posted across. No. Okay, interesting. Challenges. So like the ice bucket challenge, the whatever. Okay, then the last one, videos where you point at text. So like you don't say anything, you're just like, come on, this was so much fun. Okay.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Like no skill at all.
Okay, awesome. So I'm not keeping this panel specifically to gaming because we have quite a diverse panel here today. So we're going to talk more about content creation in general. Starting with the first one, which is obviously the platforms we post on. For some of you who have been in the game for a long time, the platforms that you're on didn't even exist when you started. So how, in your experience, have the platforms changed? And more importantly, where do you think that they're evolving to? So like, for example, Instagram at a stage kind of was becoming a bit of a shop thing, but now it's like a TikTok Lite thing. I don't know. So whoever wants to start first can start first.
Okay, we'll go with a boomer. Yeah, no, it's strange that you mentioned that, like, all these platforms that came up from when we started. I mean, I started 9 years ago. Back then you could count the amount of South African creators maybe on 2 hands at that point. And Twitter was mostly just people just talking about their day. Facebook was the in thing, that's where you posted everything on groups. Instagram was more like all the model photos, as everyone liked to complain back in those days. TikTok wasn't a thing. YouTube Shorts wasn't a thing. YouTube's videos were the thing. So to see short form content and that kind of creativity outside of long form content developing, as well as like Instagram going away from being a model platform, as they like to call it, to a vast variety of food, gaming, handiwork, all that kind of thing. It's amazing to see from the days when we started, where gaming was the thing, to that content is more a forward thing now than just one sort of thing. And to see platforms diversify and that kind of thing also makes it kind of nice to be on those platforms now, because a lot of the times, if you were posting back then games on Instagram, people would be like, "Huh? Excuse? What is this?" And yeah, and even TikTok developing from what people classified it as a dancing platform, because that was the thing. If you did TikToks, you were one of those dancers with no life. Now it's a platform for spreading good messages, looking at people's creativity, how they've done it, educational videos. It's great to see that these platforms have diversified away from the stereotypical thing, and that people made sure they broke through those barriers to make it more accessible to everything content.
It's interesting because one of the questions you asked were cross-platforming and posting the same piece of content across multiple channels. And I'm kind of I'm very much from the traditional side of things. I'm also a boomer. So it's like when I started my career, we actually were hand-setting type. There were no computers. I'm joking. No, I'm not. So when with regards to cross-platforming and things, I'm still quite a purist. I still believe that we should be creating content for a specific platform for what it's actually there for. Like Instagram for me would be more storytelling and inspirational. I know what I go to Instagram for. Twitter, if you want to go there if you're angry and want to have a fight. Facebook, you want to just go to there to see what events are on, and LinkedIn, you go looking for jobs and making job connections. So for me, it's you should actually be creating content specifically for those platforms, especially when it comes to long form and short form. You should keep it concise for the platform.
Yeah, I'd also like to add. So when I started this, it was a long time ago. So I studied art direction advertising. So I'm also like back in the 2000s. So I'm also super old when it comes to this stuff. I started a career on broadcast television and then went into digital media kind of by accident. There was a company in South Africa trying to compete with YouTube, which was really dumb. But they paid me to make content for 2 years, which was great. So that's when I learned digital video. And one of the things, when I was studying, YouTube wasn't a thing. It didn't exist. And one of the things that I realized is that there's the switch where these digital platforms kind of just were like dumping grounds for content, and they started realizing that they're actually broadcasting mediums, and they have this weird relationship with the content creator, the UGC that's getting created, because in traditional broadcast you'd commission a show, so the SABC would pay for a show to be made. Meanwhile, they're just going, hey, make stuff for us for free. And now they have, TikTok have got creator programs where that is a commissioning based structure. But they are doing a rev share with advertising. So they've got two problems that they need to solve. Is that they're creating platforms now for user engagement because they need viewership to stay relevant and to increase and to be competitive with other ones. So they are now algorithmic based. So when YouTube started, there was no viewership algorithm. It was like, are you subscribed to that person? And then everybody got upset because they got rid of the subscription thing. It's like, I'm not seeing any of the people I'm subscribed to. It's because you're not watching them. They know algorithmically. So I think the biggest switch that I've seen is that all the platforms, regardless of what they are or what they become, have now all switched to an algorithmic based formula. So creating compelling content, even if you're cross-posting it and it's compelling on all those mediums, there's kind of a homogeny, but if those people are watching that kind of content there and watching it for longer, you're going to do very well. And that's when you can carve out whole new niches and genres. When I started, vlogging wasn't a thing. Unboxing is a genre now that everyone was like, that's insane. People are watching people open phones. And I was like, yeah, because they want to know what cables are in the box. And now it's like a thing. There's unbox therapy and yeah. So I think that's the biggest change.
Yeah. I think for me, what's been interesting is seeing how, number one, like the copycat between all these platforms and how, we had Periscope on Twitter and then Suddenly we have, Facebook wanting to have all these lives, and then of course Instagram coming through with IG stories because Snapchat had a thing going on, and then we had LinkedIn also wanting to come through with fleets because Twitter had fleets, and it was just like, okay, what are these platforms trying to do? They're seeing something is successful on one platform and just trying to copy it on the other, and let's just see if it's going to work because is it trendy, is it not? And realizing, oh, fleets is a bad idea. LinkedIn just turned that off because I don't know if a CEO is trying to show us, hi, this is me. So I think that's been quite of an interesting switch, change, trend within social media and the platforms, and I think also just the way in which we engage with these platforms. So for me, I'm a self-taught photographer, and I literally learned all things I know about photography through YouTube. I would sit and I'd watch 2 hours of tutorials, like just show me how do I turn a camera on. And now, now we have vlogs. Now I'm sitting and I'm treating YouTube like TV, like I'm watching series. I'm watching these MMA fights in KSI trying to beat up Jake Paul. I'm like, this is my TV, right? Like TikTok, yes, was this short form, very like snappy chat type of content. Now I'm sitting here learning how to gua sha my face. I'm learning on TikTok. So it's been very interesting to see that, yes, copycat, but also just the way in which we're engaging with these platforms and what they used to be created for and how that's just kind of moved away. I think Instagram is a very classic example. Photos, oh my gosh, as a photographer, I love to share my photos on Instagram, and now I'm like showing people.
Now you have to share them as a reel.
Yes, as a reel. So that's my 2 cents.
I actually just want to use that as a really good segue into the next point. So a lot of these social media platforms, when they introduce new features, obviously algorithmically it's good to do the new feature because they're going to push your content a little bit. But how do you feel about always kind of being a guinea pig and testing these new things first, or is it better to kind of wait until it's an established feature and then you can hone into making it good? Like I think, for example, when Reels did first come up, people were like, oh, we don't know how to do video. We're just going to post video, like a lot of photos together and see if it works. So like, how do you feel about testing a new feature versus perfecting it?
So this brings up the idea for me of beta testing. And I come from a world where, okay, Founders Factory Africa, we service different tech startups from the content side and content development and then into product market fit and branding and all of that stuff. And what we found is that to iterate or to create content within those different businesses is what has been the biggest challenge. You find that some businesses are better suited to have just 2 platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram. And then for you, maybe it'll just be Twitter and Facebook or whatever. So I think I appreciate the level of competition that's happening between these platforms. But it's also, for me, I want to advise, and I always advise founders to take the power back. So testing and trying things out is good because what you're doing is you're iterating for your own business strategy and your own business plans as to how you're going to do your thing on social media, right? So I'm not against testing, but I feel like take the power back. Don't let that be the one thing that's going to defeat you or that thing that's going to change your entire structure and makeup of your social media strategy. I think that's what is quite crucial for me.
So it's kind of a two-edged sword there because we always want to be. There's an old saying, and it's going to sound so boomerish, so apologies, but the early bird catches the worm, right? And in content, unfortunately, if you want to remain relevant, if that is what you're after, you have to try the new stuff. You have to be on top of what the social medias change, what the algorithms are, those kind of things. It's the same with when you're streaming and you're a gamer and you want to try the current trends, and we see that people do that. Is it always a good thing? I'm of the opinion that it's yes and no, because from a streamer perspective, if you're trying to build community and they see you hopping on trend, are you trying to build a community or are you trying to build a viewer base? There's a distinct difference between the two. If you're trying to build a community, you're trying to establish relationships with people, it shouldn't matter what game you're playing. But if you're hopping on trend to trend, people aren't going to know what it is that you're doing unless you put there, I'm a variety streamer. And then eventually, when the trend dies down, you're on the next trend. You're not giving the trend time to go. From social media side, if you're trying to build your brand, it's a good idea to do it, because then you see, okay, this works, and hey, you never know, suddenly you boom and it works. So it's a double-edged sword. People can see it. Depends on what you want to do. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would like to add this is that like, because a lot of these new platforms have come up, they're still trying to figure out how we consume stuff. And they're also trying to tell us what we're doing. And this is evolving really quickly. I think I always think of social media like the Gutenberg press. So the Gutenberg press comes out, everybody hated it when it came out. The biggest problem, I don't know how many of you know what the Gutenberg press was, but it's the first printing press ever created. And one of the biggest criticisms of the time was that it was going to kill the oratory tradition, because that's how people handed down information. It's like, why would you print something when you can hear it from somebody else? And we have these great orators who would tell you a story. But meanwhile, it democratized information, and it became a better way to consume it, because you could consume a book whenever you want, wherever you'd like, which is like, it's wild. YouTube, you can watch a movie when you want, whenever you like. You don't have to watch it when SABC decides to broadcast it on a Thursday night at 4 in the evening or whatever. So I think that took a long time to solidify into what books are now, and they're not. If you look at a book today versus a book that came out during that era, they would look completely different. And I think digital media is video consumption in that way as well. It's happening so rapidly. They're still trying to find their feet and how we sit and watch things. Phones might not be a thing in 10 years' time. We might have glasses. So how we consume that is going to be very, very different. But content never changes. The idea of good media never ends. So there are good books and bad books. There's good YouTubers, there's bad YouTubers, there's good TikTokers, there's bad TikTokers. You've got to work out what works for you and how you communicate that. And the essence of those things are still important. Good storytelling in books is still very important, with good storytelling on Instagram or on TikTok. The mediums change. And then there's new genres that get formulated, like, again, like it blows people's minds that I remember when Let's Plays came out, when people sat down and watched a video game for the first time. The people that actually started that was a little group of podcasters called Giant Bomb. And what they used to do was they used to start a series called Quick Plays. They would get a game. They realized that the internet required the content to be as current as possible. Traditionally, you'd get a game to review. You'd spend like 2 weeks reviewing that game, and then you'd publish your amazing written piece, which was like this helm of like, that would be the thing. And they realized that they were losing traffic. So what they would do is they just put the game in, and then talk and play it, record it for 2 hours, and then upload it. And that got traffic, but everyone was really confused. It's like, but what is the content? Like, where's the review? And they were like, the content is us playing the game. And then that became a genre. People started enjoying that more than like a critique of the game. Just watching funny people play a game, it became entertaining. And then from nothing, it became a genre called Let's Plays, and PewDiePie and all these guys have made like massive careers of it. What genres those are going to look like in future, we don't know. So I always recommend people jump on new trends. Well, trends is a bad word. Jump on new ways that the medium is using, because you will learn a little bit about how they can't reverse engineer, why that thought process was there to begin with. And then even if it dies, there is a learning that you'd have, you know. That's why Fleets comes out and disappears. You know, you can still, you know, work out how to use it.
So now I kind of want to get into a little bit of the production side when it comes to content creators. I think a lot of us who create content can see that currently there is a bit of a production arms race going on, where you're trying to create content for multiple platforms at the same time. Oh, I need to create my reel and my TikTok and my cover photo for it and a carousel and. How can like individual creators kind of keep up with one, creating enough content sustainably to keep doing so, and keep up the production of that content to the level of their peers?
I'm the photographer. I just shoot 500 photos in like 2 hours and ta-da, I've got all my content. But literally, like that is one example of how I try and keep up. It's first of all just understanding what are the platforms that I exist on. I was always of the opinion that I don't need to be everywhere to be seen by everyone because my type of content will not appeal to everyone, right? Like, I'm a cup of tea, and there are people who like champagne, and I'm not going to try and convince people to drink tea if you like champagne. So for me, when it comes to content, it's like, okay, cool. Instagram, I know it's photos. Yes, there's a thing called Reels, so I have an awareness that, okay, when I do my photos, maybe if I take a photo, let me just take a video of how I shot this photo. Yeah. There, I've got some content there. I cross-post, okay, cool. TikTok, it's also video content. So you know what, let's try and see if this Instagram video that I've taught on how I took this photo will work on TikTok. I think for me also it's my relationship with these platforms that informs, you know, the amount of content I will create. Like at the end of the day, fundamentally for me, it's just important that it meets, the content I create meets the three personal values I have, which is to inspire, to motivate, and to educate. So I won't jump on a trend just because it's cool and like, hey, peace signs here because that's what's trendy. If it's not going to inspire anybody, I won't do it. If it's not going to motivate anybody to take an action, I won't do it. If it's not going to educate you, I'm not going to do it. And so that also helps me go, yo, slow down with the amount of content you need to create because I have a purpose with the type of content I'm trying to create. But back to the question, yes, so it's batch content creating. It is going, okay, cool, a photo I want to share on Instagram, but Reels exists and there's a TikTok probably who someone might learn how I shot this. So let me just also the video, share it on TikTok. And that for me is how I go, okay, cool, just batch content creating, but do it purposefully and just do it with the fact that I just also don't have to post this everywhere. I'm a cup of tea.
Okay, so as someone who is going to speak in cruel irony of this, because I don't plan your stuff. Plan what you want to post and plan when you want to post it. Make sure that you schedule. Scheduling, I think, as a content creator overall is one of the biggest things that you have to do. At the end of the day, you're human. You get tired. You get down, you're not always in the mood to post content. That is how that's going to be. And when you start spreading yourself thin over everything, you're going to lose that. It's always quality over quantity. I think we're getting to that kind of thing. Quality over quantity. So make sure that you schedule your things. Maybe build a bit of a backlog. If you know you're going to be doing this, take some time, sit, record a couple of stuff, put them in the backlog, and then don't procrastinate. Don't do that. Don't forget about it. Again, I speak in cruel irony. There are 20 Stardew Valley videos that still have to go up. They've been going up since Feb. So, yeah, I've got a backlog, but make sure you schedule. Like, I think the big thing is schedule, discipline, and just to touch on that point, you don't have to be everywhere. You do not.
This is something that I actually struggled with personally because I came from a fashion and lifestyle content creation environment, which is very competitive, especially in South Africa. And I used to do that. I used to batch create content. I used to literally like hop on an Uber with a suitcase and my friend who was a photographer at the time, just hold the camera steady and click, you know what I mean? And I'd be in and out, in back routes and corners, changing, put on the next outfit, let's go over there, that wall looks cool, blah, 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 blah. And it's exhausting, you know? So I tend to advise people not to compete where they can't compare. Define your brand, yes. Focus on sustainability and resourcing yourself, so reinvesting. If you get a campaign or whatever, some of that money must go towards something that will, you know, create better content for you. But the aim is not to sweat. The aim is to keep it really cool, really chill, because once you start sweating, people will notice. When I started creating batch content, I had pressure because I'm like, oh, this photo must go out today, and then this one's gonna go in the next 2 hours, and then this one, you know what I mean? And it became overwhelming to a point where now I'm losing my sense of purpose because I have all this amazing content that I wanna push out into the world. So yeah, my main advice for you would be, please don't sweat it, define your brand, have a purpose, yes, and if you're batch creating, schedule it so that you're not sitting at home every 2 hours trying to post the very next thing that you think is going to trend, because again, there's the pressure of I need to post the next best thing as opposed to so-and-so who I saw who did this and this and that and the other. Yeah.
Somebody said to me the other day in one of my courses, it's like, I was looking at their content stream and I was like, what's that? He was like, oh no, that's a filler. And I was like, nah, we don't fill anything. We post, like, the algorithm doesn't like fillers. The one thing that I can say is just be consistent. And if yours consistency is once a week, do once a week. If your consistency is once a day, do once a day. If it's once a month, do once a month. It's literally, don't post fillers, post quality only, and don't sweat. Rather just post quality or don't post at all.
Yeah, another thing that is, like, try not to compare your content with other people's content, because there's a couple of reasons why. Work with the algorithm, like work with your own feed and compare your work with your previous posts and work out what's working. Because what I find is when content creators copy other content creators, they often copy the wrong thing. So they see something that they like in that content and they go like, wow, I want to copy that. But it's not the reason that that content is compelling. You might go like, yo, it's like the reason people buy like Ronins and drones, and you go like, I'm seeing some content creators now, I'm not going to mention their names, but they're local ones, lifestyle ones, but they just like, they bought a drone, I guess, and like they just shoot everything beautifully with drones. It's beautiful footage, but like they're not getting any views. And I think like they're copying the wrong thing. Like they've got such a great angle to begin with. Just lean into the narrative, lean into the thing that was making you popular to begin with. And what was working on the platforms. Don't go like, yo, I saw this other content creator like fly a drone over a house. Now we travel vloggers, so now we've got to take a drone everywhere. It's like, I can't stop, I hate drone footage, like so much. And then it's just so boring. It's like everybody's got a drone, we've seen it. Like and then the same location is filmed by 4 people in the same way. So stop using it, and it's so expensive.
But drones are the future. Everyone needs a drone.
But it's the same thing. It's like there's a. I'll survive. Who did art at school? Who did history of art? Who did architecture? So Le Corbusier had this thing. It was like form follows function. Like that was like a very and Frank Lloyd Wright, like form. And I always think about that all the time. Form follows. Everything that you create needs to be. There has to be a reason it's there. And if it means, you can film it on a shit phone if it's a good reason for it to be there. Don't compare yourself to somebody that's filming like on an R5C. Like if the reason it's there, the way you make that video must be there intentionally, and the way you make your content must be there intentionally. And that's why there's no fillers, because the fillers aren't intentional. They're there because you didn't have anything else to do. And I think that's like the way you should be creating content is like use the form follows function. Like, is this there for a reason? What are my objectives? What are my reason for making this? Does the content do this? And you'll see, you follow content creators that are filming on like a shitty phone, and they're super popular, and you go like, why are they so popular?
We all remember that streamer that didn't have a face cam, that just used a mirror, and they became like so popular. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like it's not about the gear, and that's why people say it's not about the gear you use. I know that's a thing, but that's they're saying that the other way around. It's like, rather think about the philosophy of why you're making what you're making and what works. Then you can upgrade your gear later. But like, yeah.
And then speaking of having gear and creating these high production things for Instagram, you know, someone's just going to the shops with their dog to Woolworths and doing a Woolworths haul, and then there's like a drone going over Woolworths, flying through the aisles. There's obviously been like an evolution in content with influencers and content creators creating sort of ad-like content, and then ad agencies working with content creators to create similar content or more relatable content. So as some panelists who have been in ad agencies and others who, you know, have worked with ad agencies, how have you seen the evolution from both sides? Like, how have ad agencies evolved, and how have content creators evolved to become their own sort of mini agencies?
I don't know if they have evolved. To be honest, I think it's just about a budget thing. They'll go, well, I think it's cheaper just to let the content creator create the content for us, and that's one of the biggest things as well. Is everyone thinks that influencer marketing is actually a cheap media buy, but it's probably one of the most expensive media buys that you can get as well. So I don't think that the ad agencies have really, I don't think content creators have replaced ad agencies per se. But yeah, sorry, I don't know if that's...
Okay, I'm going to speak about this because I'm a ad graduate and did agency work and now do this kind of thing. And that is, there's been a bit of evolution in the space as well. So traditionally an ad agency is a copywriter and an art director and a creative director, and they'll get briefed in by the client going like, this soap washes black clothes the best, and then you have to make a whole campaign with that objective, right? That's your guiding light for the campaign. So when content creators are briefed on making this stuff, they often get dictated to by the brand. This used to happen quite a lot. It kind of still does. You get dictated to by the agency, the ad agency, who is now going, we're making billboards for this large campaign with that objective, and now we need you to fulfill this role. I've done a few campaigns recently like this, and I don't like doing it this way, but you know, you've got to feed your family. But they'll give you like logos and stuff to add to it because there's a corporate identity, and they want to make your content their corporate identity. The flip side now is that we have our own audience, we've got our own shows, we've got our own production, and there's a reason, we hope that we know that people are compelled to watch what we're watching. And anything pulling out of that it's detrimental to the brand that we work with, and it's detrimental to the audience and the content creator, because I will do some ad things and I literally lose subscribers. Now, what does that say to the client? And it's usually because the client's dictated too much, or an agency actually, the client is usually doesn't really understand creative work. The agency is dictating something because they want to either stay involved or relevant, or they want to, have some form of like a unified control across the entire campaign. The only thing that should be there is the story that the brand is telling, and they should rely on us as content creators to tell that story to our audience in the way that we tell our stories. And if they can give us that one thing, like what makes that Omo or whatever that makes our clothes like that black last blacker, like how can we do that in our stories uniquely? So we've become the creative team, the trio creative team. We've become the subcontracted agency that produces the content, because an ad agency will subcontract creatives to make the work. And we've become the broadcasting medium, which would be the billboard, because we're also posting that to our story. So yes, influencer work can become expensive, but we're doing so much of what a huge train of people would usually do. So comparatively, it's cheaper, but it's also expensive. The biggest cool thing now is that agencies who are taking that influencer work and giving it to influencers are understanding that the ROI, the KPI that they should be looking for is the engagement rates of those posts. And it's only been this year, in the year of our Lord 2022, that agencies have actually started asking for that information. All they used to care about was follower count. And they go like, oh, this person's got like 1 million followers. And they bought those followers. And that was like the most frustrating part. But like you would have us who are like in the gaming space and in the tech space or whatever, would have a smaller audience, but a higher percentage of engagement. And then brands started going like, oh shit, that's how we measure this. It's like they're watching more of this content and coming back for it and actually driving a physical action of buying something or a perception of a brand that they're trying to like rectify. Like, God forsake Telkom. Telkom's on a nice turnaround. Telkom used to be the worst company in the world in South Africa, and they've done like this nice U-turn over a period of time. You know, people go, oh yeah, I've got a Telkom SIM card. It's got, it's cheap. It's got like uncapped data, rad. That's the kind of thing. So, no, not at all. I don't have a Telkom contract. In fact, I'm doing an MTN contract at the moment.
There's the plug.
There's the plug. I'm not getting paid for that. Yeah, hashtag not sponsored. Yeah, but I think, so that's where I think the shift is. There's space for agencies, because agencies need to brief brands on what the creative needs to do, because brands don't know what they do. A creative director will tell them, this is your USP. This is your unique selling proposition that you need to propagate. And traditional media isn't dead. Radio is the most listened to medium across the country. Radio is the biggest thing you can have in South Africa. If you don't have a radio ad on your campaign, it's you know, you're losing. So, like, I think that, and then the good ad agencies that I've worked with have been the ones that briefed us, going, this is our USP above the line, which means that everything is on billboard and TV or whatever. And then what we're going to be doing with you guys as a collective is like, how can you tell the story and can you pitch that idea back to us? And then that way we can go like, a good agency will go like, I understand why we've employed you as an influencer. We understand why you talk to your audience that way. We get it. We approve the idea. Or they'll fight for us to the client, going like, trust us. This person is the right one. And we've had similar experiences recently where we've had brands fight for somebody, a creative that we know, that would go like, trust us. This person is great. And they go, And then when the final product comes out and the final work has come out, because they were briefed correctly, and given the freedom as a miniature agency, as an individual, that work is like lauded by like you get calls from the international team in like Taiwan going like, wow, like who made that content? You know, and it's because of that relationship. So I think agencies are still relevant because there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and the way that they're reacting with influencers is evolved to work with KPIs that you know, about reach.
Time to add to that. Yes. So I'm a bit of an activist when it comes to, you know, the relationship between an influencer and an agency, and I always advise content creators to, again, take back your power. You can negotiate contracts. If somebody comes to you with a brief and there's something in there that you do not agree with, perhaps you want to work with them, but there's something in the fine line that doesn't really, you know, hit the spot for you, you can definitely negotiate. And if they do not want to negotiate, peace. You know why? Because you don't want to be a brand hoe. And brand hoes exist.
That's the official term, by the way.
That's the official term for, oh, you're doing Escort Vienna's today. Oh, you're in Office London today with a boot on. Oh, now you're at Africa Games Week. Oh, now you know what I mean? And those people, it's very obvious, well, for me, because I know what's going on, it's very obvious that those are people that are just taking anything they can get. And it shows a level of desperation, but it also dilutes your brand. You actually do not have an actual unique brand that is about something that you are pushing in the game. You're just an advertiser. You're a billboard. So you don't want to end up in that position where you lose your voice because all these brands can just come up onto your page and live there forever. And that's what you're trading off. You're actually trading off audiences. You're trading off engagement just because, and guys, there's so much to say. But I want people to understand that you can negotiate and you have the power to negotiate because you're building a brand. There's something that you're doing. This is purpose-led work. You know what I mean? You want to get to a point one day where this thing means something and it's actually transferable. We talk about that in the corporate world where it's like, you're not here for a good time, you're here for a long time. And that's how you should think about it. Is that one day someone's going to be so inspired by what you're doing and it's going to be transferable, perhaps to your children, perhaps to another, you know, group of influencers that are going to come up under you. Maybe you're going to open an agency, an influencer school. So these are things that you have to take into consideration. Play the long game. It sounds contradictory, okay, here for a good time, not a long time, but build for a long-term sustainability. But do not ever forget that you still have the power to negotiate because you're actually building something that should last over time. Yeah.
Thank you. We are getting a little bit short of time, so I'm going to get to like the final little question here. So this one's quite deep, and I think I'm a little bit biased on this because I'm a transhumanist myself. But obviously we have deepfakes, we have Descript, we have AI-generated content, all of that's coming up now. How can, since we're talking about the future of content creators, how can content creators kind of weather this future that is coming? where a lot of content is not going to be created by people. How are we going to be able to still be a part of that in the metaverse, in AR content, in a world where it's getting harder and harder to tell what is created by humans and what is not? I know it's a very deep question, but it's an important one.
Firstly, you gross as a photographer to all AI, you know, photos that are generated by machines, all the deep fakes, you know, we have a Tom Cruise cruising around on TikTok and it's actually not even him chatting with parrots. It's weird. And this is just me. It's weird and it's odd because I feel like at the end of the day, we're communicating with people, humans. Machines, you know, they're great for giving output and high output in terms of content. Like, oh my gosh, give Premiere Pro if it doesn't crash. 5 videos and let it just automatically create like a cool video for you, or CapCut. Like, machine and AI is really great for that. But honestly, like, if you don't even tell it, like, what's the story? Like, the machine won't be able to do the storytelling part of your content, right? And I feel like this is cool. Like, the metaverse is cool and all, but also just think about it, like, that type of adoption within the South African context. And that's why I'm kind of averse to the metaverse. It sounds cool for the people in the US and the UK, and it's really been adopted well, but like access to that is a lot higher than like over here. We're still trying to fight data, you know, prices of just trying to get connection to, you know, like just simple access, not only just to the metaverse, but just there's a barrier first that we got to get over, which is just like the data situation, because that's what we need. We need the Wi-Fi.
We're going to be in the metaverse and hit load shedding and get stuck in there.
Right, and then get stuck, yeah, like, right, and then get stuck in a world where you're not interacting with people, which is, at the end of the day, like, that's who we are fundamentally. Like, me being here and connecting with humans, there's something special about that. Like, the stories that we all have told throughout this workshop, throughout the 3 days we've all been here, there's something that a machine just simply cannot replicate. And I feel like content creators, that is your superpower. It might not be talked about as often, it might not feel like it, but there's something cool about being human and the story that you can tell. Because like I said, yes, you're not everyone's cup of tea, but there will be a percentage of people who will resonate with your content. And when you stick to that and when you hold on to that, oh my gosh, run with it, right? Because a machine, it can help you like batch the content and it can help you create the cool photo, but like, I'm pretty sure you've seen an AI photo. I mean, I recently saw one of Marquez on Twitter, and he shared like all of these images of him that AI had created. And it's like, these look cool, but gosh, like, these aren't you. Like, there's something off about it. And I think about like NFTs, and now we had digital art at one point, and it's like, where's the human here? You know, there's a reason why your Mona Lisas are still so talked about now, and Van Gogh. Human and that little sauce that we add, I feel like, hold on to that. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents. We're gonna fight, right?
No, we're gonna fight over the microphone because I've got something to say. Again, with all the different types of tech and things that are coming into everything and just trying everything, and I find the metaverse extremely exciting because it's a whole new playground where we can now create new stuff. It's like, you know, it's not that we're going to stop creating here and we're going to stop being human and we're going to stop being, you know, because the human element will always have to come through. You know, if there were no people, there would be no one to watch our content. So I don't think it's scary at all. I think a lot of the time as well, if you look back, is television, I think all our grandparents were like, oh, it's going to ruin everything. It's going to, like, radio's going to die, and, you know, what video killed the radio star, all of that kind of stuff. I just think that it's just our journey, and it's going to continue, and it's really exciting, and I'm enjoying it.
Okay, so we're talking about future of content creation. We are the future. Let's think about it, right? AI and those things are happening. As she said, there's no human behind it. The way content creation goes forward is by personality. And only you can give that personality. So whatever content you're making, whether now, I mean, I've been here 9 years, so Boomer right over here, Grant's been here about the same time, if not longer. And the reason we weather these storms, because we've been through everything now, we're getting through to this personality. And it's not a brag. I don't want people to think I'm like better or anything. But through perseverance, through learning who you are, finding your identity. No matter what might come, if people come to watch your content, consume your brand, consume your product, they're learning a little bit about you and they take a little bit of you with them. And in that, you will be the future. And this, whether it's this generation, whether it's next generation, content, especially from a human side, will always endure because it's tied with love, passion, personality, hard work, dedication, sweat, tears, depression, everything. Everything that a content creator goes through. Anxiety. I forgot that one. I'm sitting here dying. But at the end of the day, you and your personality is what will make content, not just your content, but every content creator out there. That is the future. If you put the personality into that, you put the love and the passion into it, you're in charge of your content. Remember that. So if you're not putting your content out there, no one can see your diamond shine. You're in charge of your shine. So if you don't put that personality in there, then some robot is going to come take over your stuff. And then like, we're just going to be like, okay.
Yo guys, like I said, I'm here to be an activist, to add fuel to your fire. I think the metaverse is just a tool that you can use to empower your brand. I believe that it's worth exploring because so much investment has gone into it. You practically have no choice. But I've seen a lot of cool like innovations within, you know, the metaverse and how it can actually help people coming from an impact space where you're dealing with real world problems and issues that people are facing. And the metaverse kind of helps to, you know, bring a new level of comprehension to how to solve those issues. So if you're a content creator, you want to use NFTs and use AI-generated content to increase the sustainability, whatever your purpose is in terms of your brand. So think of it as a tool. You still have the power. You're still in control. Don't be a victim to all these things that are happening around you. Always take the side where you see yourself as being empowered to actually learn about these things and become an expert in a particular angle or element of that thing so that you can grow your brand and your business successfully.
Okay, I know I'm a moderator, but I would like to put in a 2 cents here. When cameras came out, people were like, oh, like no one's going to use that. We're painting. We don't need cameras. Now you have people, self-taught photographers, learning this new medium, learning how to use it, making it their content. Okay, it happened with writing. It happened with cave painting. It's going to continue to happen with AI and the metaverse and all of this machine learning content. So if you want to survive in the future as a content creator, you need to be using these things and learning how they work. Because I promise you, if you don't, you're going to be the impressionist painter thinking cameras are stupid. You're going to be the cave painter in the sand thinking that painting on paint is stupid. Yeah, so you really need to be learning how to code, practicing with machine learning, going to the Unreal Engine thing, learning how to create things, because I guarantee you in 5 years' time, if you don't know how to do it, you're going to be the new boomers.
If you're not interested in it, then this isn't for you. You know, if you're not naturally like trying to find new tools and ways to create, content creation's maybe not for you.
Yeah, look, I agree 100%. I think that these things are really, really important. They are new to paintbrushes. I've seen the new scripting stuff that came out yesterday. People, AI generating scripts. It's incredible. It's phenomenal. And I think that if we use them correctly, it's exciting. What I'm more worried about, and I think maybe what the subconscious fear is the system with which all these things exist in. And for me, that's capitalism. So the algorithms are being produced in such a way to aid a societal, like a systemic, like protocol, and that's to be the best, make as much money as possible.
Buy NFTs and crypto.
But buy NFTs and crypto. So NFTs are exciting, but and crypto has been super exciting, but it exists in this capitalist systemic issue, like environment, and that's why we're seeing all these things collapse. So we had this really exciting thing, and because of the system that it's in, it's dying horribly. And you go like, okay, cool, well, I guess that's potentially not something that we can use. So that's my big problem with AI. AI is personal because it's the sum of all of our thinking put together, and it's the sum of our creativity, and it's the sum of artists. And because it's not generating anything necessarily new, it's the sum of all of our minds together, creating those scripts and those paintings and those pictures. But if the sum of those things are being dictated by something that is not us, and by the way we think, which is the system that we live in, it's an oppressive system. I'm sorry, this is like a very philosophical thing, but there are parts of a society that are oppressed. And in the same way, when photography, we've had issues where face recognition hasn't picked up people of color. Super exciting. It exists in this weird systemic environment which is oppressive, and then you have all these functional issues with the software where it's picking up people of color as monkeys, which Google had to really run and put fires out, right? And we're having the same thing with NFTs and so on. So we have to fix society at large. And the way we think about why we're being creative. Are we being creative to make money? Or are we being creative to be creative and to help other people? And if we are, that's going to dictate what happens in the AI, because that's the sum of all of our thinking. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I'm just going to give everyone a quick second or two to plug themselves so you know where to find them after this. And then if there are questions, we'll take questions.
Jill Strawberry Live on Instagram.
Just come talk to me.
Ask an AI-generated person. That will be me. No, I just Grant Tynes on Twitter or wherever.
Just before I plug myself, we were talking about Adobe Creative there. How many people here use Sony Vegas? Wow.
It's on sale at Humble
Okay, there we go. Cool. It's a great one. Rusty Pie Lover everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, catch me on Instagram, sakile.sk, and Sakile Tembe on LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn.
Oh, and I'm at the Jess Hunt.
First, please give them a round of applause. It was a great discussion. We are almost nearing the end. Let's do 3 questions before I will get to you just now. Did I ask for it? I'm joking. No, come on.
You guys talking about the AI? I think we all survived dial-up, so we'll be fine.
Hey again. Okay, so especially in the South African social media scene, it's completely different to that of like the Western countries, America, etc. And so many quote-unquote influencers in South Africa try to be this westernized version of themselves. And I don't think the South African market can really digest that because the scene is very behind in a lot of different ways. But what are your guys' thoughts on, if you agree with the South African market, social media market, being behind? Yeah.
So it is tough because there's so many things happening at once. And it is true that we are behind. This is just an infrastructure conversation.
But we're also the funniest on Twitter out of all the people.
So it's an infrastructure question where it's we're still battling with things like free access to Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? So we already are playing the trope of the people that are catching up. The trend doesn't start with us. Yes, you'll find, little flashes in the pan on Twitter and on Facebook or wherever you'll find them. But the trends always seem to come from another world, and then we adopt. And so I feel like, yes, we're getting to a point where originality is starting to become recognized, and we are starting to become very unique for our own way of doing things. And I feel like if we stuck to that a bit more, instead of looking to other trends, but focus on actually building where you're at right now, then other people pick up on what you're doing. So it's not so much, and this is what I hate about trend forecasting, is that where if you, a successful trend forecast or market research will always reveal more points towards the north than it will in our context. And if we were to practice doing market research in our own context, you'd actually find that a lot of the things they're doing actually come from here. But because we lack infrastructure, it shows up in their side first. It's like the template, you know, mechanism for, what did you say it was? Oppression and colonialism and all of that stuff. And systematic oppression. So let's start building on our own side. Let's start building those infrastructures, start that company, start that business, that vertical that will do that stuff, that shit, so that we are no longer playing to trends that are coming from elsewhere. Yeah.
Okay, and this again going to sound like a boomer thing. So we're only starting to find our feet as content from South Africa, as South African content creators. When Grant knows this better than most people. When we were starting YouTube back in the day, people would compare us to the PewDiePies and the Markipliers, and the local market could not consume us because they were like, yeah, but you're doing what they're doing. And it wasn't so much as, exactly, and it was tough. It's still tough to that day, because the problem that is locally, especially from a viewer point, is that they've got their favorites, and their favorites are internationals. And then we are trying to have our own unique space in this, but we're always being compared to those individuals. And when we get compared to that, then we go look at that and say, okay, why am I being compared to that? Where we're trying to still find our unique voice in South Africa. So it also comes from the market locally to support their creators, but support them as their brand, not as a copycat of someone who is already made. Because guess what? They've already got their thing. They made it. They don't have to do anything. Fame and fortune and things aside, you know, you want to do this full time because this is what you love. This is what you want to do. But you want to be unique. I don't want to be known as Rusty Pie Lover, the PewDiePie copy. I don't want to be known as Rusty Pie Lover, the Markiplier copy. I want to be known as me. My content is unique. All of our content is unique. And if the local market starts accepting that and take the rose-colored glasses off and look at the individual behind, because each and every single content creator is a human being. We all have our own faults. We all have our own inspirations. You can pull inspiration from the bigger people, but as long as you remain true to who you are, that's how your content is identified as you. And the sooner the local market understands that, the more you can build up our creators, which means we can inspire you to do the same thing. Because guess what? You don't like to be compared to someone else. Everyone hates it. So why do that to us as well? We provide a product that we hope you enjoy, but understand that it's unique to us. We're not trying to be Markiplier. If I wanted to be Markiplier, I'd have black hair, I'd scream insanely, and then do some ASMR into the microphone the entire time, because that's just what he does, right? That's what he does. So people need to understand we can try our best, but we ask the viewers to give us that chance as well, to let us be unique to you.
We are going to get in trouble because this building's going to kick us out. Everybody, thank you so much. You're welcome to take a seat. We've wrapped up.
If I can quickly hijack, can we get a round of applause for MC for the entire event? And then for our lovely hostess on the panel as well, and for everyone else here.
It has been an incredible 3 days of incredible talks. It's absolutely coming to a close. It's a little surreal for me to actually think about that. I don't even know where to begin. There's been so much discussion. A lot of these obviously have been streamed, so you'll be able to watch those, watch the VODs later on. And some of the discussions that weren't streamed correctly for some tech issues will also be shared with everybody later. So you'll just watch Africa Games Week channels for more information around that. But it does bring us to a close. It is the end. We have to, all good things must come to an end. First, obviously, I want to thank everybody for attending. Everybody has come across all over the world, really, actually, to come and speak, for one, but also to come and just attend and to listen and to contribute and to ask questions and to listen and to clap and to support. It's been amazing. To the brands that have gotten involved as well, and obviously I want to go through the sponsors to say thank you to them, to Unreal and Epic, to Google, to Xola, to the City of Cape Town, who has been here for a while and really has supported the gaming space quite a bit, to Focus Entertainment, to Westgrow, to Twitch, Xbox, Renderheads, Institut Français, oui, je parle français aussi, what up, to MSI, to 24-Bit Games, to Annapurna Interactive, to Nibble as well. But I really want to thank the team at Nibble. They've been really, really incredible for me in a lot of ways. So thank you to the team as a whole. To Game Tester as well, just absolutely come up and showed up and supported in a lot of ways. To our speakers, to our moderators, to the panelists, to everybody in between, to all of you that are still here, the last one standing, to the tech team as well, who have been going through the most. I absolutely couldn't have done this so smoothly without all of them. To the Africa Games Week team. They're not even here because they're still making sure everything is running in the background. But specifically to Rex and Alex, they've been absolutely incredible. They have not been sleeping, just really, really pushing. To the volunteers that have been here as well. To the photographer, to Mo as well. To everybody. But yeah, it's been an amazing time. There are going to be drinks served at the back, so please do make your way there for the questions that you couldn't ask, and then just for some chat, and also just really, again, just celebrate African Games Week, and celebrate African game industry, which we are all a part of. So to everybody, it's a wrap. Thank you.